Sunset fell upon an ancient village, its people rushing home as peace had become a rarity lately. The villagers whispered about the old snake king at the mountain god temple devouring 2 more lives, including a cultivator. A father and son decided to herd their chickens indoors, preferring the stench to losing them all to that snake. The two walked past an abandoned temple, feeling a chilling aura that made their skin crawl. Within the temple's darkness, 2 eyes, glowing like headlights, silently observed. The giant spirit snake muttered, "Old Snake King? Are they talking about me? But I'm not old yet." It coiled around a statue, wondering why they thought it was scary. It recalled, "Oh right, I did devour those 2 troublesome fellows a few days ago." A voice from outside the temple roared, "Human-shaped elixir. Do you think you can eat all my spirit herbs and escape?" Inside, a man was weeping miserably, begging the mountain god not to eat him. He kowtowed repeatedly before the statue, looking utterly pathetic. The spirit snake slithered forward, thinking, "He looks so miserable. I'll put him out of his misery," then bit him. Just then, an old Taoist priest burst in, shouting as he saw his human-shaped elixir about to be gone. The old Taoist priest pointed, his face veined, and yelled, "You beast! Give back the elixir I refined for 10 years. The spirit snake devoured the old Taoist priest as well, thinking, well, now these 2 poor souls can reunite. Unexpectedly, after devouring both, it broke through its realm, awakened its spiritual intelligence, and gained a massive boost in wisdom. Now, in the form of a small snake, it was being hunted by a black-clad man, who shouted, "Don't run." It recognized them as cultivators from the snake-catching sect, those who had once defeated another giant python. The snake knew that cultivators were very powerful, their strength increasing through realms, chi, refining, foundation establishment, golden core. There was even the tyrannical nascent soul realm, with power to destroy heaven and earth. The small snake trembled, hiding in the bushes, telling itself that its previous escapes were pure luck, and it had to survive at all costs. It decided to avoid the cultivators and hunt weaker prey for safety, but then its stomach rumbled with hunger. It remembered someone saying the Chen family village had many wealthy households raising pigs, so a bold idea sparked: steal pigs. Passing an old mural, it suddenly thought that all humans had names, so it should also pick a cool one for itself. Seeing humans constantly call it Old Snake, despite it being quite young, it decided to name itself Snaky. Night fell upon the secluded village of the Chen clan. Snaky snuck into the pigsty, its eyes gleaming at the sight of a herd of plump, sleeping pigs, truly a lavish feast. A lead pig growled a warning, but Snaky merely thought contemptuously, "I dare you. I'll devour you first." The lead pig tried to resist, but in vain, wailing miserably, "You bastard, you'll face retribution." Snaky paid no mind, baring its fangs in response. "Then I'll just swallow you whole." After eating its fill, Snaky let out a satisfied burp, its belly distended and face flushed from overeating. It figured there were still a few hours until dawn, so it decided to take a digestive nap right there in the pigsty. 2 hours later, an angry shout shattered the silence. "Which brat dared to steal my woman?" Another voice tried to intervene, saying Chen Fan had stopped breathing, but the leader snarled, "So what if he's dead? Dare to touch young Master Q's person, and you'll pay the price." Snaky startled awake, realizing someone had arrived, and quickly sought a hiding spot. It swiftly coiled itself around a wooden post upon hearing the command, "Throw this brat into the pigsty." 2 men tossed a blood-soaked corpse into the sty, and the leader coldly said, "Good, he's dead. Perfect for feeding the pigs." Before leaving, young Master Qiu wondered why the number of pigs felt smaller, but then dismissed it due to the pigsty's overwhelming stench. Snaky peeked out, saw a human corpse lying right at its feet, and decided to slither away to avoid bad luck. Just as it turned away, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes wide, freezing Snaky in terror. Then the young man coughed violently and woke up. Chen Fan laughed maniacally, shouting, "Ha ha ha, this immortal has successfully possessed and reincarnated. What a coincidence. This kid is also named Chen Fan." Ignoring that this body was a cultivation waste, Chen Fan smirked, his eyes flashing with a promise. "Don't worry, this immortal has borrowed your body. I will avenge you." He realized this body was too severely injured. If not for his possession, it would have died long ago, while the spirit snake was still muttering, invisible, and looking for an escape. Chen Fan looked up, immediately spotting the spirit snake hissing in fright on the rooftop. The spirit snake was scared out of its wits. "Damn, you've been discovered," he said. "He's an undying one. Could he be a high-level cultivator or a professional snake hunter?" Chen Fan clicked his tongue in disdain, deeming it just a pathetic spirit beast not worth bothering with, then sat down to circulate his energy and heal, hoping to scare it away. While circulating his energy, his divine sense swept over a treasure of the demonic sect, astonishingly discovering an ancient dragon hidden within it. Seeing the explosive surge of energy, the spirit snake was scared, senseless, convinced that the snake hunter was casting a spell to kill it for eating 2 pigs. It didn't want to die. Images of being roasted miserably flashed in its mind, and it wondered if it should vomit up the 2 pigs it had almost digested. Chen Fan growled out an incantation, energy surging violently. Heaven and earth are a chessboard. All spirits are chess pieces. Chen Fan's oath in this life is true. The spirit snake decided to go all out, with no other choice but to charge down and attack. You forced my hand. I'll trample everything underfoot. Gulp. The spirit snake opened its mouth and swallowed Chen Fan whole, much to its own surprise. Gulp. It devoured its prey with relish. It writhed on the ground, telling itself that it had dealt with the target but couldn't let its guard down. This place wasn't safe, and it had to flee immediately. Inside its stomach, Chen Fan remained unfazed, growling curses. A trash tier level 1 spirit beast dares to ambush me? You're practically begging for death. He clenched his fist, gathering power to unleash a destructive blow from within, using the boundless raging sea technique. The spirit snake's purple eyes constricted, sensing deadly danger from within its belly. Boom, boom. Dazzling light erupted from the spirit snake's belly. Its body swelled and convulsed violently. Damn it, he's not dead. How can he cast spells inside my stomach? The spirit snake howled in pain as Chen Fan continued to torment it. Chen Fan showed no panic. He found what he needed. The demon core. This left the spirit snake stunned. Inside the monster, Chen Fan gripped the demon core tightly, sneering. You're only so arrogant because of this pathetic demon core shield, huh? While the spirit snake cried out in despair. No, that's my life. Crack. With a savage grin, he crushed the demon core in his hand. Die. The spirit snake spat blood, realizing its demon core was shattered, and cursed inwardly. Those snake catchers are truly terrifying. Whoosh, thud. Its massive body lost control, slamming violently onto the ground, creating a huge tremor. It gasped in agony, blood gushing out, thinking in despair. Is this the end? Lying motionless on the ground, it bitterly realized it couldn't move anymore. How frustrating. I spent so much effort to condense this demon core. A tear rolled down from the corner of its eye. It was filled with extreme regret. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come here to steal those filthy piglets, even if it meant being beaten to death. Chen Fan stood amidst the pulpy flesh, scoffing. Truly weak, but it's fine. I can use some of this meat to nourish myself. Then, he suddenly felt something was off. Suddenly, his divine demonic cauldron automatically flew out from his body, hovering in midair. He frantically reached out, trying to call it back. Come back here, hey. The cauldron ignored its master's command, flying straight to the demon core fragments, and absorbing them all, leaving Chen Fan dumbfounded. Why can't I recall it? A blinding light flared up. He had to raise a hand to shield his eyes, shouting, Too bright. What the hell is happening? From within the light, a surge of golden energy coiled upwards like a divine flame. Terrifying pressure emanated as a gigantic golden dragon head materialized, glaring at Chen Fan with fiery eyes, freezing him in place. Could it be that the divine demonic cauldron absorbed the demon core fragments for this monster? Chen Fan broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. My divine demonic cauldron, why is it helping this spirit beast? He stared at the dragon's glowing eyes, a bad premonition rising. Don't. Tell me this spirit beast isn't just an ordinary snake. I'm screwed. Roar. The golden dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing a destructive energy blast that swept away everything. The spirit snake's body writhed, screaming miserably as it was incinerated from the inside out by its own energy. Chen Fan was also caught in the explosion, howling in agony as his body disintegrated. I am immortal. No. After the explosion, all returned to silence, with only the distant mountain sunrise and the sound of birds chirping remaining. After the earth-shattering explosion, the spirit snake's colossal body lay shattered amidst the ruins. Nearby, a group of piglets trembled uncontrollably, terrified by the lingering aftershocks. The spirit snake gasped for breath, groaning in despair. My demon core. It took its last breath, bitterly accepting the truth that its core source of power was completely gone. Unexpectedly, a mischievous piglet cautiously approached, drooling, then bit directly into the python's scales. Seeing the massive prey unresponsive, the entire group of piglets swarmed over, treating the spirit snake's body like a buffet. These little rascals became even bolder, gathering to gnaw on the python's tail with glee. One piglet even hung its entire body from the tail, looking as if it were playing on a swing. Annoyed by the small fry, the spirit snake let out an irritated growl. Stop biting my tail, it snarled, threatening to devour them all, which scared the piglets witless, sending them fleeing for their lives with their tails tucked. Checking its wounds, it groaned in pain but then froze, realizing something illogical. Wait, I'm still alive? Memories flooded back. It recalled the moment its demon core was mercilessly crushed by that cultivator. It told itself that the demon core was the foundation of all demon beasts' power. Losing it meant death, game over. The contradiction made it panic. Why am I still perfectly fine even though my demon core was shattered? It suddenly remembered the divine demonic cauldron that Human had mentioned, a magic treasure emitting a dark aura. The spirit snake looked down and realized that cauldron was now precisely where its old demon core had been. It had replaced it and saved its life. Not only that, but it also discovered something even more incredible. It could see through the energy structure within its own body. This ability even allowed it to scan through the piglets and trees. It realized this was the legendary divine sense of cultivators. Closing its eyes, everything around it still appeared crystal clear. It was excited because hunting prey and avoiding humans would now be as easy as pie. But things didn't stop there. It felt a new surge of power awakening deep within its brain. A massive surge of information suddenly flooded Spirit Snake's brain. It realized it was that human's cultivation technique. Its head tingled, feeling as if its brain was expanding, a clear sign of an impending power-up. It decided to try mimicking the technique to circulate energy, hoping to heal itself. Recalling that guy's nonsensical philosophy about heaven and earth being a chessboard, it dismissed it and decided to just try circulating its demonic energy naturally. As soon as it circulated the technique, spiritual energy from the surrounding plants was immediately sucked dry, pouring into its body like a flood. The wounds on its tough scales began to close, an incredibly potent healing effect. Awesome. It was overjoyed that this technique could truly heal, feeling as high as if it had just consumed a spiritual elixir. It quickly realized that healing was just a secondary skill. The main purpose of this was definitely to cultivate and increase its cultivation level. Its demon core was shattered. It should have become a cripple, but how could it still accumulate spiritual energy? It suspected that Cauldron had become its new demon core. Thinking too much gave it a headache, so it decided to flee this place first, find a safe spot to sleep, secretly cursing that it never wanted to encounter humans again. But before leaving, it glanced at the piglets with a smile that couldn't be friendlier. The pigs squealed loudly. It thought to itself, if it was determined to cultivate, it had to eat its fill and gain strength to work hard. It found a cool stream, an ideal location for its new lair. After it had eaten its fill, it soaked in the water and realized it had been enlightened, understanding that the cultivation system of demon beasts was not much different from humans. The cultivation realms of demon beasts were revealed: spirit sense, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, a long path to becoming dominant. It assessed itself. Its current level was only at the peak of the spirit sense realm, equivalent to peak chi refinement among humans, still just a small fry. In a dream, it saw an ancient divine beast that could tear apart heaven and earth, and it also yearned to reach that realm to no longer be hunted. Therefore, Spirit Snake began its serious cultivation process in the lair, muttering the incantation. Heaven and earth are a chessboard, all living beings are pieces. After several days of cultivation, a beam of light emanated from the cave, and it discovered that this technique didn't just have healing effects. It also had the ability to cleanse its meridians and marrow, expelling a pile of foul-smelling impurities, purifying its body and making it stronger. After the meridian and marrow cleansing process, Spirit Snake's old skin shed, hanging from a branch like a trophy. A week passed, and it was still cultivating in its lair. Spirit Snake slithered out of its lair, its aura completely different from before, with longer spines, tougher scales, looking imposing. But it quickly realized something was wrong. Its expression furrowed with confusion. It screamed silently. Damn it! Why have I shrunken so much? My body is only 6 feet long. From 33 feet down to 6 feet, it was utterly speechless, while a nearby sparrow kept chirping mockingly. Annoyed, it lashed its tail, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Quick as a flash, it snatched up the sparrow, realizing that despite being smaller, its speed and strength had surged. It felt the divine demonic cauldron operating like a new demon core. As long as it was filled with spiritual power, it could break through. However, cultivating by merely absorbing ambient spiritual energy was too slow. It needed to hunt prey, needing energy and vital essence to level up. And the target appeared, a gigantic wild boar that looked like a moving mountain of meat. Spirit Snake hid itself, observing the wild boar engrossed in eating watermelon, seemingly an easy prey. It confidently analyzed. I'm at the peak of the spirit sense realm, while this guy is just a brainless beast, much weaker than me. With thorough preparation, it was confident it would get a hearty meal this time. It held a stone in its mouth, foolishly confident that this ultimate weapon would be enough to defeat the boss. It began its stealth operation, secretly approaching the wild boar without being detected. When it was very close, the wild boar suddenly snorted. Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat, naively wondering, is it smelling the ripe watermelon? Busted! The wild boar had discovered it and let out an earth-shattering roar. The plan was ruined. Spirit Snake ran for its life, screaming in its mind, damn, why is it so terrifying? The wild boar furiously chased after it. Running for dear life, it realized it had been cornered, facing a dead-end cliff. Backed against a wall, Spirit Snake gritted its teeth and decided to fight to the death. No more running. I have to go all out, or I'm doomed. It spun around, using its divine sense to control several stones, ready for a desperate counterattack. Spirit Snake roared in its mind, launching the stones like cannonballs towards the charging wild boar. Injure it first, then figure out the rest. Thud. Thud. The stones embedded themselves directly into the wild boar's head and body, covering it in blood and making it stagger. The gigantic monster crashed to the ground, dust flying everywhere, leaving Spirit Snake bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Spirit Snake froze, unable to believe its eyes. That's it? It's dead? Am I really that strong? Impossible. It squinted suspiciously, muttering, "Wild boars are very cunning. That's right, this bastard is definitely playing dead." To make sure, it decided to add a few more stones to the wild boar's motionless corpse. After firing another volley of stones, Spirit Snake sighed in relief, sweat pouring down. Humph, this time it's definitely dead. So dangerous, it almost turned the tables on me. But caution resurfaced, and it thought, wait a minute, I must prevent it from playing dead again. I should deal with it thoroughly. To be safe, it used its tail to snap the wild boar's neck, a crisp crack echoing. Now reassured, Spirit Snake began to tear off a piece of the wild boar's thigh meat, its face beaming with anticipation for the feast. It took a delicious bite, remarking, "The meat is tougher than regular pork, and it has a wild flavor too." Suddenly, it froze, its expression changing, sensing something amiss in its mouth. Cough, it spat out a mouthful of water, growling, "What is this hard thing in my mouth?" And what it had just spat out was a shimmering azure demon core. Spirit Snake was utterly shocked. This is a demon core? It's not a regular wild boar. It realized with alarm that it had just narrowly escaped death. It's a demon beast. How terrifying. I heard demon cores contain explosive energy. They can't be swallowed raw. Spirit Snake stared at the demon core, its tongue flicking out in desire. Yet it hesitated. If I want to absorb it, I need to refine it into a medicinal pill. But how the hell would I know how to refine pills? It suddenly recalled the scene of other demon beasts in the forest, devouring both the bodies and demon cores of their prey. Spirit Snake suddenly enlightened, its eyes gleaming. Wait, the knowledge in my head is human knowledge. Demon beasts have different physiques. I can probably eat it. Spirit Snake decided to go all out, trying to swallow the greenish-blue demon core, even though it was so large it threatened to tear its mouth. As soon as it entered its belly, the demon core became as hot as a furnace, making it jump in surprise. It realized the divine demonic cauldron inside was automatically absorbing and transforming the energy from the demon core, and a euphoric sensation began to wash over it, an explosive surge of energy. This was the feeling of breaking through a realm. Whoosh! The spines on its back became significantly sharper and tougher. It roared triumphantly, having successfully broken through to the Sea of Consciousness realm. Second layer. Then unexpectedly discovered that 2 scales on its tail had turned brilliant yellow. Bang! It lashed its tail to test its power. A large rock shattered like tofu. Good stuff. It cheered with delight. These new scales are as hard as steel, truly top-notch. While basking in self-admiration, it heard a rustling sound. A human boy suddenly appeared, startling it, and making it break out in a cold sweat. It turned out to be a vast watermelon field under the moonlight. The boy said nothing, spear in hand, and lunged straight down from above to attack it. It was bewildered, not understanding what this guy intended to do. Judging by his stance, he definitely wanted to attack it. Could he also be a cultivator? The boy roared with killing intent, swinging his spear to attack. Insignificant demon beast, taste my spear. This made Spirit Snake recall the phantom of Chen Fan. Clang! The spear struck its scales and broke in half. Spirit Snake realized the dangerous situation and quickly dodged the attack. It was scared out of its wits, muttering, "Humans are terrifying. I need to escape before his companions arrive." The boy froze, looking at the broken spear in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Unexpectedly, the boy let out a sigh of relief and then burst into laughter. He turned and shouted loudly towards a house on the hill. "Dad, the old black snake ate the demon pig that killed Mom. But it was scared of me, so it ran away." Meanwhile, Spirit Snake had plunged headfirst deep into the forest. It stopped, sighing in relief that the boy hadn't pursued, but then felt something was off. Wait, could he just be a normal boy? Spirit Snake cursed itself for being a coward, unexpectedly fearing a human boy so much that it had to flee for its life. It decided it couldn't continue like this, so it sought out a mountain temple to calm its mind, believing this to be its lucky ground. A few caws echoed from the roof of the ancient temple. Inside the temple, Spirit Snake saw a mountain god statue and smelled the fragrant offerings, thinking that to cultivate, one must be sincere. As soon as it looked at the altar, its mouth watered at the sight of a table laden with roasted chicken and lavish fruits. It told itself that the mountain god surely wouldn't want to waste food, then decided to help the deity eat first as a sign of sincerity. After devouring all the offerings, Spirit Snake clasped its tail together, sincerely praying to the mountain god to bless its successful cultivation and a proper life. Suddenly, something happened. A young woman frantically ran into the temple, followed by a group of people, startling Spirit Snake. Humans again. A young master ordered his subordinates to wait outside, while he went in to enjoy himself with the girl. As Spirit Snake secretly cursed her for being foolish enough to run into a dead end, the young master smirked, blocking the girl who was retreating in fear. "Young lady, no woman I desire has ever been able to refuse me." The young woman pulled out a dagger, gritting her teeth, preferring death over humiliation. "Even if I can't kill you, I can kill myself." Spirit Snake glanced outside, and was utterly shocked to see the corpse of a man, lying in a pool of blood, the very person who had been thrown into the pigsty earlier. Young Master Chiu sneered, realizing that the one who killed the girl's lover was a master, so he had to be careful not to be discovered. He turned back, grabbed the girl, and began to molest her, leaving Spirit Snake bewildered and unable to comprehend human behavior. The girl bit her tongue to commit suicide but was stopped by the young master, who believed that letting her die would be too humiliating. Young Master Chiu flew into a rage, raising his dagger to threaten her. "You dare to commit suicide in front of me? I'll torment you until you wish for death, then kill you later." The girl cried out in resentment, accusing Chiu Gang of forcing her to break off her engagement, killing her lover Chen Fan, and now attempting to humiliate her. Hiding on the rafters, Spirit Snake munched on an apple, muttering prayers to the mountain god for these people to leave quickly so it could continue cultivating. It was so engrossed in the drama that it accidentally dropped and broke the wine bottle it was holding, its face turning pale as it realized it had caused trouble. Crash! The bottle shattered on the floor, wine splashing everywhere, attracting the attention of both the young master and the girl. Chiu Gang and the young woman were both startled. One was wary of someone being there, while the other rejoiced, thinking the mountain god had manifested. Chiu Gang roared, demanding to know who was hiding behind the mountain god statue, while the young woman ran towards it, seeking help. The young woman knelt, clasped her hands, and sincerely prayed for the mountain god to bestow blessings and aid her. Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat upon being exposed, while the young woman froze, seeing that the mountain god was a giant python. Her face turned ashen. I'm finished." The young woman shrieked. "Monster!" causing Chiu Gang to turn back in confusion. "Huh? Where's the monster?" Thud. Taking advantage of Chiu Gang's distraction, the young woman didn't hesitate to stab him in the stomach. Chiu Gang's eyes widened, his face flushed with anger and pain, as he roared, "No!" He cursed furiously, while two of his subordinates rushed in anxiously. "Young master, what's wrong?" One subordinate taunted. "Young Master Chiu, so fast?" He was immediately yelled at. "You idiot! There's a demon beast in this temple." Chiu Gang roared, ordering his henchmen to find the demon beast that had ruined his good deed. Hiding behind the statue, Spirit Snake overheard Chiu Gang claiming to be an outer disciple of the snake-catching sect and was scared stiff. Seeing that his prey refused to show itself, Chiu Gang ordered his two disciples, "Go check it out. Be vigilant." The two henchmen obeyed. One, holding a staff, began to strike the statue to lure the prey out. Spirit Snake realized they were about to find it. It decided it was better to take a risk than to sit and wait for death. Whoosh! Spirit Snake lunged out of its hiding spot with its mouth wide open, causing the subordinate searching for it to scream in terror. The subordinate fell backward, while Chiu Gang, standing afar, declared with an air of superiority, "Humph, a snake demon less than 2 meters long. What's there to be afraid of?" Chiu Gang began to gather his energy, ordering the small fry, "Go hold it back." The snake-catching sect's void accumulation palm technique requires time to activate. Chiu Gang offered a reward. "Whoever kills it, I will heavily reward them." But as soon as the two subordinates charged, Spirit Snake sent them flying like puppets. Spirit Snake determined that young Master Chiu was the strongest. It had to clear out these henchmen before he could unleash his ultimate move. Deciding quickly, Spirit Snake charged straight between the two henchmen, preparing to clear the battlefield. Spirit Snake lunged between the two henchmen, determined to clear the battlefield to survive. As it made its move, it suddenly paused, realizing a truth. Wait a minute. These guys are incredibly weak. Young Master Chiu, in the midst of activating his technique, saw his two disciples swept away. His face turned pale as he realized this snake was no small fry. A dark phantom with fierce purple eyes emerged from Spirit Snake's body, tearing apart the subordinate's soul in an instant. Seeing his disciple perish, Chiu Gang abandoned all pretense of dignity, turned tail, and fled for his life, still shouting loudly, "The snake-catching sect will not spare you." As he ran, he shrieked that he would tell his master to refine Spirit Snake into a medicinal pill, but the snake already knew his intentions and was determined not to let its prey escape. With a whoosh, Spirit Snake landed directly on Chiu Gang's head, smashing his skull with a tail whip, and a cold declaration, "I'll crush your brains." The scene outside the dilapidated temple showed Spirit Snake dragging Chu Gang's corpse inside. Spirit Snake breathed a sigh of relief, having avoided a calamity. Luckily, that guy chose to run instead of pushing his skill to the end. It suddenly startled, looking up at the mountain god statue, and breaking into a cold sweat. Could it be that I encountered this disaster because I ate the mountain god's offerings? Thinking quickly, it laboriously dragged the corpses of the two henchmen and young Master Chiu onto the altar. It reverently placed their corpses on the altar, muttering, "Mountain god, please don't be angry. I offer you new sacrifices, please accept them." The mountain god statue suddenly glowed, and a majestic voice echoed in Spirit Snake's mind, declaring that this was a trial from the heavens. Upon hearing this, Spirit Snake's eyes lit up. It regarded this as a heavenly mandate and profusely thanked the mountain god for guiding it. With its morale boosted, it declared it would immediately return to the deep mountains to cultivate, leaving behind a temple full of corpses. After Spirit Snake left, the mountain god statue revealed a sinister, cunning smile. A week later, in a deep cave, a sphere of light was gathering. Inside the divine demonic cauldron, the spiritual energy was still insufficient to fill the second layer. The cultivation process was still long. Spirit Snake lay on a pile of beast bones, lamenting that hunting small beasts was barely enough to fill a gap between its teeth, and did nothing for its cultivation. It craved another demonic wild boar. Having no other choice, it disguised itself and set up a crude trap to catch pigeons, muttering to itself why no prey had fallen into the trap yet. Spirit Snake was starving. It drooled at the sight of a watermelon, telling itself, "Pigs can eat melon. Why can't I?" Just as it was about to break its resolve, it spotted two figures, one large and one small, heading towards the rice fields. It immediately recognized the farmer boy from before, and a muscular man, guessing this was their home. The farmer boy suddenly stopped, sensing that something was amiss. Spirit Snake was startled, not expecting the boy's divine sense to be so sharp, detecting it from afar. The boy's father called him, but he sneezed and then ran straight towards where Spirit Snake was hiding. Panicked, Spirit Snake quickly coiled itself around a large tree to hide. The boy placed a basket of fish on the ground, leaving Spirit Snake, which was lurking, confused about what he was up to. He left the basket of fish and then turned and ran away. An extremely puzzling action. The boy turned back and shouted loudly, "Big brother Black Snake, this fish is to repay your kindness, please help yourself." Spirit Snake poked its head out, its eyes gleaming brightly as it saw a basket of fresh fish, drooling profusely. Both happy and worried, it told itself not to be fooled, wondering if it was a poisoned trap, but the fish looked too delicious. Unable to resist, it swallowed one whole, then lied to itself, "Tisk, it has no taste at all." Immediately after, it plunged its head into the basket and devoured everything, admitting that the fish was incredibly delicious. The farmer boy stood smiling from a distance, but a tall figure suddenly appeared behind him, a cold voice saying, "Hey kid." A tall, lanky man dressed in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face, asked the farmer boy about the old Spirit Snake. On his hip, he wore a golden token engraved with a snake, and the word snake in crimson. A genuine item from the snake-catching sect. Two other subordinates, also dressed in black, appeared, cornering the farmer boy between them. The leader growled, asking if he had seen the snake. A subordinate told his senior brother that the kid knew nothing, so asking was useless. A crow cawed, drawing their attention towards the cliff. At the same time, one of them knocked the farmer boy unconscious. "Go check it out," the leader ordered. Another farmer boy rushed to report to senior brother Ding of the snake-catching sect, while the knocked-out farmer boy could only secretly wish for the old Spirit Snake to escape quickly. The reporting farmer boy shrieked, "Someone's been eaten. The old Spirit Snake devoured someone by the river." This stunned the leader of the snake-catching sect. Hearing about the prey, the leader immediately ordered, "Quick, don't let it escape." The group rushed towards the riverbank, leaving the bewildered farmer boy behind. Meanwhile, Spirit Snake was hiding, annoyed because it had accidentally broken a few bird eggs and been pecked several times by the foolish birds. It secretly thought it was almost caught by the snake-catching sect, but it didn't understand why it was being blamed for eating people, and why that kid hadn't exposed it. Realizing the human world was too complex, it decided that fleeing was the best option, as the hunters had already set their sights on it. It looked across the river and planned to cross it to escape, hiding for a few months to be safe. But it suddenly realized that winter was 3 months away, and its stomach was empty. Cultivating like this would leave it starving. As it slithered along, it suddenly froze as a gigantic shadow emerged from the muddy water. A monstrous, giant, eel-like creature with a mouth full of sharp teeth shot out of the water, making Spirit Snake so scared it almost soiled itself. It frantically dodged the attack, unable to believe there was a demonic beast in this river. Underwater, Spirit Snake realized this demonic eel must have drifted down from upstream and was the real culprit behind the man-eating, while it was just a scapegoat. It observed more closely and saw that the demonic eel was covered in wounds, guessing it had fought a life-and-death battle with the hunters. The demonic eel, in the midst of its escape, spotted Spirit Snake and saw it as a light meal to recover, while Spirit Snake also conceived the idea of turning the eel into winter provisions. However, realizing that this creature could escape the hunter's grasp meant it was no ordinary opponent, Spirit Snake decided that its life was paramount and turned to flee. But the demonic eel was too persistent. It opened its mouth and swallowed Spirit Snake whole. Trapped, Spirit Snake realized the situation was dire. It was running out of oxygen and had to find a way to escape by attacking the monster's weak point, its stomach. With no retreat, Spirit Snake roared, "Then let's fight to the death." Its entire body erupted with a purple energy current, preparing for an all-out battle. It bit a piece of the demonic eel's flesh, but immediately spat it out because it was both slimy and had a strange taste. Strangely, the piece of flesh it had just spat out suddenly burst into flames, the fire spreading to the surrounding water, leaving Spirit Snake stunned, unable to understand why there was fire underwater. Spirit Snake was utterly bewildered in the sea of fire, wondering if this was an illusion caused by the demonic eel's slime, or merely its own reflection. Suddenly remembering Chen Fan's cultivation technique, it decided to use its divine sense, focusing all its energy to see through the illusion's true nature. Its divine sense transformed into a brilliant golden dragon, letting out a roar that tore through the illusory space. The illusion shattered. Spirit Snake was triumphant at its success, but the demonic eel had awakened and was lunging towards it. Damn it, I can't dodge. Spirit Snake realized it was about to be bitten again, and the demonic eel furiously clamped down on it. Blood splattered everywhere, but the victim was the demonic eel, its head neatly torn in half. Spirit Snake stared blankly at its tail, not understanding what had just happened as its golden scale flashed. It realized the golden scale on its tail was absurdly sharp, but also told itself not to be complacent, as this was a lucky strike because the monster was already severely wounded. After dealing with its prey, it dragged the gigantic corpse ashore, deciding to find a hiding spot to cultivate. Looking at the pile of eel meat and the glowing red demonic core, Spirit Snake calculated that this was enough for it to seclude itself for a few months and break through to a new realm. It unexpectedly discovered a token with the word snake on it, realizing that the demonic eel had devoured a member of the snake-catching sect. "Fellow demon, even though you intended to hunt me, I won't let you die in vain," it muttered to the corpse, preparing to enjoy its spoils. Spirit Snake opened its mouth to swallow the demonic core, but it was too large for its tiny maw. "Forget it. The snake-catching sect is coming soon. I need to escape first." It decided to carry the pile of meat and hold the demonic core in its mouth, then ran into the mountains. Meanwhile, a gloved hand touched the demonic eel's corpse. The leader of the snake-catching sect muttered, "So that's how it is." The leader of the snake-catching sect concluded that the man-eater in the river was a water demon, and the one who had fought it to the death was the Spirit Snake. The subordinates looked towards Iron Bear Mountain, where a third-level awakening sea realm demon bear was residing, worried that the pursuit would be very difficult. A subordinate asked his senior brother where he got the information, and the latter revealed that this Spirit Snake had, a few days ago, swallowed an alchemist along with a humanoid pill that the old man had cultivated. The subordinate's eyes lit up, urging his senior brother. The medicinal effects of that pill must still be within it. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for a breakthrough. The senior brother praised his junior brother's perceptiveness, but still hesitated, as entering the mountains with only 2 people was too risky, fearing they might risk everything for nothing. The junior snake catcher of the snake-catching sect offered a plan. "Senior brother, there's no need to rush. In a few months, snow will cover the mountains, and both the Spirit Snake and the demon bear will be hibernating. That'll be the perfect time to collect the spoils." Senior brother agreed, a greedy glint in his eyes. He secretly thought that the day the first snow fell would be the day the Spirit Snake became a sacrifice for his cultivation technique. 2 months later, snow had blanketed the mountains and forests. Spirit Snake sighed in exasperation, never expecting the breakthrough from the second to the third layer of the sea of consciousness to be so difficult. It had completely refined the demonic eel's demon core and flesh, but was still stuck at its current level. Still, there was some progress as 3 more golden scales had grown on its tail. The spiritual energy within the divine demonic cauldron was overflowing. It felt like it was at the peak of the second layer's power, needing only an opportunity to advance. The bone-chilling winter had stiffened its body. Its reserved eel meat was also running out, so it dragged the rest into its cave to hibernate, waiting for spring to continue hunting monsters. Crunch! A foot stepped on the thick snow, breaking the silence. A group of people appeared in the forest, led by a snake catcher from the snake-catching sect, who promised generous rewards to the villagers if they found the Spirit Snake. A villager urged his 2 hunting dogs, Big Yellow and Little Yellow, to quickly find the Spirit Snake's lair. Two other villagers whispered to each other. One complained about the arrogance of the snake-catching sect, while the other quickly reminded him, "Stop spouting nonsense, they're the real deal, unlike us. Just following along to benefit this time is good enough." The farmer smiled, dreaming of the upcoming reward money he would use to send his book-loving son, Xiao Niu, to school. Woof woof! The two hunting dogs suddenly barked loudly. Their owner joyfully exclaimed, "Did you find it?" The dogs led the group to a poorly camouflaged hole. The villager quickly reported to the snake catcher, but the latter brushed him off. "Step aside. Let me see." Deep below, Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat. It never expected these hunters to have professional dogs, finding its exact location just when it was at its weakest. The villager excitedly pointed at a pile of snake droppings near the hole. The snake catcher picked it up to examine it, his mind only on the enormous reward. One of the snake-catching sect members snapped, "Idiot! These are bear droppings." The villager tried to argue but was immediately shut down. "You think you know more than me?" The hunter pointed towards a large cave nearby and ordered all the villagers, "I just saw a big hole over there. All of you, go in and search for me." Spirit Snake breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising itself for carefully digging a fake cave and even using bear droppings to mislead them. The villagers grumbled curses as they were forced into the bear cave, while Spirit Snake decided to ignore them, focusing on circulating its energy to recover in case of unforeseen circumstances. Two members of the snake-catching sect stood by the fake cave. The junior brother asked senior brother Ding, who smirked, "Of course, this is the snake's cave. The objective has been achieved. Those foolish villagers are worthless now. The fewer of them that die, the less reward money we'll have to spend." The villagers were herded in front of a giant cave. Senior brother Ding confirmed to the junior brother that this was indeed the plan to use people as bait. The junior brother volunteered to lure out the demon bear, outlining a cruel plan. "Let the bear kill the villagers, then our team kills the bear, and finally, we'll get the frozen Spirit Snake." Lying in its cave, Spirit Snake overheard everything and was horrified by the cruelty of human hearts, something even more terrifying than wild beasts. It quickly regained its composure, realizing that the greatest danger right now was that the hunters knew its location. Spirit Snake began to calculate. If it could play the fisherman, devouring the demon bear, it could break through directly to the third layer and be strong enough to take on all the hunters. But it quickly slapped itself, realizing this was a suicidal thought while it was at its weakest, unable to confront them directly. Senior brother Ding secretly calculated, saying that the demon cores of the two monsters would only be enough for one person to break through. Spirit Snake overheard this and realized the enemy team was experiencing internal strife. The junior brother reported that everything was set. The bear would awaken in half an hour. Spirit Snake decided to remain inactive and wait for the opportune moment. Screams echoed from the dark cave. A giant demon bear charged out. The villagers panicked and fled, realizing they had been tricked. The villagers saw the two snake catchers on the cliff face, screaming for help in despair. The junior brother looked down with contempt, cursing the villagers as trash and bluntly telling them to just die. The villagers finally understood. They had been deliberately herded into the bear cave to save on reward money. All of them cursed in indignation. An old villager drew his bow and shot an arrow stealthily. The junior brother cursed, but still dodged it. However, the arrow tore his pouch. Several medicinal pills spilled from the pouch, scattering across the snow. From inside its cave, Spirit Snake smelled the fragrant spiritual medicine. It recognized them as chi replenishing pills. Just smelling them made its body feel restored, and its mouth watered with desire. The junior brother panicked at dropping his items as the demon bear charged. He quickly called for senior brother's help, but senior brother Ding was already planning to seize all those medicinal pills. The demon bear was slaughtering the villagers. The junior brother praised senior brother's plan as brilliant, while senior brother said that dying for the snake-catching sect was an honor for them. The junior brother suddenly turned to taunt, telling senior brother Ding that he should also go down and keep the villagers company, clearly intending to betray him. A powerful gust of wind swept through, blowing everything away, from people to the bear. The entire area plunged into chaos. Amidst the rubble, the demon bear stood up and let out an angry roar, preparing for the real battle. Cornered by the demon bear, the junior brother named Zhao Wenzuo realized he had been tricked. He screamed curses, vowing that senior brother Ding would not die peacefully. Zhao Wenzuo used his lightness skill to escape, sneering, "Senior brother Ding, I've been playing this role with you for far too long. Did you think I was stupid when you wanted to swallow everything whole?" Zhao Wenzuo's eyes flashed with killing intent. He declared bluntly, "I don't need the demon snake or the demon bear. I just want you dead." Seeing the demon bear roar and charge, Zhao Wenzuo taunted senior brother Ding from afar. "The chance for a breakthrough is right before your eyes. Hurry and use your exploding talisman." Senior brother Ding was forced to throw the talisman. A terrifying explosion engulfed the demon bear while Zhao Wenzuo watched and laughed gleefully. After the explosion, Zhao Wenzuo looked at the heavily injured bear, muttering that senior brother's pre-death theatrics were truly insane, then decided to flee back to the sect. Spirit Snake, hidden in the snow, sensed the 2 remaining chi, replenishing pills. It swallowed, realizing this was the golden opportunity to turn the tables. Spirit Snake stealthily approached the pile of pills, its mind calculating. If I eat all 3, can I absorb them? Or should I hide one behind my fangs and wait for the right moment? Just then, a wolf pack, attracted by the smell of blood, arrived. Spirit Snake thought to itself, excellent, I'm hungry, and there's delicious prey instead of having to eat human corpses. It's perfect. Without a moment's hesitation, Spirit Snake lunged straight into the wolf pack, using its body to send one flying, deciding to fill its empty stomach with these small fries first. Wolf blood splattered everywhere. The whole pack panicked at the ferocity of the Spirit Snake. Spirit Snake, tearing apart a wolf, realized that thanks to the divine demonic cauldron, it digested food almost instantly and roared. I need more! One wolf wasn't enough to satisfy it, so Spirit Snake continued its massacre, coiling, biting, and tearing at the entire wolf pack frantically. After dealing with one, it still felt ravenously hungry, an unusual hunger gnawing at its body. Looking at the remaining wolves, Spirit Snake still wasn't satisfied. Its hunger seemed bottomless. It suddenly realized that eating these small fry wolves couldn't satisfy its hunger. The real target had to be that demon bear. The demon bear, despite being injured, still displayed overwhelming power, using one paw to crush a wolf that dared to approach. Spirit Snake secretly assessed its strength. I can't believe the demon bear is still so strong even when injured. Its cultivation must be at least peak 3rd level, while I'm only at peak 2nd level. Its stomach rumbled, and saliva dripped profusely. Spirit Snake realized this insane hunger was because the divine demonic cauldron craved the demon bear. It made up its mind. This bear's cultivation is higher than mine, but it's heavily injured. If I keep running, when will I ever get stronger? Facing the growling demon bear, Spirit Snake reassured itself. Calm down. As long as I'm fast and careful enough, I still have a chance to win. No sooner said than done, it shot off like an arrow. Snow splattering everywhere. The goal was clear, to become stronger. Spirit Snake flew straight at the demon bear's face. Chomp! A precise bite to the bear's eye. Fresh blood gushed out like a spring. The demon bear roared in pain. Spirit Snake realized this one was 10 times tougher than the demonic eel, but blinding it was a huge advantage. But the price was exhaustion. Spirit Snake felt its body stiffen as the effects of the medicinal pill wore off. It ignored the minor injuries, deciding to recover after dealing with the bear. Without a moment's hesitation, Spirit Snake lunged forward, sinking its jaws straight into the demon bear's throat. Even though it was blind, the demon bear still resisted frantically, using absolute strength to fling Spirit Snake away. A devastating blow made Spirit Snake feel like every bone in its body was shattering. This is the real deal. Every attack is top-notch. No, I can't let go. It gritted its teeth and endured the blows, determined to break the bear's throat. Spirit Snake strained and held on tight, even as the demon bear thrashed wildly. Die! Just die already! Finally, it was flung off. A painful impact. The demon bear had collapsed, panting heavily. Spirit Snake, from a distance, judged that throwing rocks wouldn't work, so it aimed for a heavier weapon. Crash! Spirit Snake used all its strength to slam a giant tree trunk straight into the demon bear's head, ending the fight. It must be dead, it muttered, both vigilant and circulating its energy to heal its wounds. But then a strange sound echoed. The cowardly wolves had returned, intending to scavenge while both bosses were exhausted. Get lost. Don't even think about stealing my spoils, Spirit Snake roared, ready for a new battle. 2 hours later, the snow-covered forest returned to its usual tranquility. Amidst a pile of wolf corpses, Spirit Snake panted, its entire body covered in blood, but finally safe. Spirit Snake dragged the demon bear's corpse while calculating. It knew it was heavily injured and needed a safe place to cultivate before the snake hunters returned. Dragging its spoils through the graveyard, it sighed, looking at the scattered human corpses. Human life is truly fragile. Suddenly, it stopped when it discovered a strange sight amidst the pile of corpses. Among the human corpses, it recognized the farmer boy's father, beside whom lay 2 hunting dogs, curled up and dead. It touched one of the dogs, its body already stiff from the cold. Both master and servant had frozen to death long ago. Looking at the 2 loyal dogs dead beside their master, Spirit Snake felt an indescribable emotion, a contradiction within itself. It decided to gather all the villagers' corpses and the 2 dogs, dragging them with its tail like a funeral carriage, telling itself that in this world, only the most cunning survive. Finding a secluded cave, it determined this was a safe place to begin its leveling process. Wasting no time, Spirit Snake immediately tore into the demon bear's corpse, feeling the abundant energy which made the divine demonic cauldron within it roar with delight. The familiar sensation returned. The divine demonic cauldron began the process of absorbing and refining the energy from the demon bear. Boom! A surge of power erupted from Spirit Snake's tail, signaling a qualitative transformation. It did it! Spirit Snake roared in delight as it successfully broke through to the third level of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Not only that, it had reached the peak of the third level, and its tail grew 10 more shimmering golden scales. Truly, great risks bring great rewards. This battle was well worth it. It even dreamed of the prospect of conquering the mountain and declaring itself king next spring, even cosplaying as Sun Wukong. That'd be awesome. 3 months later, winter ended, and spring had arrived in the forest. Spirit Snake awoke with a start in its cave, realizing spring had arrived without it noticing. Its body was now 8 feet long, and had a total of 11 golden scales. Over the past few months, not only had its body grown, but its divine sense had also strengthened, easily sweeping its surroundings and detecting 2 wild boars nearby. As soon as it left the cave, it lunged like a phantom, easily taking down the male wild boar with just 1 pounce. Just as it was about to deal with the other one, it stopped. The female wild boar was pregnant, so it decided to spare its life and only eat the male. Spirit Snake realized that if it wanted to be king of a domain, it had to know how to maintain its food source. It couldn't kill all the young. This was its new rule of survival. After the meal, Spirit Snake calculated the resources in the forest, realizing they were only enough to fill its belly, not enough for a breakthrough. It looked into the distance, deciding that to grow stronger, it had to hunt for valuable treasures. It couldn't stay in one place. It was time to return home. In the myriad Snake Valley, spring had arrived, and the entire snake colony gathered, the atmosphere beginning to heat up. The magnificent sight of Myriad Snake Valley appeared, a paradise for snakes, where life flourished and the mating season began. A small white snake coiled around Spirit Snake affectionately, making it blush in embarrassment, recalling that this was its loyal fan from way back. But its status was different now. Spirit Snake gently pushed the white snake away, muttering to itself, "I am a cultivator. You are just an ordinary snake. We don't belong together." Watching the other snakes mating, it secretly thought that it had surpassed such mundane desires. Its goal now was to cultivate and become supreme. Its gaze focused on a sacred tree, where snake fruits grew, a rare item that ripened only once every 3 years, something that would help it level up significantly. It recalled accidentally swallowing one fruit 3 years ago and awakening its spiritual intellect. Now, its goal was to consume all 3 fruits to break through to the 4th layer. Upon reaching the middle stage of the Sea of Consciousness realm, it would be able to use magical skills instead of just charging in and tearing things apart like a beast. Suddenly, a vortex of lightning appeared at the cave entrance. Spirit Snake startled, vigilant. Damn it! Someone's here to cause trouble. 2 strangers appeared, Zhao Wenjuo and a mysterious woman. Spirit Snake immediately recognized them. It's those damned snake hunters again. Zhao Wenjuo acted chivalrous, wanting to yield all the snake fruits to Senior Sister Song, but she merely said 2 fruits would be enough. The junior disciple warned about the guarding demon beast, but Senior Sister Song was extremely confident, applying real guard to his forehead and boasting that she had borrowed a powerful artifact from her master. Senior Sister Song declared coolly, saying that if the old Snake King dared to show its face, she would extract its gall to refine into a pill. Spirit Snake was furious. They wanted to steal its treasures and brought items that countered it. It hesitated whether to flee, but decided it absolutely couldn't lose these precious items. It reassured itself, recalling that it had devoured both the demon bear and the demonic eel. These snake hunters might just be small fries. Suddenly, a pungent stench assailed its nostrils. Spirit Snake frowned. What in the world is that smell? It immediately dove underwater to hide, planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for the 2 humans to tear each other apart. The 2 hunters passed by. Senior Sister Song confidently asserted that the old Snake King would definitely appear because it needed the snake fruits to prolong its life. Hearing Senior Sister Song declare its impending demise, Spirit Snake muttered furiously underwater, "Your life is about to end, and your whole family's too. I'm soaring like a kite in the wind. This old hag is spouting nonsense." The 2 snake hunters approached the brightly glowing snake fruit tree. Spirit Snake grew anxious. No time for silly thoughts. They're about to steal my treasures. Senior Sister Song suddenly signaled to stop. Wait, the old snake is about to come out. Spirit Snake flinched, its heart pounding. Damn, has it discovered me? Crack. The ground split open, and debris flew everywhere as a colossal force emerged. Zhao Wenjuo shouted, "Behind you, dodge!" A gigantic, ancient, and pitch-black python emerged from the ground. Senior Sister Song merely sneered. Just as I thought. You've come out, old black snake." Spirit Snake stared, dumbfounded, realizing that this was the legendary old Snake King, while it was merely a fake that had inadvertently usurped this boss's reputation. Senior Sister Song unleashed a talisman, muttering, "Swamp art." The old Snake King roared in fury. The old Snake King lashed its tail, creating a fierce wave. Senior Sister Song gracefully dodged the attack. Spirit Snake, underwater, panicked. Ah! They're fighting each other. The ancient python dove underwater. Despite its age and weakness, it still resisted fiercely. Spirit Snake secretly thought, this female hunter is truly skilled. Senior Sister Song gave her opponent no quarter. She hovered in the air and threw out a small bell-shaped magic treasure, soul-suppressing bell. The bell emitted a terrifying, ear-piercing sound. The old Snake King roared in pain. Zhao Wenjuo also had to cover his ears, using his wind manipulation art to maintain balance. Senior Sister Song continued her assault, launching a barrage of sharp light darts, shadowless darts. Clang, clang, clang. The darts struck the old Snake King's steel-hard scales but couldn't penetrate, only creating a few sparks. Senior Sister Song picked up a freshly shed scale, marveling, these scales are truly hard. If all of them were shed, they could definitely be forged into precious armor. Zhao Wenzuo quickly flattered. Senior Sister is truly too powerful. Senior Sister Song commanded. Junior Brother Zhao, use the Windblade Talisman for an area attack. Both coordinated their relentless assault, wearing down the ancient demon beast's strength. Spirit Snake realized that Senior Sister Song was far stronger than the small fry hunters it had encountered before. It hesitated whether to loot and run, but finally decided. Damn it, we're both snakes. I have to lend a hand. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stealthily approached the snake fruit tree. Senior Sister Song vigilantly shouted, Who's there? A burly man was gleefully digging at the base of the tree, sneering. The fisherman profits. Thanks to you hunters for holding back the Snake King. This snake fruit tree is mine. The old Snake King saw its treasure being violated and roared furiously. You scoundrel, how dare you dig up my entire tree? I'll tear you to shreds. The tree thief screamed in panic, as the tree root in his hands suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy. Ah, what the hell is this? The old Snake King roared in a frenzy, spewing a destructive stream of energy at the tree thief. Die, you beast. The energy stream swallowed both the thief and the tree root, but the old Snake King also suffered a backlash, howling in pain from the energy overload. Unable to bear it, the old Snake King spat out the entire tree root, its terrifying power scattering everything around. Spirit Snake secretly observed, thinking it had almost messed up. The energy within that tree was too terrifying. It realized the herb gatherer had melted inside the other snake's mouth, and even its divine demonic cauldron would struggle to refine just a few leaves. No time for thought, Spirit Snake shot forward, determined not to let the snake fruits fall into others' hands. Meanwhile, the old Snake King was exhausted, gasping for breath on the ground after the battle and the energy shock. Senior Sister Song and Zhao Wenjuo stood over the monster's corpse. The junior disciple flattered Senior Sister about her victory, while she searched for the tree thief. Both arrived at the spot, only to find a gaping hole. The snake fruit tree had completely vanished. Zhao Wenjuo suddenly turned hostile, pointing the spear at Senior Sister Song. If Senior Sister wanted to steal the tree, you should have just said so. Why act stealthily behind my back? Senior Sister Song was stunned by the shameless accusation, not expecting her junior brother to dare slander her. The two sides began to argue, Senior Sister Song denying everything, while Spirit Snake gleefully watched the show. Excellent, keep tearing each other apart. Zhao Wenjuo pulled out a teleportation jade token from the snake-catching sect, intending to summon their master to arbitrate. Whoosh! A hand suddenly grabbed Zhao Wenjuo's wrist, preventing him from activating the jade token. A senior brother protector with a scar on his face appeared, coldly announcing, Master knows where you are, and sent me to protect you in secret. Senior Sister Song asked if Senior Brother Protector had taken the plant. He denied it, saying the enemy was very cunning and had used a mortal to dig it up. The Senior Brother Protector's eyes flashed as he explained that because the thief was a mortal, they left no spiritual energy traces to track. He had to use a tracking spell on the footprints, but the traces immediately vanished into thin air. Zhao Wenchuo was bewildered, but the Senior Brother Protector confidently declared, Don't worry, I will find them. Hiding in a hole, Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing of the other man's sixth refinement realm cultivation, thinking, this time, Eve run into serious trouble. While hiding, Spirit Snake suddenly froze as it caught an exquisite scent, confident that even a peak Chi refinement master would struggle to find it. Damn it. It turns out the snake fruit tree has ripened, emitting a strong spiritual aura. On the surface, the scarred Senior Brother Protector confirmed it was the scent of the snake fruit tree. He roared, then plunged both hands into the ground, channeling his energy to cast a tracking spell. I have to swallow the whole plant and get out of here. Spirit Snake decided to take a risk, opening its mouth wide and devouring the entire root. Inside its body, the divine demonic cauldron began to roar, operating at full capacity to refine the energy from the plant. Refine faster, faster. The Senior Brother Protector sensed movement underground. He sneered. Not bad. Your earth evasion art is not inferior to mine. He licked his lips confidently. But your cultivation level doesn't matter. As long as you're not in the foundation establishment stage, the magic treasure master left behind is enough to finish you off, he declared firmly. His eyes blazed with fire, and he roared with killing intent. Dare to steal from my snake-catching sect, you must be tired of living. Spirit Snake, swimming through the earth, was scared stiff. It urged the divine demonic cauldron, hurry up, or we'll both be finished. As if understanding its master's intent, the divine demonic cauldron opened its furnace mouth wide, spewing out a stream of pure golden energy. The golden energy spread throughout its body. Spirit Snake felt its fangs and muscles growing wildly, a new version about to break free from its cocoon. Boom! Spirit Snake burst from the ground and shot into the sky, shedding its skin on the spot. Officially breaking through to the Sea of Consciousness realm, 4th layer, sending the Senior Brother Protector flying. The Senior Brother Protector flipped in midair, his face changing color as he realized the one he had been chasing was not a cultivator, but a snake. He was stunned to see the snake, having just broken through, already knew how to use stratagems to lure enemies, holding the entire root in its mouth. Even Foundation Establishment stage demon beasts don't have this level of intelligence. This creature cannot be killed, it must be captured alive and brought back to the sect for study, he decided, lunging straight for the plump prey. Spirit Snake felt its new power, with more golden scales growing on its tail, its speed and strength soaring. It was confident it would escape this time. The Senior Brother Protector unleashed a magic treasure, a dazzling golden hoop that made Spirit Snake freeze. This guy has a magic treasure too? Go, high-grade spirit treasure, he roared, and the hoop shot out, forming a rope of light that tightened towards Spirit Snake with terrifying pressure. Spirit Snake gnashed its fangs, knowing that taking this hit meant certain death. It roared, "Get lost." Whoosh! Spirit Snake's tail lashed directly at the golden hoop, but merely bounced off. It realized its golden scales couldn't break it, nor even push it back. The Senior Brother Protector sneered, boasting loudly, "This is a high-grade spirit treasure. Even a late Foundation Establishment stage demon beast would have to surrender." Spirit Snake bared its fangs, its eyes flashing with madness. "A magic treasure controlled by divine sense? Then I'll just swallow you whole." The Senior Brother Protector arrogantly scoffed. "Naive. This treasure has been refined by my divine sense. It cannot be broken. Unless a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator intervenes, you're just a small fry." The golden hoop tightened, slamming Spirit Snake against the rock wall. It decided, "If I can't break your divine sense, then I'll just imprison your physical body." Gulp. Spirit Snake opened its mouth and swallowed the entire golden hoop, thinking, "Damn, that hurts. Good thing I have thick skin and flesh. I just need to hold on." The Senior Brother Protector's eyes widened and his mouth hung open. He roared, "Demon, how dare you eat my magic treasure?" Spirit Snake bolted, ignoring his shouts to get his item back. Half an hour later, the chase continued in the dark cave. The Senior Brother Protector unleashed his earth evasion art, relentlessly pursuing, cursing, "You wretched beast." He was furious at being led around by the nose, by this cunning demon beast in the cramped cave for so long. Spirit Snake ran while feeling the magic treasure wreaking havoc in its belly. It knew it didn't have much energy left to waste. The Senior Brother Protector roared, demanding his item back. But Spirit Snake had a plan. The best way to deal with a human cultivator is to draw them into close combat, but he keeps attacking from a distance. Spirit Snake realized this distance was safe in the opponent's eyes, so it pretended to slow down, to lure him into complacency. The Senior Brother Protector was delighted to see his prey slow down, thinking it was out of breath. "You swallowed my rope, so I'll cut you open." He channeled his energy and roared, "Heed my command, Heavenly Wind Blade. This is my chance." Spirit Snake suddenly turned its head, lunging forward like an arrow. The Senior Brother Protector froze. What? The Heavenly Wind Blade can tear apart mid-Foundation Establishment stage demon beasts, yet it didn't injure it? What kind of monstrous scales are these? Cornered, he drew a wavy short sword. Snake-slaying sword. "Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Killing intent erupted, and he growled. "I originally intended to capture you alive, but since you wish to die, don't blame me. This sword has never been unsheathed, but it has slain countless snakes." A massive sword chi, in the shape of a dragon, shot straight at Spirit Snake. He roared, "To die by this sword is your honor." Senior Brother Protector was stunned when his fine sword struck the snake's head, only to spark. He stammered, "How can this be? You, a mere novice, dare to cut my scales?" Spirit Snake roared, delivering a heaven-shattering tail whip that sent Senior Brother Protector flying like a top. He scrambled to his feet, his beloved sword shattered, himself exhausted and injured despite having used all his strength. Spirit Snake slowly advanced, its domineering aura making the hunter break out in a cold sweat, realizing he had poked a hornet's nest. A young dragon! Senior Brother Protector's face paled, his mind racing. with only one thought. He had to run immediately. Fortunately, he discovered a hole in the cave ceiling. This was his only way out. Whoosh! He used a wind spell to shoot up towards the exit, determined to report this shocking news to his master. While flying smoothly upwards, he was suddenly tightly wrapped by an old snakeskin, his escape plan ruined. That was the skin Spirit Snake had shed during its previous power breakthrough. A perfect trap. Senior Brother Protector was utterly terrified, realizing he had been led by the nose by this intelligent monster from beginning to end. This beast had calculated everything. Spirit Snake lunged up from below, its wide maw ready to swallow him. Outside the cave, Senior Sister Song and Zhao Wenjuo flinched upon hearing Senior Brother Protector's desperate scream, sensing something ominous. In that moment of life and death, Senior Brother Protector threw out an explosive talisman, causing a terrifying explosion right at the cave entrance. The force of the explosion propelled him outwards, his face ashen. He yelled, warning his companions, "Run quickly, there's a young dragon down there." Hearing the words young dragon, Zhao Wenzuo panicked and dragged Senior Sister Song away, muttering that encountering a terrifying nascent soul-level creature would only lead to death. "Senior Sister, let's run in the opposite direction." The disciple decided to betray his senior brother to save his own life. Spirit Snake slowly emerged from the dust, seemingly annoyed at being tricked, and was determined not to let its prey escape. Senior Brother Protector ran for his life, confident that he was about to escape the valley and that the monster couldn't catch up. Who knew that as soon as he ran out of the gorge, he would crash straight into Spirit Snake's wide-open mouth, which had been waiting there all along. The hunter was corroded by digestive fluids, melting amidst desperate screams. This was truly over. The black-clad cultivator lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body foaming from the poison, cursing angrily. "Damn it! Can a snake still spit venom after its head is cut off?" He hastily swallowed an antidote pill, while Spirit Snake was already right behind him, causing him extreme panic. Out of options, he had no choice but to pull out his last trump card, a top-grade Spirit Jade originally meant for cultivation. He crushed the Spirit Jade, and the explosive energy helped him accelerate and flee, still cursing at the snake's terrifying speed. Spirit Snake was furious, determined not to let its prey escape, and made a painful decision to tear off its own golden scales. Whoosh! Two razor-sharp golden scales tore through the air like a pair of flying daggers, carrying an overwhelming killing intent. The black-clad cultivator was still running headlong, completely unaware that death was at his neck. Trying to run? Slash! A golden scale pierced straight into his chest. "You're definitely dead today, my friend." The black-clad cultivator couldn't believe his eyes, only managing to utter a desperate no. The remaining golden scales embedded themselves all over his body, black blood splattering, completely ending the enemy's life. Spirit Snake panted, looking at the motionless corpse and telling itself that he must be dead, but still suspiciously feared he might be faking it. To be safe, it used its tail to smash the corpse to prevent any revival, muttering regretfully about the scales, wondering if they would grow back. "Never mind, I'll devour this corpse first," hoping to recover a bit. Wait, it discovered his storage bag. It must be full of good stuff inside. Spirit Snake used its spiritual sense to attack, erasing the former owner's imprint to make the bag its own. Suddenly, an old voice echoed in its mind. "Little one, live well." Spirit Snake recognized it as the old Snake King's voice. Its vague memories began to clear. Memories returned to 3 years ago, in Myriad Snake's Valley, where a snake fruit tree bore 2 ripe fruits. The scent of the snake fruit had turned the valley into a bloody battlefield, thousands of snakes tearing at each other to contend for it. Amidst the chaos, the old Snake King appeared with an overwhelming aura, forcing all snakes to prostrate themselves. He then bestowed upon it a snake fruit, creating the Spirit Snake of today. Spirit Snake recalled that snakes were inherently selfish and cruel, willing to slaughter their own kind for survival. But in the old Snake King's eyes, it only saw gentleness, not a trace of cold-bloodedness, which was puzzling. Immersed in memories of the old Snake King's sacrifice, sadness gradually accumulated in Spirit Snake's heart. The sadness quickly turned into hatred. It gritted its teeth and swore to make the snake hunters pay a heavy price. Returning to reality, Spirit Snake found an empty patch of land and began stacking stones. It decided to imitate humans, building a simple stone grave to commemorate the old Snake King, hoping he would be reborn as a human in his next life. Spirit Snake muttered. It had understood the old Snake King's intention. Seniors must care for the next generation, and it promised to inherit that legacy when it was strong enough. But currently, it was still too weak, and with the hunters having tracked them all the way to Myriad Snake's Valley, this place was no longer safe. Just as it was about to leave, Spirit Snake unexpectedly discovered a figure slumped on the ground. It was Senior Sister Song, who had escaped earlier. Its instinct told it to devour her to make its golden scales grow faster, but its reason warned that this could be a trap. A small snake was slithering on Senior Sister Song, making Spirit Snake even more suspicious and hesitant to act greedily. It suddenly remembered that junior disciple who had tricked and killed senior brother protector, and also the head of old Snake King placed at the cave entrance. All of it was orchestrated by that man. While it was pondering, another snake suddenly lunged, bit senior sister Song, and began to swallow her, startling Spirit Snake, which cried out to stop it. Boom! That snake exploded into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Spirit Snake realized this was indeed a trap set by an extremely terrifying enemy. On a high rock outcrop, the vengeful man looked down, muttering that with the explosion, senior sister Song must be dead, and he would avenge his family. The vengeful man knelt before a tomb, hatefully listing a death list and swearing not to spare any disciple of Chen Daoling. He grabbed a small green snake, declaring it was time to return. Standing outside Myriad Snake Valley, he was confident that Chen Daoling would soon come looking for him. The man let the snake bite his shoulder, deciding to use himself as bait to lure the target snake to devour him. The vengeful man was crawling on the ground, covered in blood, weakly calling for his master to save his life. Half an hour later, another disciple rushed over to report, "Master, senior brother protector is nowhere to be found. Senior sister Song is dead. The junior disciple is still alive." Chen Daoling, the master of the disciples, supported the dying man and ordered him to shut up, while another disciple hastily shoved an antidote pill into his mouth. Chen Daoling roared with indignation, swearing to find the demon beast that had killed his two disciples and flay its skin as a sacrifice to the gods. Meanwhile, Spirit Snake had safely returned to its lair on Iron Bear Mountain, breathing a sigh of relief that the snake hunters would be busy in Myriad Snake Valley. It carefully replanted the snake fruit tree, hoping this precious plant would survive in its new environment. Next was the loot. Spirit Snake emptied the contents of Senior Brother Protector's storage bag, finding a pile of elixirs and dried rations, enough for it to cultivate for some time. It discovered a book titled Myriad Snake Compendium, a collection of information about various snake species. Flipping through the book, it was delighted to learn it belonged to the dark yin snake species, a type with innate venom and fire techniques, deadly to the touch. But its joy was short-lived as it read that a snake demon, even after cultivating to the Foundation Establishment realm, was still beheaded by some old ancestor with a single sword strike, making it realize it was still small fry. Determined to become stronger, it immediately swept its divine sense over a jade slip and discovered a treasure trove of magic arts. 5 elements fireball, water blast, earth evasion. Excellent, it thought. With my intelligence, I can definitely learn these. A month later, a small bird perched on a branch heard a shout, earth evasion. Spirit Snake was practicing underground. Its burrowing speed had greatly increased, and more golden scales had grown on its tail, leaving a nearby mole bewildered. Now, with its earth evasion skill combined with its steel-hard golden tail for digging, its speed had doubled, making it confident that those small fry snake hunters stood no chance of catching it. It emerged from the ground, its stomach rumbling with hunger. The energy from the snake fruit was only enough for one cleansing move, but that was sufficient as a trump card. Spotting a pheasant nearby, Spirit Snake wasted no words, opened its mouth, and spat out a fireball, roasting its prey on the spot. While enjoying its meal, it discovered countless wolf tracks near its lair and became highly vigilant. A gigantic spirit wolf, its entire body radiating blue spiritual energy, suddenly lunged. This was clearly no ordinary wolf. Spirit Snake didn't flinch. It tensed its body, accumulating electrical energy, and roared, "Beast taming art," declaring that today was the day it would take in its first disciple. Spirit Wolf roared. Blue spiritual energy erupted, preparing to tear the enemy apart. Spirit Snake threw out the beast taming ring, boasting, "Little wolf, you can't escape this ring." Restrained by the ring, the domineering Spirit Wolf was immediately forced face down onto the ground, howling miserably. "Come here," Spirit Snake commanded, the ring dragging the giant wolf like a toy. Spirit Wolf's claws were forced onto Spirit Snake's body. It whimpered weakly, completely losing its majestic appearance. Spirit Snake made the poor wolf play dead, then thought smugly to itself, "Hey, this ring is quite interesting." Now, Spirit Wolf had become a splendid mount, carrying Spirit Snake through the forest at terrifying speed. Standing atop the waterfall, Spirit Snake used its divine sense to scan the entire territory, checking resources and satisfied with its self-sufficient plan. Suddenly, it smelled a familiar scent, and realized the white snake from 10,000 Snakes Valley had followed it all the way here. Spirit Snake assessed the white snake, noting it hadn't yet become a demon beast, its intelligence still nascent. In terms of seniority, it was only fit to be a junior sister. The white snake intimately coiled around Spirit Snake, making it slightly embarrassed. "Hey, there are many people here, don't do anything improper." Seeing Spirit Wolf growl threateningly at the junior sister, Spirit Snake patted its head and ordered, "Hey, don't scare her. Smile." The wolf's smile was even more terrifying than its growl. Spirit Snake was speechless and decided to set conditions for removing the ring. First, be my subordinate. Second, patrol the mountains, Fail, and you die. Spirit Snake issued an ultimatum, and Spirit Wolf obediently nodded. As soon as the ring was removed, Spirit Wolf joyfully rushed to lick its big brother, making Spirit Snake shout, "Don't lick me!" Spirit Snake led the white snake into its lair on Tiathung Son and declared, "Snowy, from now on, this is your home." It promised to teach the white snake to cultivate next to the snake fruit tree, ensuring it would never have to worry about hunger. Meanwhile, in 10,000 Snakes Valley, Zhao Wenjuo was using a magical compass to track the demon beast. Master Chen Daoling dismissed the talk of a young dragon, believing it was merely a demon snake with some intelligence, certainly not a true dragon. Zhao Wenjuo's compass suddenly glowed, and he exclaimed, "Found it! It's on the mountain ahead." Chen Daoling ordered his disciples, "Split up and search the mountain. If you find the demon snake, report to me immediately." Zhao Wenjuo ventured alone into the damp forest. He sensed the demonic aura of a snake nearby. Suddenly, a giant wolf bared its jagged teeth, let out a growl, and blocked his path. An entire wolf pack led by the spirit wolf rushed out from the shadows, howling loudly and pouncing on Zhao Wenjuo. Zhao Wenjuo frowned as he smelled the demon snake's scent on the spirit wolf. He circulated his cultivation, and purple spiritual energy erupted fiercely. "You fools who don't know your place, are you seeking death?" he roared, directly confronting the charging spirit wolf. Zhao Wenjuo unleashed a lightning seal, and massive purple lightning bolts struck down, sweeping away the small wolves in an instant. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Spirit Wolf turned and fled, but Zhao Wenjuo snarled, "Running? Die." Spirit Wolf ran for its life, with only one thought in its mind. "This guy is too strong. I must report to Spirit Snake." From midair, Zhao Wenjuo launched another lightning seal, striking directly at the Spirit Wolf, fleeing in panic. In the cave, Spirit Snake, dozing beside Snowy, was startled by Spirit Wolf's miserable howl. Sensing something amiss, Spirit Snake instructed Snowy to stay in the cave and guard the snake fruit tree, deciding to go out alone to lure the enemy away. Standing atop the mountain, Spirit Snake unleashed its divine sense to scan the entire area, assessing the strength of this group of hunters. Spirit Snake's and Zhao Wenjuo's divine senses clashed fiercely. The hunter smirked triumphantly. "Humph, I've found you." Zhao Wenzuo realized the demon snake was only at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness realm. He decided to secretly send a message to his master before dealing with the prey himself. Seeing its target flee, Zhao Wenzuo immediately gave chase, thinking to himself that this demon beast was not only strong but also very cunning, knowing how to feign weakness to deceive its enemies. He shouted loudly, full of arrogance, "Pretending to be weak? I'm the master of that trick too. A 6th refinement realm cultivator like me can kill you with ease." Spirit Snake was speechless, thinking to itself, "Is this guy an idiot? Saying he doesn't need his master's help is practically telling me his old boss is coming, isn't it?" Ignoring him, Spirit Snake used the earth evasion art to dive straight into the ground, deciding to play cat and mouse with the loudmouth. Zhao Wenchuo was furious when he saw his prey suddenly accelerate. He roared, "You beast! Where do you think you're going?" The hunter began to panic, unleashing a lightning seal burst to tear up the ground. But Spirit Snake merely sneered, thinking to itself, "The power of this magic treasure is only half of my fireball." Zhao Wenjuo used the earth travel art to pursue underground, shouting for revenge for his junior brother and challenging Spirit Snake to a solo fight without magic treasures. Spirit Snake smirked, continuing to bait him, calculating that the guy was about to run out of strength and would have nowhere left to run. Suddenly, Spirit Snake made a 180-degree turn, charging straight at Zhao Wenzuo, catching him off guard and making him turn pale with surprise. Zhao Wenchuo panicked as he saw his prey charging, hastily unleashing a lightning seal to block its path, shouting, "Don't underestimate me." Spirit Snake used the gravity art and threw out a golden shield talisman, easily shattering the hunter's lightning seal attack. A terrifying explosion sent both of them flying, scattering earth and rocks. Zhao Wenjuo scrambled to his feet, sighing in relief that he had fortunately used the recoil of the lightning seal to narrowly escape. But from above, Spirit Snake was already waiting, spitting out a black flame fireball directly at his face. The hunter hastily activated his protective jade pendant, but realized it was misaligned and couldn't shield his entire body. Black flame engulfed Zhao Wenzuo, making him scream miserably in the sea of fire. Spirit Snake recalled why its fireball had grown stronger. It had found the earth fire vine, a type of fire element spiritual herb, while protecting it from a demonic wolf. The explosion from the fireball created a gigantic pillar of fire in the forest, incinerating everything. Amidst the ashes, Zhao Wenchuo miraculously survived thanks to a jade pendant but had lost an arm. Spirit Snake picked up his storage bag and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Just then, his master appeared, descending from the sky after hearing his disciple, Mulei's cries for help. Spirit Snake clicked its tongue. Perfect timing. Then decided to flee, knowing this opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with. Chen Daoling threw a golden elixir to Mu Lei, ordering him to heal himself and meet him after he dealt with the demonic beast. The master gnashed his teeth in anger, vowing to capture the demonic snake alive and use its corpse as a sacrifice for his disciple's lost arm. Chen Daoling unleashed his divine sense in pursuit. Spirit Snake felt the terrifying surge of power and killing intent, guessing the old man's cultivation was at least peak qi condensation. Even knowing its opponent was stronger, Spirit Snake realized the old man was boasting too soon. It immediately used the earth evasion technique to burrow underground, deciding that fleeing was the best course of action. Chen Daoling swept his divine sense around, discovering his prey was burrowing underground and showing surprise. This snake even learned the earth evasion technique? How strange. Underground, Spirit Snake was running headlong, wondering how a snake like itself could be so intelligent. Just as the thought ended, it slammed into a layer of rigid granite. Its earth evasion technique was nullified, leaving it speechless at its self-sabotaging move. Seeing the old man closing in right behind it, Spirit Snake had no choice but to surface. The old man roared, "Stop, you won't escape today." Whoosh! Spirit Snake burst out of the ground, realizing it was on a cliff face, and a plan to turn the tables flashed in its mind. Chen Daoling immediately broke through the earth and emerged, roaring in anger. "Beast, where do you think you're going?" Before the old man could collect himself, the entire cliff face above began to collapse, boulders raining down. He was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Crushed by every falling rock, Chen Daoling had to strain and channel his energy, shouting, "Golden body, protection," to create a golden defensive barrier. Seeing how incredibly tough the old man's defensive spiritual artifact was, Spirit Snake decided to go all out. If I can't crush him, I'll blow him up. Explosive talismans, activate. After half an hour of explosive detonations, the entire cliff had completely collapsed, burying Chen Daoling under a massive pile of rocks. The old man could only roar in helplessness. "Beast!" Chen Daoling tried to push the rocks away, but it was useless. Even his earth evasion technique was nullified. He bitterly realized he had been trapped by the snake. Cornered, the old man decided to fight to the death, pulling out an ancestral treasure to turn the tables. He swallowed the divine power berserk pill left by his ancestors, accepting the sacrifice of 20 years of his lifespan to force a breakthrough in power to the Foundation Establishment realm. Boom! Dark energy erupted, and Chen Daoling successfully broke through to the first layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, his hair turning white, his aura soaring to the heavens. The old man gnashed his teeth, holding a scale from Spirit Snake. "Beast, you dared to force me to use a secret art that sacrifices 20 years of my lifespan. I've collected your demonic aura. You can't escape now." Using the wind manipulation technique, the buffed version of Chen Daoling shattered the pile of rocks and shot straight into the sky, vowing to skin the snake and pull out its tendons. Feeling the terrifying killing intent and speed of the old man after his forbidden buff, Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat, knowing it was about to be doomed. Chen Daoling roared in pursuit, while Spirit Snake was running headlong towards the nearby river. The old man unleashed his move. Gravity technique. An invisible gravitational force seized Spirit Snake, pulling it back in midair. It realized this was the power of the gravity technique from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Crushed to the ground, Spirit Snake cursed the hypocritical old man under its breath, knowing its chances of survival were slim this time. Crushed flat, Spirit Snake resentfully launched its golden scales in a counterattack, roaring, "Die, old man!" Chen Daoling sneered, disdaining this childish toy. But the real deal was different. The golden scales tore through the old man's gravity technique, shooting straight towards their target. The golden scales pierced through Chen Daoling's protective shield, leaving him stunned, unable to understand why this crappy weapon could penetrate his armor. Seizing the golden opportunity, Spirit Snake used the water evasion technique to plunge straight into the river, leaving the fuming old man on the bank. Underwater, Spirit Snake realized it couldn't hide forever. It remembered its only refuge, the mountain god temple. It believed the mountain god would protect it. Spirit Snake swam headlong towards the ancient temple on the mountain. Its last hope. Chen Daoling was no pushover either, tracking the trail all the way to the mountain god temple. The old man muttered, suspecting the cunning snake was setting a trap. Inside, Spirit Snake pleaded with the mountain god for its life, while Chen Daoling stood outside, roaring for it to come out and die. It was determined to fight to the bitter end if it didn't receive help. Losing patience, the old man furiously threw explosive talismans, destroying the entire temple. "You won't come out, huh? Then I'll smash this temple." Suddenly, a surge of dark energy billowed up from the rubble, enveloping the startled Spirit Snake. A gigantic, shadowy entity emerged from the shattered statue, roaring, "What foolish mortal dares to desecrate a divine statue and provoke me?" Chen Daoling turned pale with fear, realizing this was the primordial spirit of a legendary ancient monster. He immediately turned around and fled for his life. Just then, Muley, the disciple, ran up, shouting, "Master, I'm here to help you." Chen Daoling was overjoyed, not at being saved, but at finding a sacrifice. He used the gravity technique to seize the bewildered Muley. The old man screamed tragically, throwing his disciple straight towards the shadowy monster. "Forgive me, help Master block it," the shadowy monster coldly declared. "Fools," then devoured Muley's soul in an instant. While the monster was busy dealing with his disciple, Chen Daoling tore a teleportation talisman, a divine movement talisman, to make a quick escape. But this monster was too powerful. A long-range attack pierced through space, shattering Chen Daoling's chest. The old man coughed up blood, his face filled with fury, gnashing his teeth and vowing not to spare that lucky beast. Meanwhile, the shadowy entity looked at Muley's corpse and mused. This body isn't bad either. Spirit Snake sighed in relief. The young one bit the dust, the old one fled in a hurry. This bet was spot on. This heavenly demon is truly genuine. Suddenly, Zhao Wenzuo's charred corpse moved, an evil spirit possessing it, startling Spirit Snake. What the hell? Is he faking his death? Zhao Wenzuo's scorched face turned, his eyes empty but filled with killing intent, a gruesome smile appearing. The spirit in Zhao Wenzuo's corpse roared, "You think you can fool me?" Fireball. Then it launched a giant fireball towards Spirit Snake to burn it to ashes. After clearing the remnants, Spirit Snake picked up a rib bone from the mountain god statue, silently thanking it. "Thank you for your protection. I will come to worship you every year." The shadowy entity suddenly materialized, roaring disdainfully. "Worship my ass, you pea-brained brute," startling Spirit Snake. The heavenly demon poked Spirit Snake's head, its voice filled with anger. "You damned beast, do you know you just ruined my plan?" The heavenly demon issued an ultimatum, its tone beyond joking. "Go find me a body within 30 minutes. Otherwise, I will curse you to never reincarnate." It continued to make demands. "Hurry up, and don't bring back any trashy corpses. I want someone young, strong, handsome, and preferably a cultivator." Frightened pale, Spirit Snake hastily promised. "I promise to find you someone to your liking." Then it shot off like an arrow. The heavenly demon muttered to itself, its primordial soul rapidly dissipating and in urgent need of a body, while a mouse stealthily appeared near Zhao Wenzuo's ashes. With no other choice, the shadowy entity lunged, seizing the unfortunate mouse. The mouse now sat cross-legged, exuding the aura of an overlord. "I, the heavenly demon who has wandered for centuries, have never encountered a beast as troublesome as you. Damn it, why did I enlighten such a thing?" The heavenly demon began recounting its bitter past. Hunted centuries ago, only a wisp of its primordial soul remained, forced to hide within the mountain god statue to survive. Recalling the first time it was disrupted, it intended to possess a man, but the naive snake at the time swallowed both the man and a part of its soul, inadvertently gaining enlightenment. The second time was no better. It targeted a Chiu family member, but the more cunning snake rushed in and devoured the corpse, even stealing another part of its soul. And the peak of its vexation, it had found a perfect body in Chen Daoling. But that idiot spirit snake burned the corpse to ashes. Back in the present, the heavenly demon in the mouse's form was still fuming. "You damned beast, just you wait. Let's see what kind of corpse it finds for me." Meanwhile, Spirit Snake was frantically searching, unaware that the overlord back home was hoping it would bring back some quality goods from the village to choose from. Spirit Snake finally found a place full of corpses, but it cried out in alarm. "Why are they all just bones? These corpses are useless." Spirit Snake was frantically searching, fearfully thinking of the heavenly demon's curse, when it suddenly heard a sound, and a glimmer of hope appeared. "Are they burying corpses?" It spotted a giant black wolf vigorously digging and was horrified. "Heavens, is it eating corpses? How ferocious!" The creature turned, revealing the face of a ferocious demonic wolf, its eyes glowing red, demonic energy soaring to the sky. The demonic wolf opened the coffin lid. Inside was the corpse of a young, handsome, robust man, a perfect vessel. The demonic wolf sniffed out the stranger, glancing towards Spirit Snake hiding behind the rock, thinking, "A demonic snake? Fresh meat, indeed." Spirit Snake realized the demonic wolf's target wasn't the corpse. Reflected in its eyes, it saw the monster staring intently at itself. The demonic wolf growled, drooling, confirming its new prey was Spirit Snake. "Help! Murder! The demonic snake is after me." Spirit Snake ran for its life as the demonic wolf charged like a black whirlwind. Spirit Snake suddenly stopped, its eyes gleaming with a bold idea. This wolf has sentience. Not only is it strong and handsome, but it's also an intelligent demonic beast. It looked at the charging demonic wolf and decided, "There's no better vessel than you." A golden hoop shot out from Spirit Snake, shouting, "Beast taming ring." The demonic wolf was tightly bound by the golden hoop, barking furiously, while Spirit Snake acted superior. "Shut up, follow me." The demonic wolf suddenly begged for its life, but Spirit Snake coldly replied, "Silence. Heavenly Demon Lord wants to meet you. That is your honor." Meanwhile, the heavenly demon in the mouse's form paced anxiously. This mouse body was about to give out. Spirit Snake returned gleefully, reporting grandly, "Heavenly Demon Lord, I have brought you a perfect body." It proudly showed off its prize, the strong, handsome, demonic wolf, meeting all criteria, but the mouse merely stared in silence. Suddenly, the heavenly demon roared in fury, its evil soul escaping the mouse. "You damned beast, why won't you die?" The heavenly demon's soul lunged straight towards Spirit Snake, screaming, "Time's up. If that's the case, instead of possessing a wolf, it'll just take your body, you fool." A swirling vortex of black-blue soul energy roared its final command. "Give me your body." Under the terrifying pressure of the heavenly demon's soul, Spirit Snake's body began to crack, its scales shattering. The heavenly demon roared in vexation when it couldn't possess Spirit Snake's body. What? Repelled? Impossible. Try again. The heavenly demon's soul screamed, while the demonic wolf watched. "You damned beast, stop resisting." The heavenly demon was speechless because Spirit Snake's divine sense was too formidable. Damn it. Why is its divine sense so strong? Every time I try to possess it, I get kicked out. Suddenly, the heavenly demon sensed a familiar aura emanating from the demonic wolf. It immediately recognized a good find. Could it be that this black wolf has the body of a demon? Having identified a new target, the heavenly demon's soul plunged straight into the demonic wolf's body. That's right. A demonic body, just like in my golden age. The demonic wolf's memories surfaced, showing it had eaten offerings and dug up graves to gain sentience and become a demon. Meanwhile, in reality, the demonic wolf was still struggling against the beast-taming ring. "This ridiculous ring cannot bind me." Seeing the beast-taming ring was useless, Spirit Snake decided fleeing was the best option. But the possessed demonic wolf spoke up to stop it. "Stop right there," the heavenly demon in the wolf's form declared. "Seeing that you have provided me with a suitable body, I have decided to accept you as my disciple." He put on an air of superiority, demanding Spirit Snake acknowledge him as master. Becoming a disciple of the wandering heavenly demon is a great honor. "Come, accept me as your master," Spirit Snake asked in confusion, only for heavenly demon to laugh in his face. "Heavenly demon? When did I ever say I was the mountain god? I merely borrowed that statue temporarily. You were the one who misunderstood." Realizing he had been tricked, Spirit Snake was furious. "Damn it. So the mountain god I've been praying to is actually a swindler. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Heavenly demon scoffed at the concept of retribution, believing it to be merely a lie for the weak. He pointed at the demonic wolf's body, declaring that a grave robber, one who fears neither gods nor Buddhas, is the true inner self a heavenly demon should possess. Spirit Snake recalled an old lesson about beasts straying from their pack being devoured, feeling his own situation was truly dire. The two proceeded into the Tziong mountain range. Spirit Snake impatiently urged Heavenly Demon, who was leisurely following behind. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," he snapped. "This is my territory. Who allowed you to follow me? I am not your disciple." But Heavenly Demon calmly asked about the nearby cave. Exhausted from being unable to shake off the fake master, Spirit Snake recalled his golden age, when even a white spirit wolf had to bring goats as tribute to him. The white spirit wolf roared at Heavenly Demon, who was in the form of a black demonic wolf. "You bastard! I am your master's senior brother. Where is your respect?" The white spirit wolf continued to provoke, turning its rear towards Heavenly Demon. "Wolves eat meat, but dogs eat the Wolf King. Let it eat its own kind." Insulted, Heavenly Demon furiously lunged and tore at the white spirit wolf, while Spirit Snake could only watch. The white spirit wolf easily pinned down Spirit Snake, growling, "Disciple, do you know the consequences of disrespecting me?" Heavenly Demon nonchalantly replied, "I wasn't disrespectful. Dogs just like to eat." Heavenly Demon smirked. "Oh? So you admit you're my disciple now, do you?" Spirit Snake was seething with rage, speechless. Heavenly Demon laid his cards on the table, recalling the scene where Spirit Snake had kowtowed to an ordinary man. "You once knelt before him. The truth cannot be changed. I am your master, accept it." Back in the present, Heavenly Demon burst into delighted laughter as he dodged Spirit Snake's underwater attack. "Ha ha ha. It's been so long since I've had this much fun." In a secret cave, a beautiful white snake was cultivating, her entire body radiating pure spiritual energy. Spirit Snake clutched Zhao Wenshuo's storage bag tightly, as Heavenly Demon curled his lip. "Just a bunch of trash, yet you treat it like treasure. I wouldn't even want it." Inside the bag were an alchemy furnace, a few miscellaneous items, and a glowing blue stone. Spirit Snake wondered, "What is this stone for?" Heavenly Demon's eyes lit up, saliva dripping as he recognized it as a spirit stone, and immediately lunged to snatch it. Spirit Snake snapped, "You cunning dog! You just said you didn't want it. Caught red-handed, Heavenly Demon pretended to turn away, but his tail wagged furiously. Humph, I was just curious to take a look. No interest at all. In the cave, the white snake seemed very interested in the alchemy furnace, and was studying the jade slips on alchemy techniques. Spirit Snake began practicing the gravity technique, recalling how the old man Chen Daoling used it for long-range attacks, and was determined to master this move. The white spirit wolf brought back a boar cub as tribute. Spirit Snake thought gleefully, having a disciple bring food right to my mouth every day isn't bad. Spirit Snake was devouring the wild boar, praising it as tastier than goat meat, when Heavenly Demon appeared and scoffed. Disciple, if you keep eating these ordinary beasts, you'll only break through in the year of the donkey. Heavenly Demon sat perched on a tree branch, putting on an air of superiority. Food like that, even a dog would turn its nose up at it. He began lecturing. Fool, you must eat demonic beasts and gather spiritual herbs to improve. Spirit Snake retorted. Easy for you to say. There are no demonic beasts around here. Spirit Snake glared at the white spirit wolf, who was hanging its head. If we're talking about demonic beasts, there's only the Wolf King, but eating it wouldn't increase my cultivation much. It's better to keep it for errands. Heavenly Demon sneered, showing off a storage ring. That's your problem. Let me show you yesterday's spoils and today's lunch. Heavenly Demon tossed out a Spirit Sea Realm spiritual-tailed chicken, boasting of his achievement. This is a spiritual fowl from a nearby sect, much tastier than a wild boar. I conveniently snatched 2 of them. Spirit Snake frantically used earth evasion to burrow into the ground, shouting, Are you crazy? You weren't followed, were you? But Heavenly Demon confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, I've erased all traces. Heavenly Demon began plucking the chicken, praising, Let's see how tender and juicy this chicken is. While Spirit Snake curiously poked his head up to watch, he snapped his fingers, and a flame erupted on his claws, preparing for a supreme barbecue. The chicken was roasted golden brown, fat sizzling. Heavenly Demon began to tempt. Disciple, craving it? If you want to eat, exchange it for spirit stones. The enticing aroma was so strong that the white snake cultivating in the cave also woke up, poking her head out to sniff. Spirit Snake drooled profusely, but still tried to act tough. You want spirit stones? Dream on. I'd rather starve to death than eat your chicken. Heavenly Demon sneered, showing off his sharp fangs. My disciple truly has spirit. Such crispy skin and juicy fat. Well then, just sit there and watch me eat. He tore off a piece of meat, and hot grease splattered onto Spirit Snake's face, making him jump. In a flash, Heavenly Demon had gnawed the meat clean, leaving only the bone, and even gave it a satisfied kiss. He tossed the bone to Spirit Snake, the white snake, and the white spirit wolf, then continued to provoke. Are you really not going to eat? While Spirit Snake imagined himself gnawing on a delicious chicken leg. Furious, Spirit Snake spat a black fireball towards Heavenly Demon, but he dodged it, then hawked. Don't be mad. This chicken could sell for at least 3 spirit stones. You'd make a huge profit. Spirit Snake retorted. Then why don't you sell it yourself? Do you take me for a fool? Heavenly Demon replied while chewing. I'm currently a dog. It's quite inconvenient. Heavenly Demon put on a mysterious air, pointing behind Spirit Snake. Don't believe me? Why don't you turn around and see? Spirit Snake turned around and was completely shocked. The Wolf King had broken through to the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, and the white snake had also reached the 2nd layer just by gnawing on the chicken bone. Seeing such a high-quality item, Spirit Snake no longer hesitated and immediately traded spirit stones for the succulent roasted chicken. As soon as he took a bite, dense spiritual energy surged forth, and the divine demonic cauldron within his body spun rapidly, absorbing the energy and helping him break through directly to the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. He let out a satisfied burp, not expecting just a portion of the chicken to have such a terrifying effect. The rest was enough for him to refine over several days. Returning to his nest in the tree, Spirit Snake completed the refinement process, not only solidifying his 5th layer realm, but also increasing the number of golden scales on his body. He observed Heavenly Demon, the White Snake, and the Wolf King cultivating, secretly acknowledging, this scoundrel didn't trick me. His cultivation technique is indeed profound. These spirit stones were worth it. Heavenly Demon asked, Disciple, are you done? How effective was the spiritual-tailed chicken? Spirit Snake simply replied, Not bad. The Heavenly Demon then proposed, Let's cooperate and catch a few more. Well, split them 50 to 50. I guarantee you'll reach the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm within a year. Spirit Snake immediately refused, believing that high-grade spiritual-tailed chickens were too dangerous, but Heavenly Demon scoffed, saying those chickens were just mass-produced, their combat power even weaker than mid-tier demonic beasts. It still adamantly refused to go, recalling the time it went to steal pigs and almost died after encountering the wild boar final boss. Heavenly Demon got angry and roared, Then I'll go alone. If I get chased, I'll run back here. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Frightened, Spirit Snake conceded and agreed to follow, on the condition that it wouldn't be called disciple anymore. Heavenly Demon then playfully slapped its butt. Along the way, Spirit Snake introduced itself as Snaky, which Heavenly Demon mocked as lame. Spirit Snake then retorted that Heavenly Demon's alias, Wanderer, wasn't any better. Heavenly Demon, feeling helpless, decided to give itself a cool temporary name. Just call me Black Emperor. Spirit Snake heard this and immediately trolled back. Okay, Black Bro. This infuriated Heavenly Demon due to the wordplay. Spirit Snake added, no matter how you hear it, it sounds like a dog's name. The Heavenly Demon had no choice but to change its name to Black Emperor, but Spirit Snake twisted it into Black Yellow due to the homophone, leaving it speechless. The two arrived at a new land. Heavenly Demon began lecturing the country bumpkin snake about the cultivation forces in Chu State. Spirit Snake blankly admitted it only knew of the snake-catching sect. Heavenly Demon disdainfully explained that there were 5 great sects here. Heavenly Demon pointed at a map, listing the 5 major powers, and revealed that the snake-catching sect once had a more domineering name, the dragon-slaying sect, but later declined, and had to change its name to be less hated. Spirit Snake asked about their target, the Xiao Yao sect. Heavenly Demon replied concisely, just an insignificant sect under the snake-catching sect, with exactly 5 Foundation Establishment Realm elders. Hearing about 5 Foundation Establishment Realm experts, Spirit Snake was scared stiff, turning to flee, but Heavenly Demon bit its tail and dragged it back, scolding it as a coward. Heavenly Demon pointed at the cliff. Come here. See the flock of chickens up there? Those are spiritual-tailed chickens raised by a Foundation Establishment Realm old man. Hearing about food, Spirit Snake immediately changed its attitude. The two climbed up to observe. A plump flock of spiritual-tailed chickens roamed freely. Spirit Snake wondered why they weren't afraid of them running away. Heavenly Demon then challenged it to try and catch one. Provoked, Spirit Snake decided to try its luck. It didn't believe it couldn't catch a single chicken. It used its divine sense to attack, but the spiritual assault was immediately bounced back by an invisible barrier. Spirit Snake cried out in panic because its divine sense couldn't penetrate, but Heavenly Demon grabbed its tail and calmly explained, it's just a measly light barrier, no need to panic. Heavenly Demon held out a packet of green powder, smiling sinisterly. Hey, use this. Spirit Snake looked bewildered, not understanding anything. Heavenly Demon explained that it was formation-breaking powder, specifically used to break crappy barriers, and immediately sprinkled the powder, causing the light barrier to shatter. Next, Heavenly Demon threw out a flock of plump worms, revealing them to be the spiritual-tailed chicken's favorite food. A plump spiritual-tailed chicken saw the delicious bait, its eyes shining brightly, and approached without a hint of suspicion. The entire greedy flock of chickens moved out of the safe zone. Heavenly Demon signaled Spirit Snake to prepare for action. They're here. Get ready. The moment the first chicken pecked at a worm, Heavenly Demon roared. Go! Spirit Snake immediately launched its beast-taming ring into the midst of the panicked flock of chickens. While Heavenly Demon lunged in like a ghost, Heavenly Demon pinned a chicken down with its claws, growling, You think you can resist me? After finishing, Heavenly Demon was about to call for a retreat, when it was stunned to see that Spirit Snake had already slipped away ages ago using the earth evasion technique. Suddenly, an old man descended from above, his gaze sharp. So you're the one responsible for the chickens disappearing a few days ago. The old man revealed himself to be Zhou Shu, an elder of the Xiao Yao sect, and growled, So you're the one who stole the chickens. Spirit Snake frantically urged Heavenly Demon to run, but the Heavenly Demon remained nonchalant, the chicken still in its mouth. Small matter, calm down. The two decided to split up and run. Spirit Snake immediately burrowed into the ground, astonishing Elder Josu. Earth evasion technique? Where did it learn that? Joshu was no pushover. He formed a hand seal, using the earth-to-stone transformation technique to turn the ground into steel-hard rock. Heavenly Demon, who was burrowing, was forced to surface, its underground escape plan ruined. Blocked, Heavenly Demon let out a roar and decided to go all out, running across the surface. Heavenly Demon ran headlong, confident that the old man wouldn't be able to match its speed. Zhou Shu yelled as he chased, Where do you think you're going? He also sped up, astonished by the movement technique of this old dog. Heavenly Demon unleashed its full speed, performing the gale wind technique, gliding like a gust of wind. Zhou Shu was utterly shocked. Are you a human? Or a dog? Meanwhile, Spirit Snake had long since escaped, hiding behind a tree and sighing in relief. Phew, that was a quick escape. That old man can take his time playing with that dog. I need to find a place to refine this first. After escaping, Spirit Snake decided to process its spoils of war immediately. Combining these chickens with medicinal pills, I'll definitely break through to the peak of the 5th layer. Joyfully roasting the chickens, it naively thought, the greater the risk, the bigger the reward. Whoa, it's burnt. This novice is truly useless at cooking. Just as it was speechless, a voice echoed from the shadows. Who said I died? Heavenly Demon suddenly appeared, startling Spirit Snake. Old dog? You're not dead? Heavenly Demon angrily clawed the ground, growling, damn it. To shake off that old man, I had to sacrifice 3 spiritual-tailed chickens. All that effort was wasted. Spirit Snake held out a piece of burnt chicken. Here, for you. Heavenly Demon looked at the chicken, speechless. What the hell are you doing? Spirit Snake calmly explained. If it weren't for you luring the enemy, I wouldn't have caught these 3 chickens. According to our agreement, we split them in half, so you get 1.5. Heavenly Demon sneered. Haha. My disciple is nothing like you. And I never accepted you as a disciple anyway. Adopting a superior air, Heavenly Demon said, Alright, stop being stubborn. Take this burnt chicken. Only half of it is usable. This one can still be salvaged. Let me teach you how to cook properly. Heavenly Demon ordered, Let me borrow your tail. Spirit Snake asked blankly. Huh? My tail? Spirit Snake's tail transformed into a high-quality kitchen knife, swiftly chopping vegetables. Heavenly Demon began preparing a chicken soup, looking extremely professional. This chicken isn't just for roasting, it can make soup too. The fire's too high, you idiot. Add some water. Heavenly Demon snapped when Spirit Snake almost ruined the soup. Heavenly Demon threw more ingredients into the pot. Just a little more for nutrition. It smells so good. Spirit Snake drooled, and was immediately scolded. Don't drool into it. Spirit Snake eagerly asked, Black Emperor, can I eat now? Heavenly Demon sniffed it, then nodded. All right, eat. Spirit Snake immediately devoured it all. Burp. Thanks for the meal. I'm going to cultivate first. Spirit Snake was full, lying sprawled out while Heavenly Demon quietly observed. So this old fox had it all planned out, he thought to himself. You foolish disciple. I ate all 3 of my chickens long ago. Not only did you give me half a chicken, but you even thanked me for it. Truly naive and adorable. Spirit Snake activated the divine demonic cauldron, beginning the refinement process. Purple energy surged, aiming straight for the 6th layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Boom! An explosion rang out. Spirit Snake was knocked back, dizzy. Huh? Breakthrough failed? How can this be? He strained with all his might, refusing to give up. Last time, I broke through to the 5th layer right after eating. Divine demonic cauldron. Breakthrough again. Arg! Why did it fail again? Spirit Snake cried out in helplessness. Heavenly Demon approached, his tone condescending. Hey, you idiot. Your master will help you. Heavenly Demon scraped his claws across a stone slab, channeling his energy. Rise. Condense. A stream of blue energy began to form, signaling an impending display. Heavenly Demon made his move, transforming the leftover dregs into a fiery medicinal pill, declaring, Pill refined. The old wolf handed the pill to Spirit Snake. This is an aperture-opening pill. Eat it and try to break through again. Spirit Snake sniffed it, grumbling. Why does it smell burnt? As soon as he swallowed it, Spirit Snake radiated dazzling golden light, shouting towards Heavenly Demon. Old dog, I've successfully broken through. 10 days later, Spirit Snake had reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Heavenly Demon boasted. See, with me, you reached the peak in less than half a month. The two departed. Heavenly Demon promised. Don't worry, stealing chickens from the same place isn't good. Next time I'll take you somewhere better. Spirit Snake wanted to stabilize his realm first. Spirit Snake pondered, realizing that despite the breakthrough, his physical strength hadn't increased much, only growing 1 more golden scale. He understood that demon beast cultivation must focus on the body. As they walked, both suddenly stopped, sensing something unusual ahead. An entire mountain forest in the distance was engulfed in a towering sea of flames, black smoke obscuring a corner of the sky. Spirit Snake went berserk, about to charge forward. Heavenly Demon roared, stopping him. Do you want to die? The black snake argued stubbornly. It's just a forest fire. What's the big deal? Heavenly Demon tried to calm the out-of-control snake. Calm down, Snakey. You're usually so careful. Spirit Snake roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. I can't calm down. That's my home. My home. On another hill, an old man and his disciple were observing the fire. The old man maliciously said, This fire will burn down that demon snake's lair. My only regret is not skinning it to refine pills. The old man, a master of the snake-catching sect, revealed his plan to seize this valley to establish a branch, and incidentally, avenge his disciple. Masked Disciple 2 asked his master, Master, who is the elder coming to inspect? Cultivator Clone, in a white Taoist robe, glided over the sea of flames, flying and assessing the terrain. Good terrain, 8 points. Many springs, 5 points. Close to the river, 6 points. The entire forest was engulfed in flames, ancient trees collapsing with crackling explosions. Spirit Wolf caught fire and let out a mournful howl. Spirit Snake was horrified to see his lair also burning, hastily calling out the names of his 2 disciples. Snowy, Wolf King. Without hesitation, Spirit Snake shot out his golden tail scales, ordering, "Follow me." The black snake led the way, charging straight into the sea of flames, roaring, "Let's go, it'll get you out." Amidst the sea of flames, Spirit Snake unleashed his water bullet art, firing countless water spheres to try and salvage the situation. But a weak technique remained a weak technique. Those few drops of water evaporated instantly, like a drop in the ocean. Spirit Snake was exhausted, his mouth dry, lamenting that he now understood what it meant to be a grain of sand in the desert. Heavenly Demon analyzed the situation, concluding that a large-scale forest fire like this was definitely not an accident, but intentional. Spirit Snake suddenly realized that this was the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, a gold mine for the snake-catching sect, which was why they burned the mountain to seize the land. Blood rushed to their heads. Spirit Snake and Spirit Wolf roared, demanding revenge, but Heavenly Demon stopped them, reminding them to know their limits. Spirit Snake's purple eyes flashed. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. A cultivator in a white Taoist robe, with a carefree demeanor, glided through the sea of flames as if strolling in his own garden. Both quickly hid behind a tree. Heavenly Demon confirmed that a human cultivator was approaching from the front. Heavenly Demon declared the enemy was at the core formation realm. Spirit Snake was scared out of his wits, immediately using earth evasion to burrow underground. But his old master cursed him for being a coward, and revealed it was just a fake. Spirit Snake wondered about the clone's strength, while the cultivator continued to hover above, assessing the terrain. The cultivator seemed to have discovered something, his gaze sharp as he plunged straight down. His speed was extremely fast. Heavenly Demon hastily took out a stealth talisman and slapped it directly onto Spirit Snake's panicked head. The cultivator landed nearby. Heavenly Demon signaled Spirit Snake to shut up. The cultivator sneered. "Your stealth skill is only 2 points. Stop hiding." He waved his hand, and a terrifying surge of energy swept through, roaring, "And get out here." Spirit Snake questioned the crappy talisman. Heavenly Demon casually admitted that Great Luo Golden Immortal was just the name of a pet he once raised. The cultivator looked around, seeing nothing, and began to wonder if the clone was too weak to sense anything. Finally, the cultivator left. Heavenly Demon sighed in relief, then immediately urged Spirit Snake to go steal his storage bag. Heavenly Demon proposed, "This clone is weak. Beat him up, steal his storage bag, and well split it." But Spirit Snake was still hesitant, fearing he'd provoke the real one. Heavenly Demon, in the guise of a black cat, provoked Snakey. "Snakey, don't you want revenge? Your home was just burned to ashes." Transforming into a wolf, Heavenly Demon pinned Spirit Snake down, continuing to taunt, but Spirit Snake growled, "Of course I do. But a 50% chance of winning is too low." Spirit Snake showed off a pile of old tail scales, and Heavenly Demon's eyes lit up. The win rate was raised to 90% with a careful battle plan. Spirit Snake ordered Spirit Wolf and White Snake, "You two find a cave, and hide to cultivate properly. I'll find you when this is over." Heavenly Demon bestowed upon his 2 disciples a surge of dark demonic energy as a welcome gift, declaring that how much they could absorb depended on their own capabilities. The cultivator clone flew through a canyon, smug about his perfect snake farm, and prepared to send a message back to his main body. The cultivator suddenly froze as a purple formation appeared. He realized someone was watching him and even knew how to set up formations. Without a word, the cultivator threw an explosive talisman, tearing up the ground but missing his target. He admitted his opponent was quite fast. The cultivator unleashed his gravity technique, determined not to let his prey escape. A giant demonic wolf was crushed to the ground by the gravity. The cultivator sneered, "Oh? A mangy dog?" The demonic wolf merely smirked, one of its eyes flashing with an eerie light. Boom. The demonic wolf self-destructed in an explosion of demonic energy, surprising the cultivator with its recklessness. The cultivator realized he had fallen into an illusion formation and began to panic, intending to immediately send a jade slip to call for help from his main body. But the demonic wolf's gooey flesh reassembled, and the cultivator was stunned to realize that the dog was real, not an illusion. While the cultivator was still looking up at the sky, fooled, a fatal attack descended upon him. The demonic wolf reappeared right behind him and bit off the cultivator's head in one snap. The cultivator's headless corpse still stood tall. The demonic wolf panted, thinking it had succeeded. Unexpectedly, the corpse spoke. "Sigh, I'm just a wooden clone. What does it matter if I lose my head?" The severed head on the ground smirked, giving the recent performance a score of 6, just enough to pass. The demonic wolf ignored the taunts, using its claws to pry open the cultivator's storage bag. This item was its main target. Spirit Snake innocently asked about defeating the clone. Heavenly Demon explained that it was just a paper dummy and outlined a plan to divide the spoils. Heavenly Demon burst out laughing, patting his chest proudly, saying that with his skill, he He could tell it was a trash clone at a glance, and scolded Spirit Snake for being too green and naive. During the battle, the demonic wolf roared, cursing Spirit Snake as a jinx, when it was firmly caught by the cultivator's clone. Boom! The demonic wolf self-destructed, leaving the cultivator stunned, while Heavenly Demon had already transformed into a pet and fled from afar. The cultivator's head lay sprawled on the ground. Finally realizing that the thing was just bait, just as he was still processing, Spirit Snake emerged from the ground, bit directly into his face, and unleashed a fireball technique. The fire blazed fiercely, incinerating the cultivator's head. Spirit Snake secretly gave this coordinated effort a perfect 10. In a corner, Heavenly Demon clutched his head, groaning in pain, bitter about miscalculating the move, never expecting it to be a wooden clone. Spirit Snake was still frantically spewing fire at the corpse. Heavenly Demon had to shout to stop it. Stop! He's dead as a doornail. If you keep spitting, we'll both turn to ash. Spirit Snake was happy to see Heavenly Demon still alive, while the old dog merely snorted coldly, trying to act cool. Spirit Snake immediately turned to taunt Heavenly Demon about his so-called 80% confidence, cursing him as a fraudulent old dog, asking how he could be so useless. Heavenly Demon snapped back, saying that if it weren't for his spirit sense sealing formation, Spirit Snake would never have been able to ambush him. Then, the two began to bicker. Spirit Snake chewed on the spoils, looking smug. Even without you, I could have handled it myself, leaving Heavenly Demon speechless at its arrogant attitude. Heavenly Demon angrily held out a jade slip. If I hadn't stopped him from using this, we'd all be dead, understand? Spirit Snake immediately ordered. Then burn it. Spirit Snake's black fire flared up, incinerating the jade slip. Heavenly Demon had to admit that this fire was real, capable of burning even jade. The two sat by the fire. Heavenly Demon warned that the situation was still not safe, as the other guy's main body was a core formation expert, and would eventually track them down. Spirit Snake was scared out of its wits upon hearing this, and ran for its life. Heavenly Demon cursed it as a coward and pointed out that their only retreat was to flee to a neighboring country. At the headquarters of the snake-catching sect, in a cold, immortal abode, a white-robed cultivator standing on a rocky outcrop suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The white-robed cultivator, who was the main body, realized his wooden clone had been destroyed. A disciple reported that even the recording jade slip couldn't be retrieved. The main body showed interest and ordered a giant black python named Su Bei lead 5 inner disciples to the mountain valley to investigate who destroyed my clone. Heavenly Demon grumbled that they had run hundreds of miles but still hadn't reached the Qin Kingdom. Spirit Snake calmly replied that they still had a few more days to run before reaching the border. Both were out of breath. Heavenly Demon cursed Spirit Snake for being foolish for not using Earth Evasion, but the stubborn snake retorted that it was training its physical body. Heavenly Demon pointed to an abandoned mining area in the distance, deciding they would camp there for the night, and reminded Spirit Snake not to fall asleep on the way. After dragging the exhausted snake into the cave, Heavenly Demon snapped, "I can't stand you anymore," and left to hunt. Spirit Snake slept soundly, fully recovered, and excitedly pulled out the storage bag, ready to open it. It tried to use its spirit sense to erase the imprint on the bag, but was met with a powerful rebound. Not giving up, Spirit Snake exerted its spirit sense again, but the imprint retaliated with excruciating pain, causing it to scream miserably. Heavenly Demon brought back a goat. Seeing Spirit Snake still struggling with the bag, it realized this was the imprint of a core formation expert. Out of options, Spirit Snake intended to use its golden scales to tear open the bag, but Heavenly Demon quickly stopped it, fearing damage to the contents. Heavenly Demon snatched the bag, asserting that only its spirit sense could resolve it. Spirit Snake suspected it was trying to seize the spoils. 7 days later, the two finally reached the Gobi Desert, on the border of the Qin Kingdom. Heavenly Demon decided to set up camp, telling Spirit Snake to dig for more earth while it cooked. Spirit Snake was delighted because the earth and rocks here were as hard as steel, a perfect place to practice earth evasion, ignoring Heavenly Demon's warning. It proudly boasted that after several days of arduous training, it could now burrow 200 to 300 meters deep and still have energy to continue. The deeper it went, the more terrifying the pressure became, its bones feeling as if they would shatter. But it was then that the golden scales on Spirit Snake's tail began to grow. Spirit Snake poked its head out of the ground, asking Heavenly Demon if it had finished cooking, but the old dog had already devoured everything and only left scraps. Heavenly Demon collapsed, exhausted, announcing that it had broken the seal on the storage bag. Spirit Snake scoffed, mocking its boast that it would be done in 3 days. After days of anticipation, Spirit Snake excitedly opened the bag, only to find a pile of junk, low-grade pills, talismans, and herbs. Spirit Snake angrily asked why a core formation expert's storage bag was poorer than even Mu Lace. Heavenly Demon just silently looked at it with a strange gaze. Spirit Snake roared, questioning Heavenly Demon. "You old thief, hand over everything you've hidden." But the old dog vehemently denied it. "Spirit stones? I didn't take anything. It was immediately caught. I haven't even mentioned spirit stones, you just confessed. A chaotic fight erupted in the dust. Heavenly Demon was thoroughly beaten and quickly begged for mercy. Let me go. There are 10 spirit stones, I'll give you half. Heavenly Demon put on a dignified air, coaxing, I'm just holding on to them for you. Use them when you need them later. But Spirit Snake didn't care, clutching the bag tightly. Scram! I'm studying this jade slip. Spirit Snake discovered a strange piece of wood. Heavenly Demon curled its lip. That's the wood clone technique, only good for scaring children. Useless. It then hinted at another, far more formidable clone technique. Hearing of a clone even stronger than the main body, Spirit Snake's eyes lit up, and it immediately asked, what's it called? Heavenly Demon just smiled eerily, its red eyes glowing. Heavenly Demon began to reveal one of the legendary 6 great immortal arts, the puppet technique. The old dog explained that the Heavenly Puppet sect in the Qin Kingdom was the master of this deadly art. The power of the puppet technique was displayed. Puppets that felt no pain, bodies as hard as demonic beasts, capable of controlling hundreds at once, and even challenging opponents beyond their cultivation level. Spirit Snake immediately imagined a glorious scene. Just unleash 100 puppets to gang up and wipe out all enemies, a true trump card. Heavenly Demon interrupted its thoughts, reminding it that it was time to sleep so they could cross the river tomorrow. Dawn broke over the river, signaling the start of a new day. The two arrived at a ferry crossing. A scarred ferryman warned that this river was extremely dangerous. Even wild geese couldn't fly across, let alone think of swimming. Heavenly Demon advised Spirit Snake to get on the boat, as there was only one trip per day. Spirit Snake, disguised as a short person wearing a conical hat, approached and spoke directly to the boat guard. I want to get on the boat, but I have no money. Spirit Snake presented a verdant spirit stone. The arrogant boat guard immediately did a 180-degree turn, hastily inviting it onto the boat. As Spirit Snake stepped onto the boat, Heavenly Demon, sitting on the hat, couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe you'd spend spirit stones, how generous. A few thugs on the boat saw Spirit Snake's appearance and immediately mocked. Where did this midget come from? Be careful, the wind might blow you away. Beneath the conical hat, Spirit Snake's purple eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Without a word, the foul-mouthed thugs were suddenly sent flying into the sky by an invisible force, screaming in terror. The other boat passengers realized in horror that this was a cultivator, while Heavenly Demon grumbled, Didn't I tell you to be discreet? Why cause trouble? As soon as it got on the boat, Heavenly Demon heard a familiar voice when someone announced that the young prince of the Qin Kingdom had boarded. Surprisingly, the invited person was none other than Zhou Shu, the old chicken-raising elder of the Carefree sect, a sworn enemy. Heavenly Demon was scared witless, yelling, Run! But Spirit Snake immediately covered its mouth, confident that its disguise was perfect. The old man Zosu paused, sensing something, making Spirit Snake inwardly curse Heavenly Demon for not warning it sooner. Fellow Taoist, have we met before? Joshu blocked Spirit Snake, who was planning to slip away, sensing a familiar aura. Both occupants under the hat broke out in a cold sweat. Heavenly Demon frantically asked which way to run, while Joshu circulated his cultivation, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized them. Spirit Snake quickly fabricated a story. Elder Joe has an excellent memory. We only met briefly at the last auction. The deception unexpectedly succeeded. Joshu nodded, confirming, Ah, so it was you. 6 years ago at the auction, that's right. A guard called Joshu to the second floor to meet the young prince. The old man reluctantly excused himself from Spirit Snake to attend to his duties. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Heavenly Demon explained that the old men and sects were very proud. They would rather believe a lie than admit to being forgetful. Spirit Snake breathed a sigh of relief, then was taunted by Heavenly Demon for being a coward. But it immediately retorted, You were sweating profusely from fear too, weren't you? The colossal boat cut through the waves. Heavenly Demon explained to Spirit Snake that the Carefree sect and the Qin Kingdom joining forces was solely for mutual benefit. The boat docked at a riverside city on the border of the Qin Kingdom. Heavenly Demon suggested finding a place to rest, as this area was very chaotic at night. Spirit Snake didn't say much, walking straight into a noisy tavern and shouting, A deluxe private room, and bring out all your best food and drinks. Amidst the drunken crowd, Spirit Snake made a special request. Demonic beast meat, I want more demonic beast meat, and was immediately led by the waiter. A lavish banquet was laid out, filled with all sorts of delicacies. Spirit Snake didn't forget to specify that the wine must be top grade, no watering it down. When the waiter brought up the last dish, Heavenly Demon couldn't help but drool at the sight of the demonic beast meat, while Spirit Snake promptly kicked the server out. Bang! The door slammed shut. The two immediately reverted to their true forms, pouncing on the banquet like two hungry ghosts. Heavenly Demon even disdainfully tossed aside the vegetable dish. Both ate and drank their fill. Heavenly Demon praised the wine, while Spirit Snake, tasting it for the first time, was equally curious. Heavenly Demon spat out the wine, deeming the trashy drink something even a dog wouldn't touch. While Spirit Snake suspected it was drugged, Heavenly Demon sneered, revealing that not only the wine but also the food had been drugged, causing Spirit Snake, who was still gnawing on its meal, to freeze. Heavenly Demon tossed Spirit Snake a bag of antidotes, declaring that since they had made the first move, they shouldn't blame them for being ruthless. In a dark room, a waiter reported to the innkeeper that the guest had consumed 1,000 taels of silver worth of food and still hadn't collapsed. The innkeeper ordered to switch to the strongest medicine. The innkeeper flashed a cunning smile, certain that this prey carried a vast amount of money and treasures, making it an incredibly lucrative deal. Heavenly Demon looked at the succulent roasted demon beast meat that had just been served, declaring that the leftovers were enough for both of them for 2 days, but Spirit Snake had already stood up, ready to act. Heavenly Demon wondered why they weren't paying, but Spirit Snake coldly retorted that this was a black inn. It wouldn't leave, but would flatten the place, making Heavenly Demon admit that Spirit Snake was even more ruthless than himself. In the dining room, a brawny thug burst in. While the innkeeper was confident that his medicine was so potent even immortals couldn't withstand it, the innkeeper was stunned to see the room empty, with only the ravaged banquet table remaining. Unable to believe his prey had escaped, the innkeeper grabbed the waiter by the collar, roaring in anger, ordering the people of the Heavenly Puppet Sect to scour the entire city to capture the one who dared to dine and dash. At an abandoned house, Heavenly Demon told Spirit Snake to stay and cultivate, while he went out for a bit of business. Spirit Snake narrowed its eyes suspiciously, thinking, okay, what the heck? What kind of trick is this old dog planning behind my back now? Fearing that Heavenly Demon would stir up trouble and attract enemies, Spirit Snake decided to follow. While the old man secretly activated an invisibility talisman, Heavenly Demon stealthily approached a building, and Spirit Snake realized it was a weapon shop. Inside, a blacksmith was haggling over 3 weapons with Heavenly Demon, and Spirit Snake was furious, realizing they were stolen goods from the cultivator clone. Heavenly Demon gleefully held the spirit stones he had just sold, muttering about selling everything and making a clean getaway with the money. Unaware that Spirit Snake was watching with eyes blazing with fury, Heavenly Demon continued to a medicine shop, selling all the elixirs for 15 spirit stones. He then stopped by a demon beast material store, selling the remaining spoils for 13 spirit stones, astonishing the invisible Spirit Snake. Spirit Snake erupted in a furious rage, killing intent, exploding, roaring in its mind. You old dog, how much money did you dare to pocket behind my back? Making Heavenly Demon, who was walking ahead, flinch as he sensed the killing intent. Heavenly Demon was moving stealthily when he suddenly flinched, sensing someone approaching. While the invisible Spirit Snake was still eagerly watching the drama unfold, the 2 newcomers were Zhao Yiduo and Yu Qiang of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Yu Qiang complained about having to guard this shabby city, while Zhao Yiduo saw it as an opportunity to profit. Zhao Yiduo recognized Heavenly Demon's figure, annoyed that a trivial matter like pursuing a short fellow had fallen to him. Yu Qiang, hot-blooded, intended to rush forward and deal with him immediately, but was stopped by Zhao Yiduo, who gestured for him to calm down and consider. Seeing Heavenly Demon enter the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Zhao Yiduo guessed that this fellow definitely had something good and decided to follow to snatch it. Zhao Yiduo sneered, realizing that the sect's foundation establishment disciples also had their eyes on the prey, confident that this was a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Inside the shop, Heavenly Demon, completely cloaked, presented a bag of items to the pavilion owner, acting like a big shot. These are all genuine goods, take a good look. The pavilion owner's eyes lit up with a single glance at the items, and he hastily invited Heavenly Demon into the inner room to discuss a big deal. The pavilion owner revealed his cunning merchant's face, growling orders to his subordinate to shut the door, not caring if anyone was lurking, as he couldn't let this lucrative deal slip away. Outside, Zhao Yiduo and Yu Qiang saw the door close, not expecting the short fellow to be such a big player, guessing he must have just robbed someone. The 2 Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples waited impatiently outside for 2 hours in the rain, and Yu Qiang began to grumble, losing his patience. The shop door finally opened, and the pavilion owner stepped out with a gleeful expression, smug about having snagged a bargain for only 100 spirit stones. Zhao Yiduo and Yu Qiang immediately blocked his path, their faces filled with killing intent as they interrogated him about the short fellow who had sold the items earlier. Losing all patience, Yu Qiang grabbed the pavilion owner by the collar and roared. The old man, terrified, trembled, and pointed. He left through the back door. Yu Qiang unceremoniously threw the plump pavilion owner away like a sack of trash, not bothering to say another word. Both immediately used their movement techniques to pursue. Zhao Yiduo ordered his junior brother to spread his divine sense towards the south gate to lock onto the target. Zhao Yiduo circulated his cultivation, his divine sense sweeping across the city, and immediately detected Heavenly Demon leaping across rooftops. Found him, Spirit Snake remained invisible, following closely, using a leaf to cover its head. Realizing the old dog was deliberately moving slowly to lure the Heavenly Puppet Sect's small fry into a trap, Spirit Snake narrowed its eyes, calculating, guessing that Heavenly Demon was leading the enemies to an abandoned house. It decided to maintain a safe distance to watch the show. Yuqiang reported that the target had entered the abandoned house. Zhao Yiduo immediately became vigilant, suspecting a trap. The two broke through the wall and rushed in, but it was empty inside, with only a demonic wolf lurking. Zhao Yiduo found it strange that the aura was still present but the person had vanished. Zhao Yiduo warned his junior brother, "This place is too remote. Something's not right." Zhao Yiduo adopted a diplomatic tone, claiming to be from the Heavenly Puppet Sect, here to maintain order. But Yuqiang found that approach too cumbersome. Yuqiang drew his sword, growling, "You shorty. 3 seconds to crawl out here or your fate will be like this dog." He counted 1, and swung his sword, cleaving the demonic wolf in an instant. Counting to 3, with no movement still, Yuqiang began to lose patience, while Zhao Yiduo muttered, "Just as I expected." The real demonic wolf materialized right behind Yuqiang, its red eyes glaring as it snarled, "Did you think I wouldn't know it was you? Fool." Zhao Yiduo waved his hand, summoning 2 lizard puppets, ordering them to capture the target, but the hidden heavenly demon merely scoffed. Mechanical puppets covered in skin, low-level trash. The demonic wolf laughed maniacally, startling Spirit Snake, who was eavesdropping. "Why is this old dog suddenly laughing like a schemer?" Yuqiang roared. "Playtime's over, die!" Then hurled a fireball directly at the demonic wolf's face. Boom! The demonic wolf self-detonated, creating a terrifying explosion that blew away the entire house, leaving the 2 cultivators bewildered. "Did we get it?" Amidst the smoke, 2 glowing red eyes lit up. Zhao Yiduo shouted, warning Yuqiang to dodge the flying chunks of flesh. One lizard puppet that was hit by a piece of flesh immediately short-circuited, becoming paralyzed on the spot, terrifying Zhao Yiduo with this bizarre ability. From the chunks of flesh and purple smoke, the demonic wolf began to regenerate its body, making the 2 opponents scream, "Monster!" Hiding on the rooftop, Spirit Snake nodded sarcastically. "Ah, so this is the meaning of a rogue cultivator?" Spirit Snake decided not to interfere and help the heavenly demon, calculating that it was better to stay put and watch the show, focusing on monitoring the enemies from afar, waiting until the critical moment to act. Then the heavenly demon would owe it a great favor. The demonic wolf, regenerating and taunting, said, "What's wrong? Tired already? This old guy hasn't had enough fun yet." While the 2 cultivators realized that sword techniques were completely useless against it. Having no other choice, Zhao Yiduo decided to play his trump card, shouting loudly, "Summon the toad puppet," preparing for an all-out assault. The demonic wolf looked at the toad puppet and taunted, "A giant frog? How stupid. That's a toad. This puppet looks so dumb. Are you planning to team up and attack me?" Zhao Yiduo said nothing, flicking his magic fan, sending a powerful whirlwind towards the wolf. Whoosh! The razor-sharp wind tore the demonic wolf into shreds of flesh, seemingly finishing it off completely. Zhao Yiduo roared, ordering his trump card, "Toad puppet, go!" The toad puppet opened its mechanical mouth, sucking all the shredded flesh and demonic energy of the demonic wolf into its belly, then swallowed with a gulp. The 2 cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had dealt with the monster, while the Spirit Snake on the rooftop scoffed, to be swallowed so carelessly. But suddenly, the toad puppet convulsed, its eyes flashed, then went out, and from within, the demonic wolf tore through the metal shell and emerged, still very much alive. It transformed into a dark phoenix, roaring. "Trying to run? I'm not done playing yet." Then chased after the 2 fleeing men. Cornered, Yuqiang yelled in despair, "I am a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. How dare you kill me?" But Zhao Yiduo knew threats were useless. The 2 decided to fight to the death, charging straight into the attack, but the demonic wolf merely sneered, "You're overestimating yourselves," and unleashed its bloodstorm. A furious purple vortex of blood and flesh engulfed both of them, tearing their bodies into 100 pieces amidst their tragic screams. The demonic wolf triumphantly declared, "Heh, time to turn you into minced meat." While the Spirit Snake on the rooftop, seeing the show was over, mused, "The house is destroyed. Where do I go now?" The Spirit Snake secretly cursed the heavenly demon for hiding his cards too well, feeling pressured to cultivate faster. Then suddenly it sensed a familiar spiritual sense nearby. The aura emanated from a disheveled beggar, who was convulsing in the rain, making the Spirit Snake wonder, "Who's this lunatic?" But upon closer inspection of the face and scar, the Spirit Snake realized this beggar looked exactly like one of the 2 Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples who had just been torn apart. Meanwhile, the demonic wolf landed next to the pile of gooey flesh, preparing to use the soul search art to extract information from the 2 corpses. Strangely, the spell had no reaction, and the demonic wolf was stunned to realize, What the Black Emperor killed was just a puppet. This is the true body. The spirit snake also understood, recalling rumors that heavenly puppet sect disciples could create puppets identical to themselves to cause confusion. And it thought, this must be the true body, but what if it's another puppet? It hesitated for a moment, but then decided to act decisively, as there was no one else suspicious within 100 miles, and the enemy might possess a life-saving magic artifact. At the same time, Zhao Yiduo, in the guise of a beggar, felt something shatter in his consciousness. He muttered, "Damn it, my puppet is gone. Yu Qiang is also dead. What exactly is that black wolf?" Just as he realized his puppet was destroyed, Zhao Yiduo, in the beggar's guise, was confronted by a giant fireball hurtling towards him. Amidst the sea of fire, Zhao Yiduo screamed piercingly, throwing out a pile of talismans to desperately defend himself. The spirit snake spat out the fireball, sneering, "Die, no need to know who I am." Zhao Yiduo frantically activated his body-protecting shield to defend. He confidently boasted, "What demon dares to ambush me? The 5 elements mutually restrain each other. With my water sphere shield, what can you do to me?" Unexpectedly, a purple lightning bolt struck him, causing him to convulse, and he realized it was a thunderblast talisman. The protective shield shattered, and Zhao Yiduo flew like a kite with a broken string, bitterly cursing the idiot who had combined so many talismans to explode at once. As soon as he hit the ground, he was horrified to discover that the 4 surrounding walls had also been rigged with talismans at some point. The spirit snake sneered, "It's too late when you realize it." Zhao Yiduo hastily activated his last trump card, a golden bell named the Profound Yellow Bell. Crack! The divine artifact bell had just activated its shield when it cracked open. Zhao Yiduo couldn't believe his eyes. He only managed to scream, "No," before the entire area was leveled by the chain of explosions. Amidst the rubble, Zhao Yiduo lay slumped, coughing violently and unable to believe that the Profound Yellow Bell's defense had been so easily broken. The spirit snake slithered closer, surprised that this guy wasn't dead yet, while Zhao Yiduo muttered, "Scales. What exactly are you?" Without further ado, the spirit snake activated its fireball art, preparing to send this stubborn fellow to the afterlife. A barrage of fireballs rained down, turning a corner of the fortress into a sea of flames. The townspeople fled in panic, shouting about a battle between forces outside the city walls, some even guessing that immortals were battling with magic. Elsewhere, the demonic wolf felt the tremors, muttering, "What's going on? Could it be that kid Snakey causing trouble?" Meanwhile, the heavenly demon complained that the spirit snake was too slow, deciding to use the soul search art himself on the puppet corpses to extract information. A surge of demonic energy flared up and then dissipated. The heavenly demon had found what he needed. The heavenly demon grumbled that the heavenly puppet sect was too stingy, only teaching the first layer of their cultivation technique, preventing him from creating human-shaped puppets. He had to settle for a temporary mechanical puppet to inhabit, proclaiming himself the heavenly demon wanderer, leaving the spirit snake and demonic wolf speechless. The heavenly demon, in his mechanical wolf form, muttered, deciding to temporarily set aside the search for Zhao Yiduo's true body to focus on the spirit snake first, and later invite it to hunt together. He looked at Zhao Yiduo's ashes, letting out a sigh. As soon as the spirit snake saw the heavenly demon, it quickly denied everything. "Zhao Yiduo? I'm cultivating here. I haven't fought any heavenly puppet sect disciples." The heavenly demon roared, grabbing the spirit snake. "I didn't even mention the heavenly puppet sect. You can't even lie properly," making the snake sweat profusely. "Stop right there. Your acting is terrible. Quickly spit out the spoils of war and share them with me," the heavenly demon yelled, as the spirit snake tried to escape, but the snake still argued stubbornly. Some nearby townspeople saw the strange sight of a mechanical wolf rolling around in the rubble, and quickly told each other to flee for safety. Both had run out of the city, the spirit snake gasping for breath, while the heavenly demon remained carefree. Finally, the spirit snake reluctantly agreed to share. The heavenly demon threw out a pile of demonic beast meat and elixirs. "I bought these for you. They cost 100 spirit stones, enough for you to eat for half a year. The spirit stones are split in half, 46 for each of us. I'm too good to you," the heavenly demon declared, but then growled, "Wait a minute. Where are Zhao Yiduo's things? Spit them out now." The spirit snake reluctantly spat out the remaining spoils of war after the explosion. A bell, a few pieces of silver armor, and a stone. The heavenly demon felt a pang of regret seeing the golden bell, a high-grade spiritual artifact, damaged by the spirit snake's golden scales. "He'll fix this later, it's still usable," the heavenly demon muttered, then licked his lips, looking at the silver armor piece and scoffing that it was merely a low-grade item. He quickly snatched the silver armor piece, declaring he would take this damaged item, leaving the bell for the spirit snake. The silver armor automatically activated, perfectly enveloping the mechanical wolf's body before turning invisible, leaving the spirit snake gaping in astonishment. "Take it off now. I don't believe your words," the spirit snake roared. and the heavenly demon immediately threw the pile of collected puppets towards it. The spirit snake easily dodged, then taunted. Aren't these the trash that couldn't last 3 seconds against you? Trying to trick a child? The heavenly demon chuckled slyly. Calm down, kid. There's still good stuff here. I'll use this black goldstone to forge you a top-tier puppet. The spirit snake reluctantly agreed, but secretly thought it was fortunate it had hidden Zhao Yuduo's most precious jade stone. The entire loot was listed: mysterious golden bell, protective armor, black goldstone, and a nameless crystal. But the spirit snake still felt this heavenly demon was too cunning. The heavenly demon turned and enticed. Snaky, let me lead you to a perfect place for cultivation, which immediately put the spirit snake on guard. The heavenly demon pointed towards the majestic mountain range, declaring it Sorcerer Mountain, a spirit stone mine from 5 centuries ago. While the spirit snake only saw it as an ordinary mountain, both entered a dark cave filled with human bones. The heavenly demon explained that even though the ore had been fully exploited, this place still had the densest spiritual chi within a 100-mile radius. The heavenly demon boasted this was a perfect cultivation spot, because there were no humans or demonic beasts. But the spirit snake retorted by pointing at the scattered human bones. The heavenly demon admitted the spiritual chi here was abundant, then pulled out a large cauldron, making the spirit snake wary. What have you stolen this time? The heavenly demon ordered the spirit snake to use the water bullet art to fill the cauldron with water, preparing for body tempering. He sprinkled a pink powder into the water, introducing it as minor tempering powder, a high-grade spiritual medicine for tempering the body and bones, worth 20 spirit stones. After preparations were complete, the heavenly demon gestured to the spirit snake. All right, jump in and bathe. As soon as it entered, the spirit snake felt a burning sensation, as if being incinerated, experiencing extreme pain, but it resolved to endure because the heavenly demon said the more painful the first time, the more effective it would be. Under the effects of the medicinal ingredients, a layer of the spirit snake's old skin peeled off, dissolving into ash in the medicinal water, while impurities in its body were also expelled. The spirit snake shrieked with delight, feeling boundless power in every muscle fiber as the impurities were cleansed, while the heavenly demon sat beside it, looking smug. The heavenly demon announced that the body tempering process would take 7 days, and he would go explore the rest of the mine to see if there was anything interesting. 7 days later, the spirit snake had grown to 4 meters long, its entire body exuding a much stronger aura, feeling like a world of difference. It discovered an extremely powerful new skill. It could freely shrink its body down to just 1 meter. Although its cultivation was still at the peak of the 6th layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm, the spirit snake felt its strength and speed had tripled. The number of golden scales also increased and began to spread across its body, making it worry that one day it would turn into a garish yellow snake like a banana. Seeing that the heavenly demon hadn't returned after 7 days, the spirit snake decided to seize this opportunity to study the jade stone it had hidden earlier. Using its divine sense probe on the jade, the spirit snake drew out a strange stream of consciousness. It tried to absorb it but was repelled. The stream of consciousness guided the spirit snake, causing it to crash into an azure crystal wall in the cave. The spirit snake was stunned to realize that before, it was an enormous spirit stone mine, illuminating a corner of the cave. Seeing thousands of spirit stones before its eyes, the spirit snake went wild with joy, realizing that Zhao Yuduo had truly hit the jackpot, and it decided to hide this treasure before the heavenly demon discovered it. The spirit snake wondered why the spirit stones were automatically covered, then curiously tried to swallow one, letting out a satisfied burp. As soon as it swallowed, several other high-grade spirit stones automatically flew into its mouth, making its belly ache as if being torn apart. But the divine demonic cauldron inside showed no reaction. Suddenly, the divine demonic cauldron transformed into a gigantic golden dragon, opening its mouth and sucking up all the spirit stones. This cauldron was picky, only devouring symmetrical ones, leaving the spirit snake speechless, but its belly no longer hurt. Just as it was about to ask the heavenly demon about these spirit stones, it heard his desperate cries for help. Snaky, save me. The spirit snake was annoyed. It swept its divine sense across the area and discovered the old dog was in great peril. The heavenly demon was surrounded by a swarm of giant ants, screaming loudly for the spirit snake to come down and breathe fire to rescue him. The spirit snake cursed inwardly, telling the old dog to go die on his own and not drag it into this. You breathe fire yourself. The heavenly demon helplessly yelled that these ants countered him, and his explosive talismans and true essence were almost depleted. After cursing, the spirit snake still had to use earth evasion to rush over, muttering that if it died, it would drag the old dog along with it. The heavenly demon rejoiced upon seeing his companion arrive, pouring his last bit of true essence into a fireball. I believe in you. This is my last bit of energy. The spirit snake unleashed its fireball, creating a large explosion that incinerated a patch of ants. The heavenly demon quickly warned, "It's useless. Your fireball's power has increased, but another swarm is crawling up from underground." Seeing the situation was dire, The spirit snake wrapped around the heavenly demon and fled headlong, ignoring the old dog's shouts. You were just cool for a moment. Both used earth evasion to dive underground, but the ants were as tenacious as leeches, clinging close behind. Escaping from underground, both stood before the bank of the Wild Goose River. The spirit snake sighed, wondering how to swim across. The heavenly demon unexpectedly pulled out Zhao Yuduo's fan, chanting an incantation that transformed it into a flying vehicle. The spirit snake was annoyed that the old dog had hidden such an item behind its back, but still had to jump onto the fan to make a quick escape. Hovering over the river, both sighed in relief when they saw the ants were no longer pursuing them. It seemed they feared sunlight. The heavenly demon explained that those ants were soul-gnawing ants, specializing in eating spirit stones, and the spirit snake's spiritual chi-rich body was their favorite delicacy. The heavenly demon furtively admitted that his supreme spirit stones had caused the trouble, making Spirit Snake break out in a cold sweat. They were flying smoothly when a storm suddenly brewed, thunder and lightning crashing. Spirit Snake worriedly asked if the shoddy fan could withstand it, but the heavenly demon confidently patted his chest, claiming it was top-notch. A bolt of lightning struck the fan directly, startling both of them in midair. The fan shattered into pieces, and the heavenly demon bitterly admitted it was just a low-grade magic treasure, while Spirit Snake tried to keep a safe distance. Both plummeted into a giant whirlpool. Spirit Snake cried out as the suction force was too strong for it to resist. Seeing the situation was dire, Spirit Snake decided to shrink its body and use water bullet art to try and break through the current. It fired a water bullet art to slow down, trying to stabilize itself amidst the swirling water. After escaping, Spirit Snake looked back, but couldn't find the heavenly demon. It realized the useless fellow had been sucked into the center of the whirlpool. It cursed in annoyance but still had to dive down to rescue that walking burden. Safely ashore, the heavenly demon was unconscious. Spirit Snake shivered at its bloated belly. Don't tell me I have to give it CPR? Gross, it'd rather die. Another idea flashed in Spirit Snake's mind. It decided to take advantage of the drowned dog's state and give it a good beating. 30 minutes later, the heavenly demon woke up, bruised and with swollen cheeks, glaring angrily at Spirit Snake, who feigned innocence. Spirit Snake seized the moment, while the heavenly demon was still groggy, and pressed it about the Supreme Spirit Stones. Hearing about Supreme Spirit Stones cut directly from a spirit vein, the heavenly demon's eyes lit up, and its attitude did a complete 180. The heavenly demon lunged and grabbed Spirit Snake by the neck, roaring where it got such a thing, making the snake frantically deny everything. The heavenly demon flicked its tail, adopting the air of a sage. Out of gratitude for saving me, to get that stone, you either kill a core formation cultivator, or go back to that abandoned mine, and try your luck. 2 months later, at the back of Iron Bear Mountain, a large fire erupted in the middle of the rainy season. A large group of snake-catching sect cultivators appeared, searching everywhere for medicinal herbs or treasures. Zhu Zhe, a master of the Dishan sect, was scolding his disciple Shui Hu for losing track of the demon that had killed 5 of their disciples. Zhu Zhe declared he would personally skin that demon, because otherwise, their sect would lose face with the snake-catching sect, not to mention the bounty on its head. In the swamp, the white snake was hiding, its eyes filled with resentment as it heard the enemy's voice. Senior brother, the white snake must be around here. It was hit by my bone-scattering hammer. It can't have gone far. On the shore, Shui Hu pointed forward, his heart filled with hatred, determined to avenge his clan, while the white snake only wished to escape this calamity. Zhu Zhe snapped at his disciple. Idiot, why didn't you search the swamp? But Shui Hu seemed hesitant, fearing the white snake might have accomplices in ambush. Senior brother, your cultivation is higher. Why don't you? Shui Hu tried to push the responsibility, but Zhu Zhe cut him off. I'm already scouting for you. What are you afraid of? Shui Hu reluctantly used his divine sense to scan the water's surface, and immediately sensed something unusual. Senior brother, that bastard really is hiding in the swamp, Shui Hu reported, but also complained that the deep water would take too much time. Zhu Zhe coldly replied, don't worry, it won't escape. Suddenly, a fireball flew out of nowhere, almost roasting Zhu Zhe alive, making Shui Hu scream, it really has an accomplice. It's that wolf. The spirit wolf appeared with a ferocious expression. Zhu Zhe roared, it's you again, you beast. Always ruining things. Excellent. Today, I'll kill you for good. Zhu Zhe brandished his weapon and charged into a fierce battle with the spirit wolf, while Shui Hu gleefully imagined a meal of roasted wolf meat. The spirit wolf roared, signaling to the white snake. White snake, run quickly. I'll hold them off. The white snake immediately obeyed and slithered away. Trying to run? None of you will escape today, Zhu Zhe commanded. Shui Hu, chase after the white snake. I'll handle this wolf. At the same time, in another location, Spirit Snake was diligently cultivating, using gravity art to crush an entire mountain, telling itself that its power had soared. Fireball art was now obsolete. Spirit Snake had switched to the more formidable Fire Snake art, while also boasting mastery of both wind manipulation art and lightning art. Not only that, the lizard puppets upgraded by the heavenly demon were now fully operational, and Spirit Snake controlled them almost perfectly. Through the puppets, Spirit Snake's vision covered a vast mountainous area, a surveillance network with no blind spots. "I am the king of this mountain." Spirit Snake was basking in self-admiration when the heavenly demon interrupted. "Snakey, stop fantasizing. Your two friends are in danger." The heavenly demon explained that it had placed golden light charms on them, a type of protective talisman that only activates in mortal danger, and now it was glowing on the mountain behind Savage Snake Valley. Back on the battlefield, Xuehu was frantically smashing his hammer down, creating sharp, clanging sounds. The white snake lay curled on the ground, enveloped by a golden light shield. Xuehu cursed angrily. "Damn it, why won't this light break no matter how much I hit it?" Juzei had tightly bound the spirit wolf with chains and calmly told his disciple, "Calm down. That shield will weaken over time. It will disappear on its own, in an hour at most." Xuehu chuckled gleefully, confident that an hour was more than enough to claim the first merit. But Juzei felt uneasy about the golden light and asked if any martial uncles from the Dishan sect were nearby. To be safe, Juzei pulled out a summoning jade, deciding to call Elder Ye, who was at a camp 100 miles away, for assistance. Xuehu grumbled that calling for help would split the credit, but Juzei had already planned it. "It's just a precaution. If no one arrives within an hour, well, still have time to kill these demonic beasts and claim all the credit." Juzei formed a hand seal, casting Earth Prison art, erecting a colossal prison of earth and stone to lock down the area, ensuring the prey couldn't escape. An hour later, the heavenly demon, in its mechanical wolf form, was panting, complaining. "Snakey runs incredibly fast. A top-grade Earth Spirit Root physique is truly something else." Spirit Snake had arrived, hiding in the bushes, and sensed the aura of the Spirit Wolf and the White Snake behind the earth wall. It wondered why these weak snake catchers were hiding. Fearing that using its divine sense would expose it, Spirit Snake decided to play it safe and deployed the lizard scouts onto the battlefield. Juzei and Xuehu stood waiting. The arrogant senior brother assumed these demonic beasts had no backing and ordered them to prepare to finish them off before the martial uncle arrived. Suddenly, a lizard puppet crawled out from the bushes. Xuehu sneered. "Senior brother, it's just a small lizard. Don't tell me you're scared." The lizard puppet pretended to tremble, then suddenly opened its mouth, and a glowing energy ball shot straight towards the two men. Juzei cried out in alarm. Xuehu quickly used the earth hardening art, Earth Shield, while channeling his energy to create an earth shield. But it was too late. Xuehu couldn't react in time and was engulfed by the energy blast. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion blew everything nearby away. Juzei scrambled up amidst the rubble, horrified as he looked at Xuehu's corpse. He recognized this as a technique of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, wondering why a Qin Kingdom cultivator was here. Inside the Earth Prison, the White Snake and Spirit Wolf sensed a familiar presence. Overjoyed, "It's him, Hez back." Zuzi's face drained of color. He hastily announced himself as a disciple of the Mount Yi sect, trying to negotiate. "Fellow Taoist, is there some misunderstanding between us and the Heavenly Puppet Sect?" "Misunderstanding?" The Spirit Snake emerged from the ground, its body crackling with lightning. It growled, "I'll give you an explanation," while summoning countless earth shields to spin defensively. The Spirit Snake swept its divine sense through the area, quickly realizing that all the puppets were controlled by a single source, and that individual was underground. Juzei realized he had poked a hornet's nest. He roared, "You dare use earth arts in front of a Mount Yi sect disciple? How foolish!" Then channeled his energy, preparing to counterattack. Hiding underground, the Spirit Snake analyzed. "He found me. These lizard puppets can only deal with mid-stage chi condensation cultivators, and his clothes aren't from the snake-catching sect. Their level is too weak to fight a high-level defensive cultivator." Juzei roared furiously, determined to avenge his companion with the stone-piercing needles technique, launching a volley of sharp stone weapons straight into the ground. Underground, the Spirit Snake found the man too noisy and casually waved its hand, unleashing a wind blade art. Juzei sneered, thinking it foolish to use a wind element art underground. To his surprise, the series of sharp wind blades spun rapidly, instantly shredding Juzei's stone weapons. Juzei was stunned, his face turning pale as he watched his technique be destroyed with such ease. Knowing he had encountered a formidable opponent, he hastily enveloped himself in earth armor, his mind screaming in disbelief at the enemy's power. But it was too late. The Spirit Snake suddenly emerged and seized his hand. A crunch echoed as it crushed Juzei's hand bones. He panicked completely when he saw the summoning jade in his pouch glow, realizing Elder Ye was nearby. He decided to change his attitude and stall for reinforcements. Just as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, Juzei was confronted by the Spirit Snake's gigantic true form emerging from the ground, enveloped in blue lightning. "You dare touch my people? Die!" The Spirit Snake roared, unleashing its full electrical power, engulfing Juzei in a destructive blow. An earth-shattering lightning explosion blew away the entire forest. The ground was devastated, and the spirit snake emerged from the wreckage. It grumbled irritably that the technique was too noisy, having forgotten its old lesson, and risking attracting more enemies. Looking at Juzei's charred corpse, the spirit snake suddenly remembered his dying words about Elder Ye, and began to feel a bit apprehensive about the approaching reinforcements. Unable to hesitate, it decided to act quickly to rescue the white snake and spirit wolf before new enemies arrived. Just as it finished speaking, a short old man carrying a gigantic broadsword landed, muttering about the rumors of the spirit snake being true, leaving the spirit snake speechless at its own loose tongue. The formidable foe had arrived. Mount Yi sect elder Ye Haichuan, a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, glared at the spirit snake and began listing its crimes, from killing snake-catching sect disciples to stealing chickens. The old man glanced at Juzei's charred corpse, his killing intent surging as he declared that the spirit snake would not leave alive today. The spirit snake secretly thought the old man seemed impatient and decided to give him a bomb, while Ye Haichuan swung his saber, preparing to block the attack. Whoosh! The old man swung his broadsword, easily blocking the attack, surprising even the spirit snake that he could parry it in midair. Ye Haichuan charged like a whirlwind, swinging his saber straight at its tail, aiming to sever it. But the spirit snake managed to dodge in time, breaking out in a cold sweat. The old man landed, sneering that the spirit snake's tricks were mere child's play, completely unaware that it was using the earth evasion technique to flee headlong and disappear. Ye Haichuan roared, unleashing the raging sandstorm technique, and a swirling sandstorm swept across the entire area. The whirlwind howled, blowing away trees. The spirit snake's lizard scout puppets were torn to shreds by the sandstorm. Hiding in a crevice, the spirit snake broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was the real deal. A true Foundation establishment realm cultivator, whose power covered hundreds of feet. The old man gave it no time to breathe, unleashing the mountain-shattering slash, a single strike that cracked the ground open. Ye Haichuan charged like a god, swinging his saber relentlessly, forcing the spirit snake to desperately dodge without a moment to breathe. Realizing it couldn't fight head-on, the spirit snake decided to use a trick, and remembered the toy the heavenly demon had made for it. But Ye Haichuan roared again, unleashing the second form of the mountain-shattering slash, an even more terrifying strike descending. The old man's strike missed, only hitting a pile of rubble, and he realized the damned snake had used earth evasion to escape. Trying to run? Ye Haichuan growled, raising his broadsword. He roared, "Ask my saber first before you run," then plunged his weapon straight into the ground to block its path. Blocked. The spirit snake had no choice but to activate gigantification, deciding to go all out. "Damn, old man, I'll risk my life against you," the spirit snake roared, charging straight at the blade with a burst of power. Clang! An earth-shattering collision echoed, and Ye Haichuan's broadsword was sent flying into the air, leaving him utterly shocked. The spirit snake lay flattened amidst the rubble, bleeding all over, bitterly admitting the vast difference in strength compared to a true Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Ye Haichuan was furious to see a chip in his saber, wondering what secret this demon snake possessed. Seeing the spirit snake use earth evasion again, Ye Haichuan roared, "Beast, where do you think you're going?" Then channeled his energy to unleash the petrification art. The old man panted, looking at the completely petrified ground and wondering why the snake still hadn't emerged. Below, the spirit snake was straining with all its might, its body glowing as it shattered the layers of earth and stone. "A little rubble won't stop me." Ye Haichuan couldn't believe the petrification art was useless, realizing this demonic beast was far more formidable than he had imagined. "This time, you have nowhere to run." The old man leaped into the air, unleashing his ultimate move, the Earth Spikes art. As countless sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, Spirit Snake was hiding underground when it flinched as a giant earth spike suddenly erupted from below. Whoosh! The spike narrowly grazed it, sending Spirit Snake flying, covered in blood, screaming as it was almost impaled. Ye Haichuan stood high above, utterly surprised to see his attack hit nothing. No corpse? It dodged? How nimble! The old man gave it no time to breathe, unleashing a forest of earth spikes to surround it, determined to force Spirit Snake to the surface. Cornered, Spirit Snake gritted its teeth and activated a swift wind talisman, deciding to fight to the death and charge out. Seeing the swirling dust, Ye Haichuan sneered, thinking his prey had emerged, and immediately unleashed his raging sandstorm to intercept. But when the sandstorm dissipated, the old man was stunned. The snake had vanished without a trace. Enraged, he used the manifestation sand technique to sweep the entire area. Roaring, "It must be an invisibility talisman. Little snake, you can't hide." It turned out Spirit Snake had used the talisman as a diversion and dove 800 meters deep underground, sighing in relief at its narrow escape. It gritted its teeth, realizing the immense skill gap, and knew that to save Spirit Wolf and White Snake, it had to wait for Heavenly Demon to join forces. Suddenly, an illusion of Ye Haichuan appeared right before it, smirking sinisterly. Trash, so you're hiding here, making Spirit Snake jump. But Spirit Snake quickly calmed down, realizing this was just the old man's psychological warfare, as it hadn't activated its divine sense to reveal its position. On the surface, Ye Haichuan began to lose patience, muttering, unsure if the snake had escaped or dove even deeper. Suddenly, the old man had a sinister idea, turning and flying towards the imprisoned Spirit Wolf and White Snake, giving Spirit Snake underground a bad premonition. He stood on his great saber, began counting down, and uttered a profound threat. Beast! I'll count to 10. If you don't come out, I'll skin your companions. The old man chuckled gleefully, calculating that with the cramped space of the earth cage, just one earth spikes technique would be enough to impale both demon beasts. Spirit Wolf roared in indignation while White Snake weakly begged Spirit Snake not to appear, just as Ye Haichuan began to count. 1. Spirit Snake broke into a cold sweat, cursing silently as the old man played dirty, skipping numbers. 2, 4, 6. Unable to bear it any longer, Spirit Snake burst through the earth, roaring defiantly, and Ye Haichuan turned back with a triumphant expression. Finally showing your face. The old man roared, using the earth evasion technique to plunge straight underground in pursuit. You hid 800 meters deep? How daring! Aren't you afraid of being crushed into paste by the pressure? Ye Haichuan plunged underground, roaring that he had found the snake and mocking it for daring to dive so deep. A place where even he had to be careful. The old man unleashed the earth pressure technique, crushing the ground, making Spirit Snake scream in pain and get thrown away. Spirit Snake furiously charged to kill him, but Ye Haichuan merely scoffed. Kill me? What will you use to kill me? The old man swung his great saber, roaring, die, as the snake lunged at the blade. The saber plunged into the snake's head, the old man muttering regretfully that he had intended to capture it alive. But oh well, even dead it was a valuable item. Suddenly, a black mechanical part fell from the snake's wound, leaving the old man stunned. The snake's entire body began to disintegrate, revealing its mechanical structure within. Ye Haichuan realized he had been tricked, shouting, "It's a puppet? But why did it have flesh and blood?" From underground, 2 razor-sharp golden scales shot up like rockets, and the old man panicked, realizing the snake's true body was nearby. With no time left, Ye Haichuan strained to erect 3 layers of defense: earth shield, flowing earth wall, and internal armor, confident that the little shrimp couldn't break through. Mistake. The 2 golden scales pierced through all layers of defense like tofu, embedding themselves directly into the old man, making him scream miserably. Spirit Snake truly emerged from underground, its cold gaze fixed on the injured enemy. Did I injure you? A heaven-shaking tail whip sent Ye Haichuan's treasured saber flying. I just want to kill you! Spirit Snake roared, lunging to attack the old man's vulnerable legs. Ye Haichuan hastily pulled out a glowing, spiky magic treasure, the mountain-shattering mace, roaring as he saw the snake trying to flee. But Spirit Snake unleashed its ultimate combo. Fire Snake art, Wind Blade art, Lightning Strike art. A terrifying elemental explosion engulfed everything, creating an opportunity for Spirit Snake to make a quick escape. Elsewhere, Spirit Snake panted, its body at its limit, regretting that it had almost taken down the old man. Ye Haichuan also escaped the explosion, hastily swallowing a life-saving blood spirit pill to hold on. As he flew away, the old man gritted his teeth in hatred, deciding he must report this abnormal demon snake to the sect, for if it wasn't eliminated, it would become a great disaster. Heavenly Demon, in the form of the wolf puppet, detected the fleeing enemy, recognized him as the rumored Black Dog Demon, and smirked sinisterly. Ye Haichuan ran headlong in panic, believing the snake had set a trap for him earlier, and now he had to make a quick getaway. Whoosh! A sharp claw from the wolf puppet pierced straight through Ye Haichuan's head, finishing off the old man in one blow. The wolf puppet shrunk, sat on the corpse, and wondered why a Foundation Establishment cultivator had been eliminated so easily, secretly praising Spirit Snake's plan. Spirit Snake dragged its battered body over, intending to use the Fire Snake art to burn the corpse, but Heavenly Demon quickly stopped it, saying the man was already a corpse. Unexpectedly, Ye Haichuan's corpse burst into fierce flames, the old man screaming miserably as he realized he had fallen for the feigned death trick. After everything ended, Heavenly Demon supported the exhausted Spirit Snake, asking if those bastards from the Dai Mountain sect had beaten it to this state. Spirit Snake weakly explained that it had to tear its own skin and pull out its internal organs to disguise the puppet. Otherwise, it couldn't have won. After uttering its last words, Spirit Snake collapsed from exhaustion, falling into a deep sleep to recover. Heavenly Demon embraced his disciple, his eyes burning with hatred, roaring, "You trash from the D Mountain sect, daring to harm my disciple. This Heavenly Demon Wanderer will play with you until the very end." The group found a safe cave to hide and heal, Heavenly Demon announced that he had applied spirit medicine and set up a stealth formation, ordering Spirit Wolf, White Snake, and Spirit Snake to stay put and recover. White Snake worried because Spirit Snake was still unconscious, but Heavenly Demon reassured her that it would return before this stick of incense burned out. Spirit Wolf was speechless when he saw Heavenly Demon light an incense stick as thick as a pillar, and was immediately scolded. With such heavy injuries, how could a thin, short incense stick be enough? Heavenly Demon patted Spirit Wolf's head, reminding him that he had inherited his healing cultivation technique, telling him to use it himself for a quick recovery. Spirit Wolf lay down, circulated his cultivation, and was enveloped in a stream of green spiritual energy. His wounds began to heal. Heavenly Demon tossed out 3 bags of loot obtained from Yahello and 2 disciples, declaring to Spirit Snake that it was all hers, and now it was time for revenge. At the Soul Lamp Hall of the Daishan sect, an atmosphere of mourning hung heavy. Sect Master Shi Yazi, an old Golden Core realm cultivator, slammed the table and roared in anger upon learning that Elder Ye's soul lamp had extinguished. An elder of the Foundation Establishment realm had died in the wilderness. Elder Shifengzi sat in contemplation, speculating that the incident occurred near 10,000 Snakes Valley, possibly caused by another faction of the snake-catching sect. Chen Daoling growled, believing that even if the disciples had a grudge, they would never dare to kill a Foundation Establishment elder. Sect Master Shiyazi scoffed at Chen Daoling for coming all this way just to deliver bad news. But Chen Daoling calmly replied, "Now we are all in the same boat." Sect Master Shiyazi hypothesized, if not a cultivator, then could it be a demonic beast? But Elder Shifengzi immediately dismissed it, asserting that they had searched all over 10,000 Snakes Valley and found no Foundation Establishment realm demonic beasts. Recalling the scene, which was nothing but a scorched patch of earth, Elder Shifengzi asserted that with Elder Ye's skill, even if he encountered a formidable boss, he would have been more than capable of escaping. Sect Master Shiyazi suddenly realized that the body was incinerated, not eaten, which was not the modus operandi of a demonic beast. Chen Daoling slammed the table and roared, pinpointing the culprit as the demonic black snake, which, despite not yet reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, was extremely powerful and cunning. Elder Shifengzi muttered, realizing that Chen Daoling was so enraged that he had to consume a forbidden medicine, which surely had something to do with this snake. Sect Master Shiyazi finalized the agreement, declaring that since Chen Daoling had fought it, they must join forces with the Dishan sect to eliminate this future threat. The Dishan sect issued a general mobilization order to scour the mountain, offering a reward of 50 spirit stones to anyone who found the snake, while Heavenly Demon, hidden in the shadows, sneered, "These brain-dead fools are so easy to trick." Heavenly Demon stood before the ancestral tomb of the Dishan sect, declaring bluntly, "You dare bully my snakey? Don't blame me for digging up your ancestors' graves." Inside the tomb, majestic stone dragon statues appeared, and Heavenly Demon nodded in approval. Not bad at all. Heavenly Demon looked at the perfectly preserved body in the ice coffin, praising the Dishan sect's filial piety and deciding to take both the person and the treasures. The old dog intended to use a sweeping skill to collect the coffin into his storage bag but failed. A defensive mechanism had been activated. A colossal ice dragon formed from the formations, Spirit roared, emerging from the coffin, surprising even Heavenly Demon. "Oh, there's even a damage reflection mechanism?" Heavenly Demon, in his ghostly form, glided effortlessly, dodging the ice dragon's attack with disdain. The ice dragon roared, freezing the entire tomb, but Heavenly Demon merely smirked, preparing to activate combat mode. Heavenly Demon transformed into his colossal Heavenly Demon descending dragon form, a deep purple shadow dragon, charging into a deathmatch with the ice dragon and roaring, "You dare be arrogant with such a petty mechanism." Outside, 2 guarding disciples saw the tomb shaking violently. One panicked and cried out, "Oh no, Master and the senior brothers just left." The 2 disciples' faces were drained of color. One screamed, the other stammered, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" The entire tomb area was in ruins, the coffin gone. A disciple wailed in despair, "The ancestral tomb has been robbed. Quickly report to Master." The Dishan sect members and Chen Daoling searched the mountain for 2 hours without finding any trace of the snake, beginning to feel disheartened. Elder Shifengzi guessed that the snake couldn't have gone far. It likely used some kind of formation or stealth technique. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the distance. The group immediately changed direction, rushing aggressively to investigate. Inside the cave, Spirit Snake let out a roar, and spiritual energy surged and exploded as it officially broke through to the 7th layer of chi refinement. Spirit Wolf and White Snake quickly flattered, "Boss Snakey is so cool. You've already reached late-stage chi refinement," while Spirit Snake feigned modesty. Spirit Snake noticed that its golden scales had spread to nearly half its body, wondering if, by continuously breaking through like this, it would one day transform into a pure golden snake. Suddenly, the roars of the Dishan sect echoed from afar, demanding their lives. Spirit Wolf was about to bark when Spirit Snake immediately signaled for silence. All three demonic beasts hid behind a rock. Spirit Snake judged that the enemy was setting a trap, so it decided to lie low and wait for the opportune moment. At worst, they would fight to the death. The Dishan sect master landed where the light had appeared but found nothing, angrily ordering his disciples to turn the entire area upside down. Just then, a messenger eagle carrying urgent news from the sect flew in, landing before the old sect master. After reading the news, the Dishan sect master's face changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared, "What? The ancestral tomb has been robbed?" From a tree, Heavenly Demon, in his wolf puppet form, laughed gleefully as he watched the Dishan sect members pack up and rush back, secretly thinking he should throw the ancestral master's corpse into the snake-catching sect's latrine for fun. The old dog pulled out the glowing ice coffin to examine it, regretting deeply that he hadn't learned the Heavenly Puppet sect's third-grade corpse-refining puppet technique. Heavenly Demon began rambling again about his glorious past, saying that if he had gone to the Heavenly Puppet sect back then, they would have knelt and offered him their secret techniques, instead of him having to steal like this. Returning to the ruined tomb area, the Dishan sect master was kneeling and wailing miserably, calling himself an unfilial disciple. The disciples and elders gathered, inferring that since the ancestral master was a golden core expert, the one who dared to rob the tomb must at least be of the same realm. The old sect master's face was grim, wondering how a golden core expert could have broken through 3 layers of defensive formations without being killed. Chen Daoling spoke up, pointing out a suspicious coincidence. Only the Dishan sect encountered trouble, right after they all left, which made the old sect master snap. Chen Daoling quickly explained that this was clearly an act of retaliation, most likely to protect the demonic snake they were pursuing. He continued to reveal crucial information, that the demonic snake had a black dog as a companion, which had previously been caught digging graves in the village, and all clues began to point towards Heavenly Demon. Sect Master Shiyazi's face was grim as he roared out a sect-wide bounty order, a reward for the Spirit Snake and the Heavenly Demon. Whoever finds clues will be rewarded with 100 Spirit Stones, and whoever kills them will be rewarded with 200. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon, in its wolf puppet form, was looking for its companions. "Is everyone recovered? Come out quickly, pack your things, and let's go." The Spirit Wolf and Spirit Snake appeared, and the Heavenly Demon boasted of its achievements. "I found a new cave a few hundred miles from here. Rest assured, I've lured all those from the Dishan sect away." The Heavenly Demon urged the group to get going before the others returned, muttering about the spoils they had acquired. The whole team rode on the Spirit Wolf's back, flying like the wind, while the Heavenly Demon sat on its head, grumbling, "Those idiots from the Dishan sect are about to return. You stupid snake. Why didn't you take a detour?" The group had arrived at the new location, a majestic mountain range under the moonlight named Phoenix Mountain. Spirit Snake was extremely pleased with the new cave, praising the Heavenly Demon for finding such an excellent spot, while the Heavenly Demon boasted that it had already set up the formation. The next day, Spirit Snake was digging in the ground when the Heavenly Demon called it back. The Heavenly Demon proudly announced it had finished repairing the bait snake for Spirit Snake, but the result was a dazed-looking puppet with 2 colored eyes that left Spirit Snake speechless. The Heavenly Demon distributed the spoils, giving Spirit Snake 3 storage bags, but Spirit Snake, feeling hesitant, tried to leave only to be called back. The Heavenly Demon growled, saying that without Spirit Snake's bait snake, it wouldn't have won, so there was no need to be polite. Spirit Snake immediately used the gravity technique to pin the Heavenly Demon down, forcing it to accept 1 bag because the previous battle had been too arduous. After distributing the items, the Heavenly Demon pulled out a crystal ball to test the group's spirit roots, declaring that cultivation was a lifelong matter not to be trifled with. White Snake was tested first. It timidly placed its tail on the orb. The orb immediately erupted with pure green light, shocking the Heavenly Demon, who was exerting its cultivation art. The Heavenly Demon shouted in astonishment, "Single attribute, Heavenly Grade Wood Spirit Root, a natural physique for alchemy. This kind of talent appears only once in a million people." The Spirit Wolf teased Spirit Snake about its good fortune, while the Heavenly Demon whispered into its ear that if White Snake transformed into human form, she would be a peerless beauty, driving countless cultivators mad. Spirit Snake then gave White Snake a bag of wood attribute cultivation techniques and a jade slip on alchemy, instructing her to keep them safe. White Snake shyly asked again, unsure whether to address Spirit Snake as my lord, young master, or husband. Spirit Snake froze, then turned to glare at the Heavenly Demon, who was laughing gleefully, questioning what strange knowledge it had imparted to White Snake. The Spirit Wolf howled in mockery, only for the Heavenly Demon to quickly cover its mouth. "If I recall correctly, it should indeed call you husband." This made Spirit Snake snap. "You shut up too." White Snake shyly called out husband, making Spirit Snake blush crimson as it hastily corrected. Don't call me husband, my name is Snaky. White Snake then asked for a name. Snaky, can I be called Snowy? And the boss immediately agreed. The Spirit Wolf also demanded a name, and the Heavenly Demon immediately declared, that sounds terrible. Your name will be Husky, leaving it speechless when Spirit Snake ordered it to take its turn for the test. It was the Heavenly Demon's turn. As its paw touched the orb, 3 brilliant streams of light burst forth, and it boasted proudly, look here, a high-grade 3-colored spirit root. But the Spirit Wolf immediately poured cold water on its enthusiasm, explaining that the more attributes one had, the more mixed they were, like knowing a little about everything but being proficient in nothing. Spirit Snake gleefully announced its turn, aggressively slamming its tail onto the crystal orb. The moment its tail touched it, the orb burst into light with countless chaotic colors, looking like a glitchy rainbow. The energy violently exploded, throwing the entire group far away in astonishment. The Spirit Wolf was blown away, howling in terror at this overwhelmingly domineering sight. The Heavenly Demon screamed, telling Spirit Snake to quickly pull its tail back, because the orb was about to explode. Boom! The orb shattered, creating a shockwave that swept away everything around it, literally wiping out the entire group. Spirit Snake panicked, thinking it was 7-colored trash, even worse than Husky, but the Heavenly Demon immediately corrected. No, your spirit root, though mixed, is of extremely high quality, especially your Earth spirit root. Even high grade isn't enough to describe it. The Heavenly Demon was still stunned, admitting it had never seen such an unusual case, but this explained the boss's cheat-like cultivation speed. Spirit Snake decided to focus on Earth attribute cultivation techniques, then turned to urge the Heavenly Demon. Black Emperor, you're the only one left, aren't you going to try? The Heavenly Demon touched the orb, and it immediately turned a pure, dark purple, enveloped by dark energy, as it muttered, I do not belong to the 5 elements and 7 stars. The Spirit Wolf was astonished to realize it was a dark spirit root. The Heavenly Demon confirmed it, and declared it would go into seclusion to break through, as it had recovered some of its power. The Heavenly Demon entrusted the matters of food and security to them, and Spirit Snake confidently replied that as long as they didn't encounter anything above the Foundation Establishment realm, everything would be fine. A month later, a giant earth spike, carrying terrifying power, emerged from the ground. Spirit Snake was practicing, creating a winding earth wall for defense. Its skill level had reached a new height. Spirit Snake tested its new skill, the earth spike technique, succeeding on the first try, and wondered which was tougher, the earth spike or the earth wall. Crash! The earth wall shattered, and Spirit Snake muttered, annoyed, damn it, the spike is stronger? Undeterred, it immediately wrapped itself in a layer of flowing earth armor, transforming into a true armored snake. Spirit Snake combined both the wall and the armor, confident that with this combo, even if it couldn't defeat a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, escaping would be a small matter. After finishing its practice, its stomach growling, Spirit Snake realized it had devoured all its pills and meat reserves. It was time to hunt. Meanwhile, Snowy was gleefully practicing alchemy, her face flushed as she promised, don't worry, Snaky, I'll definitely refine a pill for you. Spirit Snake secretly peeked into Snowy's mortar, seeing a haphazard pile of herbs thrown in, and had a bad feeling. It decided to return to the cave, calling out loudly for Husky to check on the situation. Snowy suddenly appeared, her face beaming as she held out a dark purple pill. Try this pill I just refined. The Spirit Wolf was foaming at the mouth, gasping, help! That pill is poison! While Snowy panicked, and Spirit Snake hid in the bushes, sweating profusely. Searching for prey, Spirit Snake was stunned to discover a herd of giant mammoths moving through the valley. It quickly assessed, this herd isn't bad. Even the weakest is around the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Just one would be enough to feed the whole team for days. Especially the leader, with fiery eyes and overwhelming aura. It was definitely a demon beast at the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm, a supreme source of nourishment. As it was planning, Spirit Snake suddenly detected human footsteps approaching. A group of black-robed cultivators appeared, led by a long-haired man named Hua Yuntian, who was at the early Foundation Establishment realm. Spirit Snake immediately recognized them. Damn it. It's those snake catchers from the Xiao Yao sect. It was surprised to see that their target was the herd of mammoths. Without rushing to act, Spirit Snake activated its puppet art, entering a lizard puppet to secretly approach and scout. Hua Yuntian boastfully bragged to his subordinates about their upcoming victory, treating the mammoth tusks as good as theirs. A disciple flattered him, saying that if they carved the mammoth tusks into jade and gifted them to the girls of the Zi Yun sect, dual cultivation would be as easy as pie. The Xiao Yao sect cultivators confronted the herd of mammoths, and the leader let out an earth-shattering roar. 2 disciples dodged the mammoth leader's stomp, immediately confirming it was the boss. Hua Yuntian commanded, interesting. Everyone, form the array. Don't let a single one escape. The disciples then threw out glistening green spirit stones. A massive lightning array was activated, encompassing the entire herd of mammoths within an electrical cage. A mammoth was severely shocked by the electricity, and Hua Yuntian sneered. Struggling is useless. The leader raised his glowing halberd, declaring, "With this spear in hand, all of you shall die." He then unleashed a wind-rending stream of energy directly at the mammoths. The attack pierced through one mammoth and nearly impaled a fleeing baby mammoth. The spearhead grazed the baby mammoth, causing it to cry out in terror. Through the lizard puppet, Spirit Snake was enraged by this sight. It cursed the cultivators for wanting to exterminate the entire herd, and decided it had to intervene to save the mother mammoths and baby mammoths, so it would have something to eat later. But it quickly recalculated. The enemy was too numerous. It couldn't charge out foolishly, or it would be eliminated itself if it revealed its presence. Inside the array, the mammoth leader, despite being hit, was incredibly resilient, making Hua Yuntian admit that this group was truly tough. The entire herd of mammoths frantically rammed into the lightning barrier, refusing to die easily. A disciple reported in a panic, "Marshal Uncle Hua, the array can't hold much longer. The mammoths are injured but still charging." Hua Yuntian clicked his tongue, then turned and yelled at the mammoth leader. "Hey, leader, if you understand human speech, hand over your tusks, and I can spare your entire herd." He continued to use sweet words to entice it. "Even if not for yourself, you should think of your offspring." But the only reply was the mammoth's defiant gaze. Unexpectedly, the mammoth leader curled its lip in a sneer of utter contempt. Crash! The array shattered completely, and a disciple cried out, "Marshal Uncle Hua, the array is broken. The mother mammoths and baby mammoths have escaped." Hua Yuntian was furious, brandishing his sword and snarling, "Damn it! You want to preserve your bloodline? Then I'll cut off your roots first." But a giant rock suddenly flew in, blocking his path. Hua Yuntian was enraged when the mammoth leader provoked him. "Huh? You beast?" The furious cultivator ordered. "Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, the three of you pursue the fleeing mammoths. The rest of you, follow me and deal with these beasts." Through the lizard puppet, Spirit Snake observed the three disciples splitting off to chase the baby mammoths and realized its opportunity had arrived. Spirit Snake used its earth evasion art, quickly analyzing the enemy's strength, 1 at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, 2 at the 6th layer, then decided to take out the 2 weaker ones first. An exhausted baby mammoth collapsed, crying out pitifully as the cultivators closed in. A disciple reported, "Senior brother Zhang, this baby mammoth can't run anymore." The senior brother excitedly charged forward. "Haha, excellent. I'll go first. You guys stay behind. The spoils will be divided according to the old rules." He leaped up, swinging his sword directly at the helpless baby mammoth. "You petty beasts, still trying to run." The disciple prepared to deliver the finishing blow, smug that his prey was trapped. Just then, Spirit Snake commanded an attack. "Seize the moment while he's attacking. Kill him." A massive earth spike suddenly shot up from the ground, directly beneath the flying cultivator's feet. The 2 remaining disciples froze, unable to believe their eyes. "Senior brother? How could there be another enemy?" One disciple, seeing the situation was dire, hastily advised his companions. "Senior brother, what do we do now? Are you out of your mind? Run. It's not worth risking our lives for this." Both activated their divine movement talismans, intending to flee. But Spirit Snake sneered. "Run? I've already set a trap. None of you will escape." A streak of golden light tore through the air, embedding itself directly into the leg of one fleeing cultivator, making him scream in pain. The other one looked up and was petrified as countless golden light rays rained down. What the hell is this? The entire forest became a minefield. The 2 cultivators were riddled with countless golden scales, and one collapsed, screaming, "Damn it! How are there so many traps?" A tiny lizard puppet crawled out from the bushes, its blue eyes flashing with a deadly glint before it exploded, sending the last disciple to his demise. Spirit Snake used its gravity art to collect all the storage bags from the small fry, thinking to itself how foolish these cultivators were to risk their lives for such trivial things. After a grueling battle, the giant mammoth finally collapsed. A disciple cheered. "It's finally dead." Hua Yuntian sat on the carcass of their prey, growing impatient. Why haven't those 3 idiots returned after an hour? With their cultivation, it should have been done in half that time. He ordered another disciple. "You, go check." Then he muttered to himself, could they have stolen the loot and run off? Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from afar, accompanied by an explosion of earth and rocks. The disciple who had just left cried out in alarm. "Earth spike pierce? Is it someone from the D Mountain sect?" "Impossible!" Hua Yuntian roared in anger, his eyes flashing as he unleashed his divine sense to sweep the entire area. "Who's there? Show yourself." Hiding in the cave, Spirit Snake silently assessed. This guy's divine sense only reaches 300 meters. much weaker than Ye Haichuan's. They're both Foundation Establishment realm, but the difference is huge. Still, I need to be careful. Hua Yuntian unleashed a technique that sent sand and dust flying. Shameless rat. Playing hide and seek? Manifesting sand. He stood on the mammoth's carcass, looking around but seeing no one. He ordered his disciples. Everyone stop attacking, activate defenses, and watch the ground. A disciple reported in a panic. Uncle Hua, 2 baby mammoths are escaping. But he waved it off. Let them go. Someone is ambushing us. Meanwhile, Spirit Snake controlled a lizard puppet to dig a tunnel underground, muttering, "They're getting tense. Let's try a feint." A figure shot out from the bushes. Hua Yuntian roared, "Where do you think you're going?" Then swung his weapon. But what he sliced apart was only a lizard puppet. He was stunned. What? A puppet? Immediately, Spirit Snake activated the gravity technique from the shadows, locking him in place. Hua Yuntian was utterly terrified, unable to move. Gravity technique? Puppet arts? Earth spike pierce? Who exactly are you? At the same time, a loud noise came from behind him. Hua Yuntian turned, his face changing color. What was that sound? Countless giant earth spikes simultaneously erupted from the ground, impaling all the remaining disciples. Hua Yuntian furiously screamed, "Dirty tricks! If you're so capable, come out and fight me one-on-one." Spirit Snake in the cave merely sneered, thinking, "Is this guy an idiot? If I can kill him in the dark, why bother coming out into the light?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling even Spirit Snake. An earthquake? A disciple was engulfed in mysterious flames, screaming desperately, "Uncle Hua, save me!" A giant mammoth, its entire body ablaze like a fiend, charged forward with overwhelming killing intent. Hua Yuntian realized in horror that this was a peak Foundation Establishment realm demonic beast, and quickly yelled, "This isn't good, run." Spirit Snake watched the dog-eat-dog scene with delight, thinking, "It's my first time seeing a Foundation Establishment realm demonic beast, truly formidable. But it's already helped me a great deal." Spirit Snake observed from afar, judging the mammoth to be at least late-stage Foundation Establishment, while the cultivator ran as if his life depended on it. He decided to stay and lend a hand to practice his skills. While fleeing, Hua Yuntian was enraged when a giant earth spike suddenly erupted right behind him. He roared, "It's that lurking bastard again. One day, it'll tear you to shreds." Receiving assistance, the mammoth leader roared gratefully, "I don't know who helped me, but I, Man Jin, will remember this kindness. Die, you thief." Cornered by the mammoth's mountain collapse earth-shatter stomp, Hua Yuntian knew he couldn't escape in time. He had no choice but to go all out, channeling his energy to unleash the defensive technique, Heavenly Water Barrier. A colossal water wall rose, clashing fiercely with the blazing mammoth. The mammoth roared, "Petty tricks. If you want to block my path today, you must die." Boom! The water wall shattered, and Hua Yuntian was sent flying backward, his face pale. "I'm doomed. I'm no match for it. At this rate, I'm definitely dead." Severely wounded, Hua Yuntian bitterly pulled out a green glowing pendant-shaped magic treasure. "You old beast. This time I've suffered a huge loss. Reincarnation pendant, activate." From above, Spirit Snake, disguised as an owl, watched. Seeing that the cultivator had escaped his attack range, he decided not to get deeply involved in a battle of this level. Looking at the battlefield littered with mammoth carcasses, Spirit Snake calculated. Almost the entire herd is wiped out. Only the female and 2 young ones escaped. With that Foundation Establishment realm mammoth here, it'll be hard for me to snatch anything. Suddenly, Spirit Snake noticed a mammoth still clinging to life. He decided, well, since I've helped, I might as well finish the job. Spirit Snake stealthily approached the injured mammoth, took out a bottle of minor rejuvenation pills and coaxed, "Good boy, eat this." 30 minutes later, the ground shook, and the mammoth leader returned, burning with rage. Seeing its kin still alive, the mammoth leader rejoiced, "You're still alive, thank the heavens. Lie still, you're badly injured." The mammoth leader's gaze suddenly fell upon an empty medicine bottle on the ground. It immediately pieced everything together, from the earth spike technique that blocked the enemy to the medicine bottle that saved its kin. It realized a mysterious benefactor had lent a helping hand. Man Jin, the mammoth leader, teared up and bowed in gratitude. "Many thanks, benefactor, for protecting my offspring. Man Jin is deeply grateful. I hope you will show yourself so I may repay your kindness." Hiding in the bushes, Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "If I show myself now, how will I have an excuse to eat you guys later? Time to leave." Spirit Snake observed the motionless cultivator on the ground, intending to loot him, but then hesitated, fearing he might be feigning death to set a trap. In the end, he decided not to be greedy, and left. 3 days later, a squirrel was curiously looking at Hua Yuntian's corpse when his hand suddenly moved. Hua Yuntian staggered up, coughing violently. "It took 3 days for my body to regenerate." Luckily, I activated the reincarnation pendant beforehand, barely saving my life. As Hua Yuntian awoke, a spirit body of his master, Xuan Yangzi, appeared and asked, "Disciple, are you awake?" The disciple bitterly asked his master if he had seen that despicable person, but received the answer that no one had seen him, making him so furious he almost spat blood. Xuan Yangzi sneered. "Your mental fortitude, I give it 0 points." Xuan Yangzi decided to send his disciple to the Purple Cloud sect to treat his severe injuries this time. Meanwhile, in another place, Spirit Snake was cultivating, a pillar of spiritual energy shooting straight into the sky, signaling an earth-shattering breakthrough to the 8th layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. But that was just an illusion. In reality, Spirit Snake was soaking in the water, grumbling about his failed breakthrough, only managing to catch a few fish for dinner. Recalling the power of Man Jin, the mammoth leader, Spirit Snake resolved to quickly break through to the Foundation Establishment realm so he could truly soar like a dragon. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed from the lair. Spirit Snake was startled and worried. Another explosion? Are those 3 all right? The heavenly demon, in the form of a wolf puppet, crawled out from the smoke, completely blackened, coughing violently and cursing. "Damn it, I'm suffocating. Who let that girl practice alchemy?" Spirit Wolf roared, questioning the heavenly demon. "Didn't you say that girl had an innate sacred body, perfect for alchemy?" The heavenly demon helplessly yelled, admitting that the girl was indeed a top-tier single spiritual root genius. But the problem was that every time she practiced, it exploded, no matter how carefully he instructed her. And this was already the 5th time today. Spirit Wolf wondered why White Snake had successfully refined a pill for it to try. Heavenly Demon immediately cursed it as foolish, saying it was poison and had only survived by sheer luck. Just then, White Snake shyly peeked out, announcing that this time she had successfully refined a pill, immediately catching Heavenly Demon's attention. As soon as he smelled the pill, Heavenly Demon broke out in a cold sweat, horrified by its strange smell and grotesque appearance. White Snake proudly showed off a pitch-black lump radiating evil energy, saying it was a low-grade chi, replenishing pill she refined for Spirit Snake, making the purple snake turn pale with disgust. Heavenly Demon immediately seized the opportunity, pushing the burden onto Spirit Snake. "Snakey, she made it for you, so you try it first. Don't disappoint her." Spirit Snake quickly refused, humbly calling himself a lowly snake and inviting Master to try it first, but Heavenly Demon brushed him off. "Calling me Master now? Too late. No need for formalities between us. You need it more than I do." Seeing her product being fought over, White Snake was innocently delighted, promising to refine another pill for each of them, causing the other 2 to shout in unison, "No need." Both suddenly had an idea and turned to look at Spirit Wolf with sinister eyes. "That's right, Husky." Spirit Wolf proved he wasn't stupid, immediately turning tail and running for his life, ignoring Heavenly Demon's shouts to go catch 2 other demonic beasts for experiments. An hour later, Heavenly Demon brought back a furious 2nd-level Sea of Consciousness realm monkey and a dumb-faced 3rd-level Sea of Consciousness realm fish, declaring this was enough. Heavenly Demon decided to test it first, feeding a small piece of the miraculous pill to the 2nd-level Sea of Consciousness realm fish. As soon as it swallowed, the fish exploded with dense purple spiritual energy, screaming miserably as its level skyrocketed from the 2nd to the 3rd, then 4th, and still showed no signs of stopping. Everyone was deeply shocked. Heavenly Demon muttered that this pill was indeed a chi replenishing pill, but just a small piece was already so potent. Swallowing the whole thing would surely make one explode and die. Meanwhile, White Snake looked smug, proclaiming herself a genius alchemist and her judgment to be perfectly precise. Suddenly, everyone screamed in horror as the fish began to mutate, its skin bubbling and 2 legs sprouting directly from its body. The fish now had fully formed legs, standing tall on the ground with ferocious eyes, looking like a true monster. Heavenly Demon cursed loudly as the mutated fish lunged forward. It wasn't evolving. It was turning into a monster. Spirit Snake breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the monkey had frozen in shock and fainted on the spot. Otherwise, it would have been devoured by that monster fish. Not wanting to waste it, Heavenly Demon and Spirit Snake shoved the rest of the pill into the unconscious monkey's mouth, forcing it to swallow. The monkey convulsed violently. A surge of pure white energy erupted, and its body began to transform uncontrollably. Its body stretched out, gradually changing from the form of a monkey into a naked human with long hair. Spirit Snake's jaw dropped as Heavenly Demon announced that the monkey had broken through 5 levels in one go, reaching the 8th level Sea of Consciousness. But the problem was, it had turned into a human. Both stared blankly at the motionless corpse. Heavenly Demon coldly concluded, "Energy overload, chi deviation. It's dead." White Snake stammered an apology in fear, saying she didn't mean to kill anyone, while Spirit Snake was still reeling from the tragic outcome. Heavenly Demon waved it off, telling White Snake not to be silly. They had originally caught the monkey to eat it, but he couldn't understand why the process was correct yet the result was so insane. He muttered that from ingredients to process, everything was textbook perfect. Yet the effects were unpredictable, and this style of alchemy felt somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Spirit Snake suddenly caught a strange scent. Spirit Snake pressed his nose against White Snake, sniffing deeply, remarking that the scent was very pleasant but something felt off. Spirit Snake suddenly asked White Snake what cultivation technique she had learned, making Heavenly Demon, who was standing behind them, jump as if he had realized something terrifying. White Snake innocently replied, "Cultivation technique? I think it was the heavenly demonic art." Heavenly Demon broke out in a cold sweat, cursing himself for forgetting this when he enlightened her, shouting in his mind, "The heavenly demonic art is only for demonic bodies like mine." Heavenly Demon realized he had never seen a top-tier single-attribute spiritual root cultivate this way. So he ordered White Snake to try circulating her energy and yelled for Spirit Snake to get away. As soon as he finished speaking, White Snake erupted with a thorny, black and red demonic energy, shocking Heavenly Demon, who realized this was a heavenly demonic root combined with a wood spiritual root, and that was why her pills were so bizarre. White Snake timidly asked if she could still refine pills in the future. Heavenly Demon immediately retorted with a blunt statement. "You're too much of a genius. It's best if you just quit altogether." Spirit Snake ignored Heavenly Demon, approaching the blushing White Snake to encourage her. "Keep practicing alchemy. There are plenty of human cultivators for us to test the medicine on." Moved by the comfort, White Snake tearfully presented a new alchemy furnace and freshly gathered ingredients, while Heavenly Demon behind them roared, "Snakey, just let her refine it, and you'll have to eat everything she makes." Spirit Snake turned away, muttering to himself, thinking he only comforted a girl, so why did he have to bear this karmic retribution? Heavenly Demon crept closer, tempting Spirit Snake, by saying he knew how to get a pile of chi replenishing pills, enough for him to cultivate his spiritual sense to perfection, and even break through to Foundation Establishment. Spirit Snake's eyes lit up, asking if reaching Foundation Establishment meant he could fly. Heavenly Demon immediately poured cold water on him. "Are you a bird? Foundation Establishment realm, demonic beasts can't fly, dream on, darling." But he immediately retorted about the Mammoth Man Jinn. Evading the question, Heavenly Demon held up a storage ring, declaring his plan in a low voice. "Let's go big, we're raiding a sex pill refining chamber." Heavenly Demon spread out a map of the Purple Cloud sect, pointing directly at the pill refining chamber, and challenging Spirit Snake if he dared to play, and he immediately accepted the challenge. With the decision made, both concluded they would act tonight, their goal to completely empty the Purple Cloud sect's pill refining chamber. It turned out the target wasn't the Purple Mist sect but the Purple Cloud sect, one of the 4 great sects under the snake-catching sect, characterized by only accepting female disciples, all of whom were arrogant and haughty. The reason for their arrogance was that all female cultivators of the Purple Cloud sect possessed a dual cultivation technique, causing countless covetous individuals to seek them out, offering all sorts of treasures and spirit beasts to curry favor. This technique was incredibly potent. If a female cultivator was unwilling, even a hint of resentment was enough to cause the male cultivator facing her to suffer chi deviation and convulse on the spot. In the back courtyard of the Purple Cloud sect, a man was calling Chunhua's name, boasting that he had risked his life to find a treasure for her amidst a dense lightning barrier. The female cultivator named Chunhua appeared, coldly tossing the treasure aside and sneering. "You want to dual cultivate with me with just this trash? A toad wanting to eat swan meat?" From afar, Heavenly Demon explained to Spirit Snake why these female cultivators didn't need to go out, yet treasures still found their way to their door, making Spirit Snake marvel at the potency of this technique. Heavenly Demon added another shock. The creator of this technique was originally a man, but had used some method to transform into a woman before creating it. Spirit Snake brushed aside that nonsense, only caring about the main issue. The Purple Cloud sect's barrier could only be broken from the inside, so how would they infiltrate? Heavenly Demon sneered, showing off 2 specialized tools for thieves. Color-changing powder, body-shrinking potion. Dealing with them will be simple. Heavenly Demon, in the guise of a fluffy white dog, provocatively invited. "Look, bite my snow-white leg gently." Spirit Snake showed no mercy, biting hard enough to draw blood, making Heavenly Demon yelp, while Spirit Snake muttered, "How disgusting. My eyes have been defiled." After the comedic act, the bruised Heavenly Demon ordered Spirit Snake, "Bring out a lizard puppet to act with me, then hide outside and wait for news." At the main gate of the Purple Cloud sect, 2 female disciples heard strange noises and decided to investigate. They both discovered the white dog being bullied by a green lizard puppet, while Heavenly Demon secretly cursed Spirit Snake for this ridiculous act. The 2 female cultivators immediately rushed to intervene, their loud shouts startling the mechanical lizard puppet into fleeing. One female cultivator picked up the white dog, feeling pity when she saw its injuries, and decided to take it back to the sect for treatment. Spirit Snake watched from afar as the plan succeeded perfectly. while Heavenly Demon, held in the female cultivator's arms, revealed a cunning expression with glowing red eyes. Seeing the pet version honey trap prove effective, Spirit Snake decided to try its luck with the snake puppet Heavenly Demon made for it. The two female disciples once again heard strange noises and returned to the main gate. This time, they saw the green lizard puppet scratching a small purple snake puppet, an identical scene being staged. But life was not a dream. One female cultivator swung her sword, and instead of striking the lizard puppet, she pinned the snake puppet directly to the ground. The two female cultivators, faces full of disgust, ordered both the snake puppet and the lizard puppet to be killed because they were too hideous. Spirit Snake was furious, unable to understand why they would save the dog but not the snake. In the female cultivator's arms, Heavenly Demon broke out in a cold sweat, secretly cursing the idiotic Spirit Snake for trying to act cute without fur. Realizing it couldn't cause any more commotion, Heavenly Demon suddenly barked loudly, startling the two female cultivators, then activated an invisibility spell and vanished right before their eyes. The two girls bewilderedly searched for the injured little dog, unaware that it was hiding in a nearby bush, observing with glowing red eyes. While the two female cultivators gave up after failing to find it, Heavenly Demon had sneaked to a stone platform and placed a formation-breaking jade talisman on it. Boom! The jade talisman exploded, shattering the sect's defensive barrier, and Heavenly Demon immediately used a sound transmission talisman to report. Little Snake, I've broken the formation. Spirit Snake received the news, admired the old dog's reliability, and immediately used Earth Evasion to rush towards the breach in the barrier. Having successfully infiltrated, Heavenly Demon immediately spread out a map and outlined the battle plan. The Purple Cloud Sect stores elixirs in 3 locations: the Outer Sect, Inner Sect, and Purple Cloud Pavilion. The old dog pointed out, the Outer Sect only has low-grade items, while the Inner Sect has elixirs that replenish spiritual energy. Our target is the Inner Sect first, then we'll use a teleportation formation to reach the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Spirit Snake squinted at the old dog's wagging tail, muttering, "This old man's real target is definitely the treasures in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, not just a few lousy elixirs." Suddenly, ambiguous moans echoed from the room above, and Spirit Snake asked, bewildered, "Is some female cultivator being killed up there?" Heavenly Demon scoffed, "Idiot, they're having a good time. Damn it, her screams are making my fists clench." The old dog continued its life lesson. "You just need to remember one thing. Those simp cultivators will eventually be sucked dry and discarded. They never come to a good end." Spirit Snake bewilderedly asked what a simp was, and Heavenly Demon immediately yelped sharply, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not a simp." Inside the room, behind the folding screen, were the silhouettes of 2 people entwined. It turned out to be Hua Yuntian, dual cultivating with a female cultivator named Yin Ling to recover. He was grateful that thanks to her, he recovered quickly, especially with the Foundation establishment pill she received from another simp. Killing intent flashed in Hua Yuntian's eyes as he gritted his teeth and swore, "Once Eve fully recovered, I will definitely find that damned thief and kill him to vent my anger." Right below, Spirit Snake was startled, sensing a familiar yet extremely dangerous surge of killing intent. Heavenly Demon sneered, Hey, well done, little snake. You're getting sharper and sharper." The old dog explained, "You're right to notice. Directly above the elixir refining room is the guest room, and the scent of elixirs has seeped down here. But the danger lies in the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm Elders guarding it." Heavenly Demon outlined the final plan. "Soon we'll split up. You go up and cause a commotion to lure one of them away. I'll deal with the other one. After we've cleared out all the elixirs, we'll meet at the teleportation formation." Spirit Snake asked how to cause trouble, and Heavenly Demon nonchalantly replied, "Killing someone or destroying a room, anything is fine, as long as it's enough to alarm a Foundation Establishment Realm Elder. Just don't make too big a fuss." Spirit Snake nodded in agreement, but inwardly, it was determined to go up and see whose familiar aura that was. It focused its divine sense, sensing a cultivator who had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Their aura still unstable, clearly due to recovering from severe injuries. Spirit Snake suddenly realized, recognizing its old enemy. "It's him. I can't believe he's still alive." Digging a straight path upwards, Spirit Snake burrowed into Hua Yuntian's room, looked at its weakened enemy on the bed, and a bold thought arose. "Haha, this simp has a grudge against me. Why not take this opportunity to send him off for good?" Spirit Snake lurked beneath the floor, preparing its 2 razor-sharp golden scales, calculating. The distance is less than 10 meters. Assassination is perfect. It heard footsteps, then lay still to observe, thinking, "Another guy? Are they playing a threesome? Let's just watch for now. Taking on 3 alone might be tough." A burly man named Xiao Cho, a disciple of the D Mountain sect, appeared with a bowl of tonic. "Miss Yin Ling, I heard you weren't feeling well, so I personally stewed this medicine and brought it here." From inside the room, Yinling's stammering voice echoed, trying to dismiss him. Just leave it at the door, you can go. Xiao Chou naively believed the explanation that young Master Hua was teaching cultivation techniques, and he even cheerfully inquired. Oh, so it's young Master Hua, he's truly diligent. Have your injuries gotten better? The female disciples of the Purple Cloud sect standing outside sneered, exposing the simp Xiao Chou. What an idiot. He even gave away a foundation establishment pill, and now that girl has gone into Hua Yuntian's room. Spirit Snake overheard, speechless, finally understanding what dual cultivation was. It muttered, being a simp won't lead to a good end. Scram so I can work. Another female disciple continued to mock Xiao Chou as he turned away. Coward. Hua Yuntian is weak. Why don't you go in and finish him off? But he only growled, scram, and left. Seeing the target had left, Spirit Snake realized the golden opportunity had arrived. Has gone. Now's the time. Without a moment's hesitation, Spirit Snake roared in its mind and launched 2 golden scales like flying daggers. Golden scales. Kill. While intimately in bed, Hua Yuntian and Yinling suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent, and a deadly flash of light appeared right before them. Hua Yuntian reacted extremely quickly, kicking away the scale, but it still tore a gash across his chest, making him scream in pain. Yinling was not so lucky. The second scale shredded her arm in a bloody streak, causing her to shriek miserably. Spirit Snake activated the gravity technique, controlling the golden scale to arc dangerously, returning to strike directly at Hua Yuntian's head. Hua Yuntian activated his protective magic treasure, a layer of blue ice enveloping his body, blocking the attack. Spirit Snake clicked its tongue. Tsk. Its power has weakened after turning back. The room was in ruins. Hua Yuntian knelt on the bed, looking at Yinling sprawled on the floor with a horrified expression, and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Spirit Snake slithered back into the tunnel, annoyed that it couldn't finish off the enemy in one blow. This guy has too many toys. That simp is back too. I can't attack anymore. I have to run. Just then, Xiao Chou kicked the door open and rushed in, anxiously calling out the name of his beloved, Yinling. Xiao Chou's eyes narrowed, filled with furious anger as he witnessed the chaotic scene and his beloved severely injured next to Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian broke out in a cold sweat, hastily and awkwardly explaining, "Don't misunderstand, she was assassinated." That simp Xiao Chou was consumed by jealousy, roaring to kill Hua Yuntian, thinking he failed to protect his beloved. "It's you, die." An earth-shattering collision blew off the roof, and the people outside screamed in panic, not understanding what was happening. Elder Wang Lin, a Foundation Establishment Realm expert, appeared amidst the rubble, roaring, "You jealous trash! How dare you try to kill my Yinling?" Spirit Snake observed from hiding, secretly admitting that this simp also had some strength, on par with Hua Yuntian, and was secretly pleased that the distraction mission was successful, with a big boss appearing. At the same time, in the pill room, Heavenly Demon, in the guise of a wolf puppet, was lurking around Elder Luo Fei, who was wondering why it was still so noisy outside. Elder Luo Fei clicked her tongue, showing extreme annoyance at the noise outside. Heavenly Demon sneered, muttering sarcastically about the idle cultivators who constantly fought over women in his sect. He thought to himself, "Snakey's done, it's my turn. It would be a waste not to use such a large alchemy furnace." Luo Fei smelled a strange burning odor, beginning to suspect if that senior sister was secretly adding some ingredients to the furnace to research new pills behind her back. She approached the giant alchemy furnace to check, completely unaware of the danger lurking. Luo Fei bent down to look inside the furnace, muttering that old woman hid all sorts of things. If it succeeded, she'd get no credit, but if it failed, she'd bear the blame. Seizing the opportunity, Heavenly Demon lunged forward with a back kick, sending Elder Luo Fei straight into the alchemy furnace, much to the victim's astonishment. Heavenly Demon stood triumphantly on the furnace lid, ignoring Luo Fei's screams from inside demanding to be let out. Declaring it was time to collect the goods, he used the fireball technique to heat the furnace, taunting the old woman to scream all she wanted because there was a big fight outside, and no one would be able to save her. Spirit Snake appeared, and Heavenly Demon immediately asked, "Black Emperor, did you lock the other Foundation Establishment Realm old woman in the furnace?" But Spirit Snake only urged him to collect the items first. Spirit Snake used its ability to suck up all the pills and ingredients in the room, and both were overwhelmed by the enormous spoils. Inside the furnace, Luo Fei was still screaming frantically, threatening to kill the pill thieves. Spirit Snake added another fireball to the furnace, making Heavenly Demon praise it, saying it was truly his disciple. Suddenly, Elder Wang Lin outside sensed the anomaly and began forming hand seals to unleash the purple cloud golden charm, making Spirit Snake realize in a panic that the furnace was about to explode. "Damn it! It's about to blow! Run!" Heavenly Demon snapped at the panicking Spirit Snake. "What are you panicking about? Look here." Then he showed off the Xuanhuang bell that he had perfectly repaired, He proudly declared that he not only repaired it but also upgraded it, then urged, "Let's go," to the teleportation array outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Meanwhile, the lovesick Xiao Cho was frantically using a giant log to strike the alarm bell of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Hearing the bell, Spirit Snake was startled, thinking Elder Luo Fei had escaped, but Heavenly Demon reassured it. "No, that's the emergency alarm bell. I just sent one guy off. How could they discover it so quickly?" Spirit Snake had a bad feeling, and immediately demanded to leave. "Black Emperor, I don't think this is good. Don't go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion anymore. Let's bail." Heavenly Demon scoffed. "What are you talking about? We're already at the teleportation array. I spent so many spirit stones and materials to set it up." Spirit Snake still insisted on giving up, making Heavenly Demon furious, growling, "Snakey, are you going to burn the bridge after crossing it after using me?" Spirit Snake retorted firmly, holding out its puppet. "Black Emperor, if you trust me, we leave immediately. If not, I'll let this puppet go with you." Heavenly Demon bared his teeth, questioning, "Snakey, you think something's wrong? Do you have any proof? Or is it just based on intuition?" Spirit Snake confidently affirmed it was intuition, recalling countless times this game bug had saved its life from enemies many times more powerful. Heavenly Demon sighed in defeat. "All right, I'll trust you this time." Then he pulled out a wolf puppet identical to himself, while Spirit Snake also prepared its snake puppet. Heavenly Demon activated the teleportation array, and pillars of blue light shot into the sky, ready to take them all to collect the goods. With a whoosh, both appeared inside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The teleportation array was a complete success, leaving Spirit Snake dizzy. Spirit Snake was dazzled by the array of rare pills protected in glass cabinets. Recognizing a Foundation Establishment pill, worth 10,000 contribution points, Heavenly Demon complained about the unfairness between humans and demonic beasts, then strained with all his might to break a circular barrier protecting some item. Suddenly, the barrier shattered, revealing an ancient black mirror emitting a red glow. Heavenly Demon rejoiced. "An item I left behind in the past. It really is here." Heavenly Demon broke a few more barriers, urging Spirit Snake to quickly come and collect the goods, pointing out an item called the Mountain Lotus Profound Scroll, worth 300,000 contribution points, perfect for cultivation. Spirit Snake glanced at the pile of treasures, calculating that the stolen pills were enough for it to cultivate to the perfected spirit consciousness realm, deciding not to be more greedy. Instead of looting, Spirit Snake decided to make use of the time, sitting down to secretly learn a cultivation technique from a jade scroll, just in case the puppet couldn't bring it out. Heavenly Demon, in the mechanical wolf form, was snooping on a shelf when he suddenly froze, seemingly having discovered something. He spotted a glowing gourd, a genuine golden core grade item worth 20 million points, and decided to steal the most expensive item to be sure. Meanwhile, outside, Spirit Snake was trying to fully absorb the cultivation technique, his brain stretched taut like a bowstring. "My head feels so heavy. Am I growing another brain?" Heavenly Demon was also straining to break the seal. Back at the treasure vault, Heavenly Demon smugly grabbed the gourd, thinking this was a sweet deal. Suddenly, the teleportation array shattered, and Heavenly Demon yelled about an ambush, quickly disconnecting from the Spirit Snake puppet. Outside, both were jolted back. While Spirit Snake was still bewildered, Heavenly Demon roared a warning that a terrifying boss was approaching. Heavenly Demon frantically screamed, "A golden core stage expert, run!" as an old woman with an overwhelming aura appeared, introducing herself as the old ancestor of Purple Cloud Sect, He Luohua, who had been waiting. He Luohua unleashed a move, crushing Heavenly Demon's wolf puppet into a defenseless ragdoll, which surprised her. She realized she had been tricked when the two puppets exploded, roaring furiously. "How dare you use puppets to deceive me? No one will escape today." Immediately, He Luohua activated the Grand Mountain Protecting Array, sealing off the entire Purple Cloud Sect, ordering that not even a mosquito could fly out. Spirit Snake was filled with regret for only learning half of the cultivation technique, but Heavenly Demon reassured him. "Just a miscalculation. If a puppet breaks, we'll just make another," even as Spirit Snake taunted. "Didn't you say a golden core boss wouldn't make a move?" The Purple Cloud Sect disciples buzzed with chatter, unable to believe that mere petty thieves could alarm the old ancestor, who was nearing the end of her lifespan. Heavenly Demon thought to himself, it was fortunate he had the quick wit to steal the most expensive gourd instead of his own mirror. Otherwise, all his cards would have been revealed. As the two were hiding, Heavenly Demon suddenly felt that something was amiss. He discovered that the array at the exit was not only reinforced threefold, but also had its structure changed, bitterly announcing that it would take at least an hour to break. Spirit Snake suggested using his golden scales to break through directly, but Heavenly Demon dismissed it, stating that Spirit Snake's power was only enough for Foundation Establishment cultivators, not strong enough to break this three-layered array, and that old woman would immediately discover them. Heavenly Demon yelled, "Dodge, quickly!" as the old woman's divine sense swept past, but he remained confident in his reinforced invisibility talisman. Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Hiluhua circling in the air, guessing that she knew they were hiding somewhere to break the array. Spirit Snake decided he had to act to create a diversion. Heavenly Demon immediately agreed, tasking him with buying time and demanding that no one be allowed within 10 meters. The old ancestor of Purple Cloud Sect commanded, "Everyone listen. Thieves have infiltrated. Seal off the entire sect. No one is allowed in or out." The old woman growled, declaring that even the sect master was no exception, causing the disciples to obey without question. A senior female disciple released a series of life-sensing talismans, declaring that these high-grade items could detect targets within a 10-meter radius, even if they used golden core-grade invisibility magic treasures. The old ancestor offered a hefty reward, 300,000 contribution points to anyone who found and eliminated the demonic beasts, stirring all the disciples into a frenzy. Two female disciples on patrol whispered to each other, one lamenting that she didn't want to risk it, even though the reward was very tempting. A girl named Huang Yu interjected, volunteering for this difficult task, drawing the crowd's attention to the sect's eccentric genius. The disciples began gossiping, mocking Huang Yu for having top-grade innate talent but refusing dual cultivation, so her cultivation was still stuck at Qi Refinement Stage 7. Huang Yu ignored them all, determined in her heart to earn 300,000 points to reach Foundation establishment within a year. The young girl thought to herself about her plan to exchange for the Mountain Sea Mirror Map to leave the Purple Cloud Sect, then shot off like an arrow. Huang Yu deduced that since the old ancestor's divine sense hadn't detected the target, it must be hiding underground using the earth evasion technique, so she cast a similar spell to track it down. At the same time, in another corner of the sect, the ground was utterly ravaged as if an earth-shattering battle had just taken place. Hua Yuntian, bare-chested and covered in injuries, staggered to his feet amidst the lingering electrical sparks, yelling in despair. "Come out!" Xiao Cho, a burly man, appeared with a murderous expression, roaring, "You lunatic! Haven't you heard that a demonic beast has infiltrated? Yin Ling died by its hand," the man furiously yelled at Hua Yuntian. "I don't care about any demonic beast. I'll kill you first." But Hua Yuntian merely sneered, reminding him that the array was closed, so he couldn't kill him. Hua Yuntian declared he was going to heal his injuries, leaving behind a threatening remark. "Next time we meet, you're dead for sure." While Xiao Cho screamed in helplessness, Xiao Cho collapsed, grinding his teeth, vowing that he would send Hua Yuntian to meet his maker no matter the cost. Back in the forest, two female disciples were searching when one of them flinched, sensing something. The detection talisman in her hand suddenly glowed brightly, signaling that the target was right there in the forest. Boom! Two giant lizard puppets engulfed in flames burst from underground in an ambush. At the same time, old ancestor He Luohua, who was flying in the sky, was suddenly struck by a gravity technique and pulled straight down to the ground. Old ancestor He Luohua unleashed a palm strike, purple energy sweeping away the lizard puppets, attacking the two female disciples. She roared, "Puppets again! This demonic beast is too cunning. Continue searching. Don't miss a single corner, even places already searched." Spirit Snake grumbled at Heavenly Demon. "Old dog, how much longer do you need? I'm almost out of stock. I've taken out over 100 lizards already." Spirit Snake suddenly sensed someone approaching, so he decided to use the earth evasion technique to dive underground and scout the situation. Huang Yu was struggling to fend off the puppets. She realized these were just decoys, and the real demonic beast was definitely hiding nearby. Hidden underground, Spirit Snake assessed his opponent. Earth element, Qi Refinement, Stage 7. One golden spine strike would be enough to eliminate her, but acting would expose him. Huang Yu cautiously moved underground, the distance rapidly shortening 50 meters, 30 meters, then she abruptly stopped. A terrifying wave of killing intent locked onto Huang Yu. She felt that if she moved even one more step, she would surely die. The girl broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of the 300,000 contribution points, but then told herself, "What good are points if I'm dead?" Huang Yu took a deep breath, reassuring herself that caution was the key to survival. Only by surviving could she grow stronger. Elder Wang Lin suddenly appeared and asked, "Huang Yu, have you searched over there?" startling the girl. Huang Yu quickly fabricated a story. "I just came up from underground, so I'm a bit tired." She thought to herself that she couldn't tell the truth, or she would be killed. She decided to lie that she had searched this area and found nothing to avoid having her credit stolen. Elder Wang Lin was annoyed that the demonic beast had escaped, while Spirit Snake breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thanking the girl's cowardice for saving both their lives. Spirit Snake remarked that this girl was extraordinary, but Heavenly Demon cut him off. "Enough babbling, we succeeded." A pink energy explosion shattered a corner of the formation. Heavenly Demon howled, "We're free. We're safe. Spirit Snake, wait for me." A disciple frantically reported to Grand Ancestor He Luohua. The The formation in the southwest has been breached. He Luohua sneered maliciously. She had anticipated their escape and revealed that she had placed an additional layer of her divine sense on the formation. She declared in a harsh voice that any creature passing through would be marked with an undetectable imprint, then unleashed a surge of energy into the sky. Let's see where you'll run to this time. No sooner had they escaped than Heavenly Demon and Spirit Snake were blocked by Grand Ancestor He Luohua, causing both to panic. Damn it! How did she find us so fast? Heavenly Demon bitterly realized they had fallen into the divine sense trap set on the formation, while Grand Ancestor He Luohua had locked onto her targets from afar. So it's two beasts. The old woman said no more, unleashing her Dharma treasure, the heavenly mechanism golden bowl, and declared confidently, "Don't worry, none of you will escape." A colossal force field descended from the golden bowl, enveloping the entire area, trapping the two bewildered thieves. The Dharma treasure began to operate, creating a terrifying suction force, determined not to let its prey escape. Heavenly Demon yelled, urging Spirit Snake to play its trump card, but it could only cry helplessly, "I don't have any trump cards. I'm about to be sucked in." Cornered, Heavenly Demon decided to stop holding back, growling. "I originally intended to wait for the old woman to get closer, but there's no other way. Come out." A colossal surge of sinister energy erupted from the ground, knocking back Grand Ancestor He Luohua, surprising even her. From within the smoke, an old man with silver hair and blood-red eyes appeared. Grand Ancestor He Luohua recognized him in horror. Ancestor of the Moving Mountain sect? Wu Yao? Heavenly Demon, speaking through the Wu Yao puppet, warned her. "Old woman, one should leave a path of retreat. Don't push people too far, or both the fish and the net will be destroyed." Grand Ancestor He Luohua realized that the corpse of the Moving Mountain sect's ancestor had been stolen. Heavenly Demon boastfully showed off his achievement. "Not only stolen, I even turned him into a self-cultivating puppet, powerful enough to send a nascent core cultivator like you to your grave. Get lost." Heavenly Demon acted heroically, telling Spirit Snake to run ahead while he covered their retreat. Spirit Snake, still bewildered, asked again, only to be yelled at. "Of course it's real. Hurry up and run, you're too slow." He explained that he had removed the imprint from Spirit Snake and gave it an invisibility talisman. "Stick this on and disappear. The old woman won't find you." Hearing this, Spirit Snake immediately fled, while Grand Ancestor He Luohua was half skeptical, but had to admit that her Dharma treasure had been broken when this corpse appeared. After his grandstanding, Heavenly Demon hid behind a tree, panting from exhaustion. He cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. Seeing that Grand Ancestor He Luohua hadn't left yet, Heavenly Demon trembled, thinking to himself that his current ability was only enough to control the corpse with divine sense, not truly turn it into a puppet. He admitted to himself that he could only activate a tiny bit of the remaining nascent core in Wu Yao's body to scare her, but that nascent core was now only the size of a fingernail. Heavenly Demon calculated that half of his energy had been used to break the Dharma treasure, and the rest was only enough for 3 more moves, and since they weren't earth elemental, his hand would be easily revealed. Spirit Snake, running headlong, suddenly stopped, wondering why Heavenly Demon hadn't appeared yet. If that corpse was truly strong, it would be more than enough to make mincemeat of that old woman. So why did he make me run? It suddenly dawned on him, realizing he had been tricked. Damn it, that old dog lied. Hez in danger. I can't abandon him. But it hesitated. Confronting a nascent core cultivator was akin to suicide. Or perhaps that old dog was truly strong, and returning would only get in his way? Spirit Snake slapped himself, determined not to make excuses for his weakness. First, never abandon a comrade. Second, never foolishly risk your life. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon and the Wu Yao corpse were still in a stalemate with Grand Ancestor He Luohua. Grand Ancestor He Luohua muttered, realizing that standing there staring at each other wouldn't get them anywhere. The old woman decided to make the first move to probe, unleashing a series of silver needles shimmering with death chi, purple cloud silver needles. Heavenly Demon controlled the Wu Yao corpse, making it roar and spew out a stream of dark death chi to block the attack. Thinking to himself, "I'll use this flashy move to scare her, then escape while she's distracted." Grand Ancestor He Luohua was horrified to see her silver needles corroded by the dark chi. She growled, "Impossible. The Moving Mountain sect doesn't have this kind of cultivation technique. You must be a demonic cultivator." The old woman boasted, proclaiming herself a righteous cultivator eradicating evil, and unleashed a dazzling ball of light, primordial golden light blast. But Heavenly Demon merely scoffed. So weak." After the explosion, Grand Ancestor He Luohua was bewildered to see her opponent had vanished without a trace. She was furious. "How dare you trick me?" Without hesitation, she soared high into the sky, activating a large-scale divine sense scanning formation, shouting, "Invisibility? Heavenly Layer Divine Sense Formation." Today, I will kill you. Heavenly Demon, fleeing in his wolf form, sensed the formation. He was annoyed that his invisibility technique was useless, knowing he was about to be caught. He analyzed. The death key move earlier was all show and too weak. He needed a stronger attack to hold off the old woman, but Wu Yao's damaged nascent core couldn't handle it. Heavenly Demon was speechless, realizing that his powerful skills couldn't be used because his own strength hadn't recovered. Suddenly, a purple sword chi slammed into the wolf puppet from behind, sending him flying. Heavenly Demon cursed. Grand Ancestor Hiluohua appeared with a multitude of flying swords hovering around her, growling, "You scoundrel! Where else can you run?" Heavenly Demon recognized these as her 9 missed, peerless swords. The wolf puppet was batted around like a ball by the sword formation. Heavenly Demon cursed inwardly. Damn it! If only my earth evasion technique was as fast as that snake's, I would have escaped long ago. Cornered, Heavenly Demon decided to go all in once more, summoning Wu Yao's soul. Come out. Pushed to the limit, Heavenly Demon went all in, summoning the Wu Yao puppet, which roared as death chi violently erupted. The Wu Yao corpse unleashed the soul-suppressing melody, sending countless wronged souls directly towards Grand Ancestor Hiluohua of the Purple Cloud Sect. Hiluohua sneered contemptuously. This old dog is too demonic, he must be killed, then summoned her 9 missed peerless sword formation to attack. The sharp sword formation tore through Heavenly Demon's wolf puppet, ripping it to shreds. Heavenly Demon was furious, realizing that this old woman was fighting ruthlessly, regardless of injury. If he took 2 more hits, his soul would fall into a slumber for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, the Wu Yao puppet's nascent core had cracked, consuming 1/3 of its energy with just 1 move. 2 more uses, and it would be gone. Hiluohua gave him no time to breathe, unleashing an even more terrifying move. 3 pure evil slashes, a colossal sword chi cleaving down. Heavenly Demon could only curse. Boom! Something burst from the ground, blocking the old hag's destructive sword strike. Heavenly Demon called out, "Snakey?" in astonishment, while Hiluohua was also deeply shocked as her treasured sword cracked, wondering what kind of hidden weapon could be so powerful. Hiluohua temporarily flew away, confident that she had marked her prey, and it couldn't escape. Spirit Snake emerged from the ground, infuriating Heavenly Demon. "You bastard! I told you to run. Why did you come back?" But Spirit Snake coldly asked if he could control that puppet. Wu Yao's spirit appeared, confirming Spirit Snake could control him since it had learned the puppetry art, but warned that its divine sense was too weak, which could cause the body to collapse. Heavenly Demon came up with a plan. "Both it and I have earth spirit roots. It'll slowly transmit my divine sense to you. But if we fall out of sync, we'll both die." Spirit Snake immediately agreed. Heavenly Demon instantly cast the Divine Sense Sacred Seal, channeling energy into the snake's body, making it roar in pain. Heavenly Demon urged, "Don't force it. If you can't bear it, release your divine sense and run." But Spirit Snake was resolute. "We'll escape together." Spirit Snake made a bold decision, asking Heavenly Demon to let it use a Divine Burst Pill, a forbidden medicine that temporarily boosts strength with extremely devastating side effects. Hiluohua noticed the snake had returned from afar, while Heavenly Demon agreed to the crazy plan, instructing, "You focus on casting the spell. I'll catalyze the golden core." Hiluohua grabbed the purple scales that had blocked her attack, realizing they were high-grade materials that could be used to refine golden core magic treasures. She sneered, "Thanks for the ingredients." The old hag hovered in the air, her eyes sharp and cold as she declared, "Now both of you shall die." Preparing to unleash her finishing blow, Heavenly Demon roared his companion's name as both the snake and wolf puppets cried out, channeling their divine sense into the ancestor puppet. The ancestor of Dishan's sect raised its hand, and a giant earth shield rose, blocking Hiluohua's flying sword, leaving the old hag deeply shocked. The old hag furiously roared, "3 Pure Ones, evil slayer, pierce through for me." But the flying sword was completely blocked. Heavenly Demon panted and cursed, while Spirit Snake swallowed the divine burst pill and growled, "Even if I can't bear it, I must." Spirit Snake felt surging power, its instincts telling it that it could do it, while the ancestor of Dishan's sect also roared, its eyes blazing. The divine demonic cauldron inside Spirit Snake began to spin wildly, trying to resist the power of the forbidden medicine. The ancestor of Dishan's sect strained and shouted, praying for its teammates to cooperate perfectly, or else they would all perish here. Rumble, rumble, the ground shook violently, startling Hiluohua, who was flying in the air. Blazing golden and dark purple energy converged into the ancestor of Dishan Sect's body, as it unleashed an extremely powerful strike. A giant earth spike, as large as a small mountain, erupted from the ground with terrifying momentum, signaling the success of the technique. Hiluohua stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, stammering, "Is this supposed to be an earth spike? It's clearly a mountain." The old hag's face was bruised, and she gritted her teeth. "You damn bastards, how dare you make me look so pathetic." Spirit Snake's puppet roared again, its mouth gathering a blazing golden energy sphere, preparing to fire a second shot. Hiluohua was cornered as a series of other giant earth spikes continued to rise around her, leaving her no escape. Heavenly Demon praised admiringly. "Truly a top-grade earth spirit root. The ancestor's golden core depletion rate is even lower than when I controlled it." An earth spike grazed Hiluohua, forcing her to activate a golden shield talisman for defense at the last moment. The old hag was no pushover. She immediately used the cloud-breaking sail technique to soar high, escaping the range of the earth spikes. Hiluohua hovered in the air, admitting she had underestimated her opponents, but then she raised her hand, summoning countless flying needles. However, it's time to end this. The old hag unleashed her grand technique, Pear Blossom Storm, a rain of blazing purple flying needles covering the entire sky, determined to deal with both enemies. Facing the rain of flying needles, the Golden Core corpse immediately erected a grand earth shield to defend, roaring defiantly. "Let's see how long you can last." Luohua scoffed, confident that the Golden Core of a several hundred-year-old dried corpse could not compare to a true Golden Core expert like herself. Heavenly Demon admitted the old hag was right. The Golden Core was 1/3 depleted, and couldn't hold out much longer. He said to Spirit Snake, "Then we have to go all in." Heavenly Demon revealed his trump card, an ancient secret manual called Mountain Range Connecting Abyss. Heavenly Demon, while controlling the corpse, explained that he had only read half of the manual, and the rest had to be improvised, ordering Spirit Snake to buy time. Spirit Snake immediately agreed, realizing that the principles of all earth element techniques were interconnected, and if others could do it, it could too. Heavenly Demon was astonished to see that Spirit Snake was no longer the cowardly snake it once was. It had comprehended all earth element techniques in an instant. Heavenly Demon was so shocked that his jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. All three merged their power. Heavenly Demon roared, "Black Emperor, prepare the ultimate move. Let's go, brothers." The Golden Core corpse exerted its full power, the mark on its forehead blazing, as it shouted the technique's name, Mountain Range Connecting Abyss. The ground shook violently. A giant fissure tore through the mountain, and a voice echoed, "Old hag, if you don't run today, it will be your death anniversary." Hiluohua froze, recognizing the legendary technique and unable to believe it. Impossible. In the past, this technique was a formidable skill that the sect master of Dishan sect had paid a heavy price to obtain. But for hundreds of years, no one in the Purple Cloud sect had mastered it. The old hag looked at the snake puppet in horror, realizing it had learned this technique on the spot. How can this be? Feeling the odds were too difficult, Hiluohua decided to flee for safety, regardless of whether the technique was real or an illusion. As the old hag flew up, she was thrown back by collapsing earth and rocks, cursing aloud. Two giant mountain walls suddenly closed in, trapping Hiluohua inside. Heavenly Demon roared, "Trying to run? Too late. Die, old hag." Trapped in the gorge, Hiluohua was furious at being pushed to the brink by two demonic beasts, deciding to pull out the protective treasure her Tao companion had given her. A blazing blue teleportation array appeared beneath the old hag's feet, her last escape route. Boom! The techniques clashed, shaking heaven and earth, and Heavenly Demon roared furiously. A low-grade teleportation talisman? Damn it, that old hag escaped. Heavenly Demon explained to Spirit Snake that this type of talisman was identical to a teleportation array, but activated instantly, its ingredient being extremely rare, Voidstone. Amidst the teleportation light, Hiluohua still didn't forget to taunt. "No matter what, I must kill it today." Just as she was about to disappear, Hiluohua suddenly felt something was wrong. The old hag was utterly terrified when she saw that the surrounding space wasn't teleporting but distorting, with two mountain cliffs rushing in to crush her. Realizing this was no ordinary technique, a giant stone python, an upgraded version of the mountain range Deep Gorge chain, roared with immense pressure, making Hiluohua freeze in terror. This pressure? How is this possible? Cornered, Hiluohua waved her hand, unleashing all her trump cards. Heavenly Thunder Orb, Fire Cloud Talisman, 6 Absolutes Needle, Explosive Talisman. A series of magic treasures exploded violently on the stone python's head, but it remained unmoved, as if merely tickled, its purple eyes glowing brightly with killing intent. Hiluohua was thrown back by the shockwave, unable to believe that after using all her tricks, her opponent was completely unharmed. Heavenly Demon roared, giving an order. "Where do you think you're running? Spirit Snake, kill her." And a giant stone tail swung up, striking straight down. Crash! Hiluohua couldn't dodge in time, was struck directly by the tail, slamming face first into the ground. A piercing crack echoed, and all of the old hag's ribs and spine were shattered. Despite being battered, Hiluohua still struggled to get up, throwing out her last talisman to escape. and Heavenly Demon cursed furiously for letting her escape again. Watching Heluahua's light speck disappear, Heavenly Demon sighed, admitting that the golden core of the founding ancestor's corpse had run out of energy and could no longer pursue. Heavenly Demon turned, praising with an excited expression. Spirit Snake. That last move was your own creation, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant, utterly domineering. But the only reply he received was a limp, twitching snake body. Heavenly Demon panicked. Spirit Snake? Damn it. Did it pass out? Even though it was unconscious, Spirit Snake still mumbled subconsciously. She's not completely dead. Pursue. Making Heavenly Demon admire its fighting will. Heavenly Demon, in its mechanical wolf form, carried Spirit Snake on its back, deciding to retreat first, still muttering its intention to definitely kill that old hag. Suddenly, the surrounding earth and rocks gathered, encasing both of them in a solid layer of stone armor, and Heavenly Demon was astonished. Damn it. Is this the earth armor technique? Heavenly Demon was stunned to see that Spirit Snake, though unconscious, had automatically activated the earth armor technique, encasing both of them in a defensive stone layer, secretly admiring, just how many trump cards does this kid have? While retreating, Heavenly Demon didn't forget to collect the spoils of war, using spiritual power to pull back all the magic treasures that old ancestor Heluahua had discarded, calculating that they would still be usable after repairs. Hearing the reinforcements calling old ancestor. As they approached, Heavenly Demon clicked its tongue in annoyance, swearing to Spirit Snake that, sooner or later, it would return to turn the tables in this battle. Without hesitation, Heavenly Demon activated an invisibility technique, and both of them vanished on the spot, leaving behind a faint wisp of smoke. The sect master of Purple Cloud Sect, Shen Qingzhu, a late Foundation establishment stage expert, finally arrived, hurriedly supported the gasping old ancestor and shouted, "Hurry! The demonic beast is about to die." Old ancestor Heluahua, her face bruised and bloody, roared in extreme fury, ordering the entire sect to turn the mountain upside down to capture that damned snake and dog. Sect Master Shen Qingzhu, while helping the old ancestor back to the sect for treatment, also issued an order to all elders and disciples. Search the entire mountain, find that monstrous snake and dog, capture them dead or alive. However, the Purple Cloud Sect disciples only looked at each other in fear, whispering that the demonic beast had almost finished off a golden core stage old ancestor, so going to find it would be no different from suicide. Thus, they only decided to wander around for show. A week later, news of the earth-shattering battle at Purple Cloud Sect spread like a storm, shaking the entire southern city of the Chu Kingdom. People on the streets buzzed with discussion, rumors distorted. I heard a demonic beast broke into Purple Cloud Sect to steal elixirs, and the 5th-generation old ancestor was even severely injured and forced to flee. At Shifting Mountain Sect, Sect Master Shi Yazi slammed the table with a bang, flying into a rage upon hearing that the founding ancestor's tomb had been dug up and his corpse stolen to be made into a puppet. Increase the bounty tenfold, find those demonic beasts, and retrieve the founding ancestor's corpse. Meanwhile, at Carefree Sect, Xuan Yangzi, a golden core expert, gazed thoughtfully at the shattered magic treasure, muttering that this very snake and dog duo was very likely the culprit who destroyed his clone. Xuan Yangzi ordered his disciple Hua Yuntian, "Go contact the headquarters of the snake-catching sect and demand they issue a joint bounty. It's been a long time since things were this lively." The official bounty order was issued, with sketches of a spirit snake and a spirit wolf, offering hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and contribution points to anyone who captured or killed them. Rogue cultivators gathered, their eyes gleaming at the unprecedentedly huge reward. Some were hesitant because even a golden core expert was injured, while others felt their adventurous blood boil. If a man is not for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. On an official boat at the border of the Qin Kingdom, a hidden figure was observing a rhinoceros puppet, suspecting that this was the legendary founding ancestor puppet of the Shifting Mountain Sect. This person revealed himself to be Qin Xuanji, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. He smiled with great interest, wondering what genius had cultivated his sect's puppet art to this level, and wishing to take them as a disciple. At the same time, in 10,000 Snakes Valley, south of the Chu Kingdom, the snake-catching sect was vigorously constructing a new branch, its black-clad members moving like ghosts. A masked leader stood high above, giving orders: pass down the order, speed up progress, try to complete it within half a year. Indicating a major plan was underway. An information broker muttered that the previous bounty for the snake and dog duo was too low. Now was the time to release clues to make a killing. He looked at the thundering sky, telling himself that the divination said there would be great misfortune, but also great fortune. No matter what, as long as he got the bounty and fled, it would be fine. In the cave, Spirit Wolf lay guarding Spirit Snake, who had been unconscious for a week, worried when it saw Spirit Snake twitching and whimpering, guessing that it was having a nightmare again. In its days, Spirit Snake relived life-and-death battles, from being hunted for its demonic core to confronting stronger enemies. A mysterious voice echoed in Spirit Snake's mind, asking if it ever felt it wasn't strong enough. The image of the divine demonic cauldron appeared, with a majestic dragon spirit above it, making Spirit Snake realize this was the senior within the cauldron. The dragon spirit declared that identity was not important. If it wanted answers, it had to break through to the foundation establishment stage. But Spirit Snake's cultivation technique was still incomplete. Spirit Snake hurriedly asked the senior to teach it the complete cultivation technique, but the dragon spirit declared that the complete cultivation technique lay within its heart, and it had to comprehend it itself. The dragon spirit warned that time was running out. Spirit Snake's path would be 100,000 times more arduous than others, and it must remember to resist. Spirit Wolf went crazy, shaking Spirit Snake vigorously to wake it up, yelling, "Resist what? Why do these old geezers always like to speak in riddles?" Spirit Snake suddenly woke up, its head spinning, and Spirit Wolf joyfully explained that it was a side effect of overdosing on the Divine Power Burst pill. Spirit Snake asked about the whereabouts of Heavenly Demon and White Snake, and Spirit Wolf replied that Heavenly Demon had gone to do something, and White Snake was refining pills in a nearby cave. Spirit Snake checked its body, astonished to find its old scales not only regrown but more numerous, and its cultivation had broken through to the 8th layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. It sat alone, wondering where the Heavenly Demon had gone, regretting not being able to ask him about the flaws in its cultivation technique, while secretly cursing him for the 90% success incident that almost wiped out the whole team. However, Spirit Snake looked at the enormous pile of spoils, including Foundation Establishment pills, and admitted that this trip had yielded a massive harvest. It pondered about the Heavenly Demon. Without the Heavenly Demon, it wouldn't have stolen the chicken, learned earth techniques or puppet techniques, nor foolishly infiltrated the Purple Cloud sect. Without those ventures, it would still be a lowly demon snake in the early Sea of Consciousness realm, hiding and waiting to die after 10 years. White Snake slithered over, joyfully calling out, "Snakey, you're awake?" Cutting off Spirit Snake's thoughts, White Snake invited Spirit Snake to see the new cave and the pills she had just refined, even offering to carry it, which Spirit Snake hastily refused, getting up on its own. White Snake led Spirit Snake to the new lair, boasting that she had reinforced the anti-explosion formation for the pill furnace, while Spirit Snake was stunned to realize it had been sleeping soundly for nearly half a month. Spirit Snake generously shared the spoils, making White Snake's eyes gleam like car headlights, vowing to repay the favor. White Snake gleefully offered some homemade pills as repayment, confidently boasting that her medicine no longer killed people. Even dogs would praise it, prompting Spirit Snake to retort, "Are you talking about Husky?" Spirit Snake took a sniff, immediately recognizing the scent of a strength-enhancing pill, and White Snake promptly invited it to be a guinea pig. Spirit Snake suggested finding a pig to test the medicine on to be safe, but White Snake innocently asked where they would find a pig here. Immediately, a gigantic monster hand with sharp claws reached out from the darkness, leaving Spirit Snake speechless. Scene change. The orange-haired woman was overjoyed to the point of tears upon seeing someone named River. The dark-haired man snapped, scolding the woman for approaching on her own, fearing she would take an unwarranted hit. Both of them finally reached their destination, their emotions overflowing. The orange-haired woman, now in a much cooler appearance, declared she had found her targets, River and another seated man. The dark-haired man anxiously asked River what the plan was, as the enemy had already infiltrated this space. River, with an impassive face, confidently replied with a concise, "It's fine." A suited man appeared, declaring he would take River out, and explaining that this space was created from the mana of someone named Jung Sang-woo. Suddenly, a female mage was bound tightly by silver chains that flew in from nowhere, her face clearly showing astonishment. The suited man stood amidst a glowing forest of complex magic formations, exuding an overwhelming aura. A mysterious black cube suddenly appeared before the orange-haired woman. The cube exploded, unleashing a massive surge of dark energy that engulfed the suited man. The orange-haired woman was thrown back by the aftershock of the explosion, spitting out blood. The suited man gave his opponent no time to breathe, lunging forward to deliver a finishing blow to the fallen woman. A doppelganger of River appeared, its face cold as it declared, "Your karma is too heavy." The orange-haired woman lay flattened on the ground, the doppelganger's foot pressing on her neck. Her voice panicked. "River? Why are you doing this?" The doppelganger snarled, its face filled with killing intent. "I am the system you created. Don't talk to me with that face anymore." It grabbed the woman by the neck, lifting her up, and declared she would pay for those she had destroyed. The doppelganger prepared to deliver a finishing blow, asserting that erasing this avatar wouldn't make a difference. Boom. Jung Sang-woo rushed in like a god, embracing the orange-haired woman and narrowly escaping the explosion. Jung Sang-woo gasped, realizing they were back, but the mana penalty remained. He needed to buy more time. The orange-haired woman suddenly transformed, her face becoming a gaping black void, questioning Young Song-woo. Is that you? The one who instilled strange thoughts into River's head? Jung Song-woo froze upon hearing the outrageous question. Why does River hate me? Speechless, Young Sang-woo pointed to his head, snapping. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you short-circuiting? The system within the woman screamed, accusing Jung Song-woo of slaughtering everyone in Tyburn and that Earth was the next target. The woman's face returned to normal, her expression utterly bewildered as she became aware of the insane accusation she had just uttered. The woman stammered, asking Jung Song-woo again, completely bewildered as to why she would want to destroy humanity. The real River, still sitting quietly in a corner, finally spoke with a bewildered expression. What? Young Song-woo flew into a rage, pointing his greatsword directly at the woman. Why? It's clearly because of his orders. A flashback showed River on his deathbed, covered in blood, uttering his last words. I don't need this world anymore. The orange-haired woman screamed in despair, unable to believe Jung Song-woo's logic. He said that, in despair, and you want to destroy the whole world because of it? She helplessly explained. If he doesn't need it, then fine. But why should I kill everyone? Leaving Jung Song-woo speechless. Jung Song-woo fell into chaos, his mind reeling. Did River lie? Impossible. But can I trust the system? The suited man was also confused, wondering about the massacre and the great upheaval of the past, concluding that it was all just an upgraded deception to fool humanity. The orange-haired woman was equally bewildered, realizing River hated her, due to a huge misunderstanding after he saw her memories of Tyburn. The orange-haired woman sighed, realizing there was no more time for complications. Let's decide this way. You rest, the orange-haired woman declared, determined to return to Tyburn with River to explain everything clearly. Jung Sang-woo was highly vigilant, sensing an unusual surge of energy from his opponent. Jung Sang-woo swung his greatsword, disbelieving. Telling me to rest, does that mean sending me to meet my maker? That's a concise conclusion. Jung Sang-woo's eyes flashed red, summoning a swarm of shadow assassins, declaring bluntly, the punishment is about to end. I must destroy you here to prevent the harvest day. The orange-haired woman was deeply shocked, recognizing the skill Jung Sang-woo had just unleashed. The suited man broke into a cold sweat, muttering anxiously. No, you only have 2 fragments of the 7 great sins. It's too soon. Jung Sang-woo swung a massive cross-shaped energy slash, hurtling straight towards the orange-haired woman. Just then, a dashing blonde man unexpectedly landed between them, ordering, All right everyone, let's stop here. Jung Sang-woo recognized the newcomer as Jumper, while the orange-haired woman called him Lucas. The orange-haired woman turned to question Lucas, asking why everything had gone awry compared to his promise that River would surely return to her. Lucas casually admitted, Oh that? I lied, leaving the orange-haired woman stunned. Lucas smirked cunningly, one eye flashing with deadly red light, and said nonchalantly, Because it'd be more fun, wouldn't it? He glanced at the corpse lying nearby and continued. Watching you two fight was fun, but it's time to stop. Haven't you already killed Master? The orange-haired woman looked at a small flying object in her hand, muttering that he would soon be released. Jung Sang-woo looked at Lucas, wondering, Isn't Jumper here to help me? If we combine our strength here. Lucas leaned close to Jung Sang-woo's face, his voice full of challenge, and declared coldly, You still can't defeat it. The orange-haired woman muttered, her face turning into a dark shadow, thinking about cloning skills and the possibility of executing a grand plan. She regained her confidence, declaring that Lucas was different from Master, and fighting like this was a bit risky. She turned to River and Jung Sang-woo, announcing she had a final message. She boldly declared, My top priority is for Elisa and River to have a perfect and happy life. The handler heard those words, his expression changing, realizing her goal remained unchanged. The orange-haired woman smiled, waved goodbye, and teleported away, promising to meet again when everyone was smiling. Lucas and Jung Sang-woo stood frozen, watching her disappear into a portal of light. Lucas broke the silence with a wide grin, acting as if he had successfully passed a trial. He was about to invite Jung Sang-woo to a party to celebrate Master's demise when Jung Sang-woo called him back. Jumper. Jung Sang-woo growled, his face filled with murderous intent. I can't let this go. You know what the system's plan is, don't you? Lucas smirked, replying nonchalantly. You're talking about the harvest day? Isn't it about humanity's demise? I'm not sure. I don't like spoiling games. He pointed towards a burning city, his tone full of sarcasm. See? I was only gone for a moment, and it's already wreaking havoc. Elsewhere, the orange-haired woman landed in a desolate wasteland, wondering if Lucas had truly betrayed her, even though she had promised to destroy that artifact. But then, she burst into joyful laughter, tears welling up. Hey, I finally get to meet River. The scene shifted to a lush green meadow under a clear blue sky, as the orange-haired woman shouted, Everyone! She ran, waving her hand and calling loudly into the distance. A group of people ahead turned around, surprised, wondering who was calling. A diverse group of races, from a dragon man to a bunny-eared kid, watched the girl running towards them and reminded her to slow down lest she fall. A horned beast man and a blue-haired man sitting nearby also looked on, asking her whom she had met to be in such a hurry. Spirit Snake tried to force a medicinal pill into the dying man's mouth, roaring, "I refuse to believe I can't get it in," but the man immediately vomited the pill out, making Spirit Snake furious. "Why did you spit it out? Is it that disgusting?" The pill fell to the ground, covered in Spirit Snake's saliva, and began to evaporate, emitting an unbelievably pungent odor. The horrible stench spread everywhere, making even Spirit Snake grimace in discomfort while trying to save the man. Suddenly, the toxic fumes rushed straight into the face of the motionless man. He convulsed and then woke up, violently vomiting a stream of white liquid, making Spirit Snake freeze. He actually woke up? The vomit was so strong it sent him flying into the air. Spirit Snake thought in a panic that both of them would die from vomiting. Spirit Snake tensed, summoning the beast-taming ring, trying to stabilize the situation while the other man was still struggling. Xiao Cho weakly begged for a gentle death, but Spirit Snake snapped. "Shut up. I went through all that trouble to save you." In the cave, Spirit Snake suddenly felt uneasy upon discovering that 5 scouting talismans to the north had been destroyed. It realized cultivators were approaching and had to move out quickly. Meanwhile, a group of cultivators led by Hua Yuntian, Xuanyangzi's 5th disciple, was advancing towards the predicted location. The group agreed with their senior sister, deciding to speed up and head straight for the target to verify. The brawny disciple, Wu Mocho, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, took a breath, and his face changed color. The group of cultivators immediately covered their noses, yelping as a stench like a biological weapon assaulted their faces. Unable to bear it, Hua Yuntian ordered an immediate retreat to take a detour, and the group fled in a hurry. Back at the lair, Xiao Cho, who had just been saved, was buried in the ground by Spirit Snake, with only his head sticking out, looking utterly miserable. Spirit Snake emerged, hastily calling White Snake and Spirit Wolf. "Hurry up, pack your things, we're moving." Hearing the command, White Snake and Spirit Wolf immediately acted, using their spirit energy to gather all the spirit herbs and supplies in a flash. White Snake reported that they were done, surprising Spirit Snake with their speed. It then learned that Spirit Wolf had rehearsed with everyone beforehand. Spirit Snake gently patted Spirit Wolf, praising it as truly reliable, making the wolf beam with joy. Xiao Cho woke up, his face blank with confusion. "What's going on? Am I still alive?" Spirit Snake ordered Spirit Wolf. "Husky, you're in charge of carrying this pet." Xiao Cho was speechless. "Pet? Are you talking about me?" Spirit Snake turned to White Snake. "Snowy, give him some medicine, so he can sleep and heal his wounds." Xiao Cho panicked as he saw the White Snake slithering towards him. As soon as he was treated, Xiao Cho immediately snored loudly, making both White Snake and Spirit Wolf freeze in surprise at the medicine's effectiveness. The team set off, Spirit Wolf carrying the 2 boss snakes on its back. Spirit Snake revealed Plan B. "Head to Mount Wu on the Chinchu border. I have a secret base there." White Snake suddenly remembered. "Wait, the old dog Black Emperor isn't back yet." Spirit Wolf reassured them while running, acting knowledgeable. "That old dog has his own way of finding us. No need to leave traces for those cultivators to follow." In a dense forest, Heavenly Demon sneered in his thoughts. "No traces, huh? Why not use that very method to set a trap? I know this mountain like the back of my hand." Meanwhile, Hua Yuntian's disciples had reached a cliff, suspecting a formation was concealing the cave. Hua Yuntian said no more, drawing his sword and unleashing a move from the profound Yang sword art, a slash of light tearing through space. The illusion dissipated, revealing an empty cave entrance. The group was stunned. No one? Did Zhao Wenshua miscalculate? Or did the demon beast escape? A disciple confirmed that residual spirit energy from the demon snake remained, proving they were a step too late. Hua Yuntian decisively ordered, "No need to ask Zhao Wenshua anymore. The demon beast couldn't have gone far. The 5 of us will split up and search." As soon as the order was given, the 5 cultivators immediately dispersed, using a secret snake tracking technique to follow the traces. Hua Yuntian followed the spirit energy to a swampy area. He sensed the aura disappearing there, but his divine sense hadn't fully recovered, so he couldn't be sure. Still bitter about being ambushed last time, Hua Yuntian ordered his junior disciples. "This demon snake is very cunning. You guys go throw some exploratory explosive talismans over there." The disciples obediently followed orders, throwing a bunch of explosive talismans onto the frozen water. Boom! The ice cracked open, and something massive began to emerge from below, signaling an ominous sign. A giant, jagged-toothed maw suddenly surfaced right in front of a disciple, making his heart nearly stop. Not just one, but an entire pack of giant crocodile kings surged from the water, tearing the disciples apart. They screamed tragically, "It's the crocodile kings! We've fallen into a trap! Liu Fei's team followed the traces. The female cultivator signaled for silence. The aura disappears here. She had an ominous feeling. The entire forest was glowing red with monster eyes. A swarm of giant poisonous killer bees was lying in ambush. A foolish disciple was stung by a bee and yelped, earning a scorching glare from Liu Fei. "Idiot, shut up." The shouting agitated the swarm of poisonous bees, which poured out like a storm. The cultivators panicked and screamed, "Throw explosive talismans and retreat. There are too many." An unlucky disciple was swarmed and torn apart, his face mangled amidst desperate screams. At the same time, elsewhere, a giant burning sun eagle soared into the sky, making the cultivators below realize, "Damn it, we've fallen for it." The snakecatcher branch leader ordered a halt, warning that ahead was the territory of a Foundation establishment realm demon beast. He could handle it alone, but feared it would call for reinforcements. The leader angrily realized the demon snake had deliberately left a false aura to lure them into an ambush, and he roared, "Everyone retreat immediately." The ground suddenly shook violently. The snakecatcher disciples staggered, panicked and confused about what was happening. A giant mammoth leader encased in hellfire erupted from the ground, sending the disciples flying and roaring. "You snake catchers, all of you, die." The monster rampaged wildly. A disciple was sent flying like a ragged doll, blood splattering everywhere. They were all horrified to realize the boss's cultivation was terrifying. Foundation establishment completion? A great demon beast on the verge of breaking through to Golden Core? A surviving disciple reported that the defensive shield had shattered. The branch leader tossed him a medicinal pill. "Don't panic. It'll buy some time, recover your strength, then come help." The snakecatcher branch leader displayed his prowess, charging alone to confront the monster. Unleashing his ultimate technique, the profound Yang Sword Chi Array. A barrage of sword chi shot straight towards the mammoth leader, creating a dazzling explosion. But the monster merely roared, and all the sword ki instantly dissipated into thin air. The technique was completely useless. The branch leader didn't lose heart. Switching to lightning elemental arts, he swung his sword, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning. Profound Yang Thunderclap. The colossal mammoth leader easily blocked the lightning strike with its tusks, forcing the branch leader to acknowledge its incredible toughness. He continued to change tactics, summoning a colossal water dragon that roared as it charged forward. Water dragon, attack. The water dragon collided with the fire-clad monster, but the mammoth leader wasn't pushed back a single step. Its power was simply overwhelming. The snakecatcher branch leader strained, using the water dragon to tightly bind the mammoth leader, shouting, "Water is formless. Bind it." The disciples behind him exclaimed, "As expected of senior uncle, he's incredibly powerful." While the branch leader snapped, "Hide properly. Showing your faces will only get in the way." Two other disciples just ran up, panting as they reported, "Senior brother, we're back." The branch leader was startled. "Huh? Was there an ambush on your side too?" The two newcomers were utterly terrified when they saw the mammoth leader. "Isn't this the great demon beast that killed us last time?" The other confirmed, "That's right. This one is no ordinary beast. It definitely has a treasure on it." The mammoth leader roared, its voice filled with hatred. Just as that wooden puppet snake said, "My clan's exterminators are still alive. I'll lure you all here." Flames on the beast's body erupted fiercely. It let out a sky-shattering roar, easily shattering the water dragon, making the snakecatcher branch leader's face turn pale. Damn it. It broke the array so quickly. The disciples panicked as they saw the mammoth leader ignore their leader and charge straight towards them. "No. Its target is." The branch leader shrieked, "Idiots, run," while the monster declared, "I'll use your descendants to sacrifice to the souls of my clan first." The mammoth leader unleashed its mountain collapse earth shatter. It stomped, making the ground tremble, and a disciple who couldn't escape in time died on the spot. The branch leader roared, "Everyone, attack!" But an exhausted disciple lamented, "Senior brother, we just barely escaped death. We're completely out of spiritual energy." With no other choice, one of them pulled out a glowing jade slip. "There's no other option. We have to call Master." But his comrade looked doubtful. "Call for reinforcements?" The mammoth leader roared, "Don't even think about it," then charged with terrifying speed, not giving them a second to call for aid. The branch leader made a snap decision. "Everyone, throw your communication jade slips. Throw them in different directions. Now, retreat immediately." The disciples promptly obeyed. Scene change. Spirit Snake's group was fleeing desperately through the forest, the mammoth leader's footsteps still echoing behind them, indicating their stalling plan had succeeded. White Snake turned to flatter her boss. "Snakey, you're too cunning. Almost like a human now." Spirit Snake puffed out his chest proudly. Hey, you flatter me." Spirit Snake turned back, snapping at the panting Spirit Wolf. "Husky, what are you muttering about? Speed up," the poor wolf explained. "Big brother Snakey, I'm still carrying someone on my back." Returning to the remnants of the snake catcher sect, They sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. One of them bitterly said, "That demon snake is too cunning. It killed 15 of our people." Another, his face covered in wounds, admitted, "If senior brother hadn't been here today, all of us would have died at the feet of that elephant." "So, are we not pursuing that demon snake anymore?" The branch leader waved his hand, deciding, "Leave it for now. We'll return to the sect first. Next time we hunt it, bring Zhao Wenchuo." Alone amidst the desolate battlefield, the mammoth leader scratched its head in annoyance. "Damn it, even though I blocked all the jade slips, a few still slipped through. This mountain is no longer safe. I'll have to figure out a way to move the entire clan." At Mount Wu, a rickety wooden bridge spanned a deep, bottomless ravine. Finally arriving, Spirit Snake ordered the group to keep quiet and not venture deep into the mountain, as a demon beast of golden core cultivation once resided here. The group had reached Spirit Snake's old lair on Mount Wu, a gloomy cave entrance hidden behind a clump of trees. White Snake wondered, "Boss Snakey, are you sure it's here?" While Spirit Snake growled, confirming someone had occupied his home. It turned out a bunch of trashy monkeys in the early Sea of Consciousness realm had turned the boss's lair into their home. Spirit Snake decided he had to use his brain, not just brute force. Spirit Snake turned to White Snake, announcing his plan. "Use your medicinal pill," which made the Spirit Wolf, who was carrying both of them, grumble. White Snake spat out a Divine Sense Awakening pill and threw it straight towards the monkey tribe. The sickly green medicinal pill landed in front of the monkeys, who looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Boom! A horrifying stench exploded, and the entire monkey tribe shrieked miserably, writhing in pain. The Spirit Wolf cried out in alarm. "Quick! The stench is coming! Hide underground fast!" While Spirit Snake also had to hold his breath in disgust. Only White Snake looked cheerful, her nose upturned in pride. Why does everyone dislike it so much? Leaving Spirit Snake and Spirit Wolf speechless. Spirit Snake snapped, "Why didn't you say earlier that you could block the smell? Hurry up!" While White Snake announced that the monkey tribe had fled. The captive lay sprawled on the wolf's back, tears streaming down his face, lamenting his unlucky fate at having to inhale the full biological weapon. A monkey from the tribe was in utter panic, reporting to its leader that something strange had just happened. The monkey tribe's leader, a much larger demon ape, ordered the entire group to retreat, declaring that he would personally investigate tomorrow. At the same time, the heavenly demon, in its mechanical wolf form, was furious at losing the trail. They ran away? Didn't leave a single clue. How dirty. The heavenly demon sniffed repeatedly, cursing under its breath. Where did this kid learn such tricks, scattering the scent everywhere like this? One day later, Spirit Snake was perched on a pile of rocks, baring his fangs in a cunning smile. A stone warrior with glowing eyes stood tall, and behind it was an entire army. Spirit Snake sighed contentedly, having completed 100 stone puppets, and declared, "It's time to train them." Spirit Snake began the training session, ordering the stone puppets, stone throwing technique, target, fire. A barrage of stone warriors launched like cannonballs, soaring towards the mountain. A terrifying explosion erupted as the stone puppets collided, kicking up clouds of dust, proving their destructive power was immense, crushing all in their path. Spirit Snake mused. This move was no different from a human catapult, powerful enough to breach a fortress. Crushing cultivators was a minor feat. It came up with an even more formidable idea. If explosive talismans were attached to the stone puppets, the effect would surely rival heavy artillery. Heh, I truly am a genius. The captive Xiao Cho, tightly bound, hopped towards Spirit Snake, his voice trembling. "Senior, could you please release me?" Xiao Cho bowed his head, explaining that he was being hunted by the snake-catching sect, and returning would mean death. So he had no intention of escaping. Spirit Snake remained silent, observing, thinking that this fellow didn't seem to be lying, but it was still best to be cautious. Xiao Cho suddenly raised his hand, and a glowing ring appeared. "Beast-taming ring, transform." The captive offered. "Senior, is there anything this humble one can do for you? Would you consider taking me in?" Spirit Snake narrowed its eyes suspiciously, while Xiao Cho affirmed confidently, "It's true, I don't believe you." Spirit Snake coiled around Xiao Cho, growling, "You humans are the most cunning, why should I trust you?" But the man still insisted on serving. Spirit Snake proposed a test. "I will have 10 stone puppets attack, and you may only defend. Let's see if you can survive." Xiao Cho asked what would happen if he survived, and Spirit Snake nonchalantly replied, "Then I'll increase it to 20, leaving him speechless. Crash, boom. Loud impacts echoed throughout the forest as the test began. Xiao Cho was relentlessly pummeled by the stone puppets, his body sent flying into the air in a vortex of energy. Spirit Snake stood on a rock, looking down at the flattened captive, a look of disappointment on its face. It scoffed. "You could only withstand 33 stone puppets? You haven't used your full strength, have you?" Someone on par with Hua Yuntian is only this capable? Xiao Chou lay sprawled, his face swollen, his mouth mumbling incoherently, looking utterly miserable. From another corner, the monkey leader observed from afar, realizing this group was no ordinary bunch, and decided to seek reinforcements to play the game of borrowing a knife to kill. Half a month passed, and Spirit Snake entered secluded cultivation, its entire body exuding domineering spiritual energy, officially breaking through to the 8th level consummation of the Sea of Consciousness realm, setting its goal for foundation establishment by next spring. It secretly thought that its disciple Xiao Chou had been quite obedient for the past half-month, even helping with hunting, but it still worried he might escape during its secluded cultivation, so it considered beating him half to death to keep him. Just then, Xiao Chou carried his spoils back to the cave, excitedly showing off to his senior that he had caught something good today. He proudly threw down his prey, a decrepit old black wolf, boasting that old dog meat was highly nourishing, and tonight they would make a grand feast. Unaware he had just stirred up a hornet's nest, the heavenly demon, in its wolf guise, grinned sinisterly, while Spirit Snake's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down its body, realizing its junior had just brought back a true boss. Xiao Chou found it strange that Spirit Snake had fallen silent, its expression changing, not understanding why its senior had lost its appetite today. The heavenly demon taunted, "Snakey, you've grown, haven't you? You even know how to keep a human as a pet?" This shocked Xiao Chou, who stammered, You can talk? Not only can I talk, I can bite too." The heavenly demon roared and lunged straight at Xiao Chou, who was frozen in terror. Inside the cave, White Snake, chewing on herbs, flinched upon hearing a piercing scream echo from outside. The heavenly demon yelled from the treetop, tattling to Spirit Snake, "Snakey, help! This human tried to eat dog meat, how should we deal with him?" Spirit Snake immediately got an idea, eyeing the bubbling red Sichuan hot pot, suggesting they slice Xiao Chou and throw him in, causing the dangling man to cry out in panic. Tied to the roasting rack, Xiao Chou pleaded, while the dog and snake duo discussed that his meat was too little to be worth eating, so they should fatten him up first, making him secretly rejoice. But then Spirit Snake came up with an even more sinister idea. "How about we chop off one of his limbs to taste first?" The heavenly demon enthusiastically agreed. Just as Xiao Chou was scared out of his wits, White Snake appeared to intervene, telling the two to stop scaring him and let him go. After the charade, Spirit Snake asked where the heavenly demon had been these past few days, and the old dog nonchalantly replied, "Digging graves, of course. The other sects were too well guarded. I could only steal from the Purple Cloud sect." The heavenly demon poured out a pile of Spirit Snake's old scales, astonishing it, as it thought these scales had been taken by the old hag, the Purple Cloud sect ancestor. The heavenly demon sneered, recalling his black wolf soul standing on the corpse of the Purple Cloud sect ancestor, declaring, "That old hag was naturally killed by me." He explained that the old hag was already on the verge of death after the previous battle, with not much lifespan left. He merely gave her a convenient send-off. Looking towards the distant Purple Cloud sect, the heavenly demon scoffed that no one in the entire sect knew their old ancestor had died. Truly, a bunch of clowns. Hiding behind a tree, Xiao Chou overheard the entire story, his face drained of color, while the heavenly demon turned to taunt. "Oh, by the way, famous lovesick fool, your story is spreading throughout the Purple Cloud sect." Xiao Chou argued, his face flushed crimson. "I pursued her seriously. She's dead, that's the past. I'm not simping anymore. I'm on the right path now." The heavenly demon, in its black cat guise, sneered. "Oh, really?" Xiao Chou still spoke boldly. "Of course, a man must have backbone. How can one kneel before anyone? Hey, hey, hey." The old dog raised its bracelet, and a cold light emanated from it. Whoosh! A giant ice coffin appeared. Xiao Chu's face paled. "The old ancestor's ice coffin? Master told me about this." The old dog chuckled slyly. "This isn't your old ancestor." Inside the coffin was the corpse of a young woman, with a talisman pasted on her forehead. Xiao Chou froze, stammering, "This is..." "Linger!" Xiao Chou cried out in despair as an invisible force pulled him backward, desperately reaching towards the coffin. "Give her back to me." Spirit Wolf and White Snake ran over to eavesdrop. "Big brother Spirit Snake, what's all the commotion about?" Spirit Snake gestured. "Shh, just watch." The heavenly demon retracted the coffin, mocking the captive. "Look at your face. Still saying you're not simping? You're simping for a corpse. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit." Spirit Snake slithered forward, its tone somewhat hesitant. "Senior, could you give me that corpse?" Xiao Chou frantically lunged forward, screaming, "No, not even a piece of her clothing, get lost." He was sent flying far away, but still tried to curse at the snake. "Get lost." Heavenly demon pinned Xiao Chou to the ground, pressing the bracelet close to his face. "Do you want it?" Spirit Snake and White Snake could only watch speechless as the lovesick man cried miserably. Heavenly demon suddenly became serious. "Xiao Chou, You have such good spiritual roots. If you had focused on cultivation, you would have reached foundation establishment many years ago. What a waste of talent. Xiao Cho looked bewildered. Senior, what should I do? Heavenly Demon explained. It's not entirely your fault. That purple cloud cultivation method is very sinister. It can secretly plant a love goo, and you are easily enchanted. Hearing the words perfect foundation establishment, Spirit Snake's eyes lit up, interjecting, perfect foundation establishment? Black Emperor, explain it more clearly. Xiao Cho grumbled. Senior, I asked first. Heavenly Demon began his lecture. What is called foundation establishment is the process of condensing spiritual energy within the body into a solid form. The group interrupted in unison. We already know that. White Snake asked. Black Emperor, should I listen? Heavenly Demon waved his hand. You have talent. Go gather firewood and cook some meat first, I'm hungry. So, she carried Xiao Cho away. Spirit Wolf also scurried after them. Big brother Spirit Snake, let me help. You can relay the information to me later, okay? Spirit Snake watched, bewildered, as his two disciples left. As Spirit Wolf started a fire and cooked a giant pot of stew, he muttered to himself, with my talent, reaching foundation establishment is already unbelievable, let alone perfect. If I stayed there, I'd only get in the way. I can't let them see my disappointment. The pot of stew was bubbling vigorously, emitting a fragrant aroma, seemingly cooked through. While everyone was gossiping, Spirit Wolf couldn't take his eyes off the fragrant stew, drooling profusely, while White Snake gently comforted him. Spirit Snake lost his patience, urging Heavenly Demon. Black Emperor, what are you pondering so deeply about? Speak quickly. Heavenly Demon began his lecture, pointing at Xiao Cho. See this stream of white true qi? This is the common kind. Heavenly Demon explained with disdain that white true qi was just the ordinary, common type of foundation establishment, and most cultivators were at this level. He continued to raise the bar. However, there are those who possess blue true qi. That is the real deal, the perfect foundation establishment, requiring innate talent, spiritual roots, and even willpower. Spirit Snake got straight to the point. How strong is perfect foundation establishment? Heavenly Demon sneered. In the same realm, one person can take on 10. No exaggeration. Xiao Cho and Spirit Snake were both deeply shocked by the 1:10 ratio. The greedy snake continued to ask, is there a level even above perfect? Heavenly Demon confirmed. Of course, after light blue comes dark blue and purple. But this kind is extremely rare in the entire world, countable on one's fingers. Heavenly Demon began to boast, claiming that the Heavenly Demon divine art was one of the few cultivation methods that could reach that level, then wondered who the genius was that created it. Spirit Snake looked serious, deducing that the person who created this cultivation method must be an outstanding talent, and White Snake's elixirs were also far from ordinary. Heavenly Demon feigned ridiculous humility. Of course, but let's be a little humble, it's nothing too special. This irritated Spirit Snake. Just then, White Snake returned and heard the name of the cultivation method, immediately remarking bluntly, Heavenly Demon, divine art? It sounds like an evil path. The person who created it is definitely not a good sort. Xiao Cho looked bewildered by the sudden silence, stammering if he had said anything wrong, while Spirit Snake could only tell him to relax. Hitting a nerve, Heavenly Demon flew into a rage, his eyes glowing red with killing intent as he lunged straight for Xiao Cho. Xiao Cho let out a miserable scream and flew straight into a bush. Spirit Snake commented nonchalantly, good luck. Once Heavenly Demon bites, he doesn't let go. In another canyon, the monkey leader was reporting to a giant burning sun eagle, pointing out 2 demon snakes carrying many elixirs. The Foundation Establishment Realm Eagle confirmed the information was true. The monkey leader bowed in gratitude that his plan to use another to kill his enemy had succeeded. The monkey leader let out a cold snort, his face filled with smugness at having tricked a bigger boss into dealing with his enemies for him. Back at the campsite, Xiao Cho had turned into a mummy, wrapped entirely in white bandages, groaning miserably. Ow, it hurts so much. White Snake bandaged him while scolding. Men should endure it, even as Xiao Cho cried and apologized. Heavenly Demon boasted about the invisibility formation he had just set up, confidently declaring that even Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to detect it. He handed Spirit Snake an alarm jade, capable of detecting powerful experts within a 50 kilometers radius, but his tone was filled with a sense of farewell. Heavenly Demon confirmed his departure, making Spirit Snake stare blankly and ask where he was going. Heavenly Demon explained that he had found a place with dense yin energy, extremely suitable for secluded cultivation. Spirit Snake asked about the time. Heavenly Demon replied nonchalantly, a year and a half if fast, 3 to 5 years if slow. He considered that amount of time to be but a blink of an eye for cultivators. Spirit Snake was silent for a moment, then replied simply, that's good. I also plan to enter secluded cultivation for a short period. Heavenly Demon shoved a storage bag into Spirit Snake's hand. instructing him that it was a life-saving item, only to be used in a dire situation. He explained that the item inside would allow Spirit Snake to fight any opponent head-on, but it could only be used once. Heavenly Demon turned and left, hoping that the next time they met, Spirit Snake would already be a great demon of the Foundation Establishment realm. Spirit Snake quickly called out, "Black Emperor, wait a moment." This made Heavenly Demon, who was walking away, stop in his tracks. "I also have something I want to give you," Spirit Snake said, then released a giant green spirit stone. Heavenly Demon was deeply shocked when he realized it was an entire mountain of spirit stones, roaring, "You brat! You dared to hide such a treasure behind my back," Spirit Snake said nonchalantly. "Now I'm giving it all to you." Heavenly Demon could only chuckle, feeling like his junior had played a trick on him. Spirit Snake watched Heavenly Demon's silhouette disappear into the sunset, saying goodbye. "Thank you, brother. See you again." The scenery changed, time passed, and Spirit Snake remained there, continuing his own path of cultivation. Xiao Cho carried a large log back, joyfully calling out Senior, then reported that Spirit Wolf no. Husky had just left too. He relayed Spirit Wolf's message, that it wanted to venture out on its own, hoping to be strong enough to fight alongside them, when they met again. Spirit Snake asked about White Snake. Xiao Cho replied that she had chased after Spirit Wolf alone as soon as she heard the news. As Spirit Snake worried, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. A giant bird appeared, making Xiao Cho, who was speaking, look up in horror. "Careful! Dodge!" Spirit Snake roared, lunging to evade the destructive attack from the Burning Sun Eagle. Xiao Cho cried out in alarm as he saw the giant Burning Sun Eagle dive down to attack. The eagle boss was furious, realizing the ape had tricked it, but it didn't care, as there was snake meat to be had anyway. Giant talons descended. Xiao Cho desperately called out to Senior, but Spirit Snake calmly ordered, "Don't panic, not yet." Spirit Snake threw out a golden shield talisman, creating a dazzling golden shield, then shouted, "Now, Earth Evasion Technique." The eagle scoffed, thinking an insignificant talisman could do nothing, then easily tore through the shield with its talons. Even with the talisman's obstruction, Spirit Snake still felt the terrifying surge of energy from the boss pounce. Without hesitation, it activated its golden scales, the two golden scales on its tail glowing brightly, directly confronting the talons. Its attack blocked. The eagle was stunned, then decided to make a tactical retreat to plan its next move. Spirit Snake breathed a sigh of relief, checked its unblemished tail, and lamented its terrible luck, encountering a Foundation Establishment level natural enemy right away. It turned to ask Xiao Cho if he could handle that bird, leaving the disciple speechless. "Senior, it's a Foundation Establishment realm demon beast. Do you think I stand a chance?" Spirit Snake poked Xiao Cho, teasing him about how he once defeated Hua Yuntian, who was also in the Foundation Establishment realm, making Xiao Cho secretly think he couldn't reveal his trump card. Xiao Cho regained his composure, suggesting they combine forces, believing they would both have a chance. Spirit Snake bared its fangs and grinned slyly, proposing a ruthless plan. "How about I hang you from a tree as bait?" This made Xiao Cho turn pale with fear. Soaring in the sky, the eagle still couldn't believe its attack was useless. It began to believe the ape's words that this snake was invulnerable. It decided to play the waiting game, lurking for its prey to show itself. Even though its ultimate skill needed cooldown, snake meat was too tempting a prize. Xiao Cho announced that the boss had flown away, but Spirit Snake, with its vast experience, immediately declared, "We see it's gone, but we still can't go out yet." Spirit Snake explained the hunter's tactics, saying one must be as patient as a snake, waiting for a frog, which made Xiao Cho admire his boss' cunning. Confident in its resilience, Spirit Snake decided to go all out, tensing its body and beginning to dig a burrow to entrench itself. Burrowing deep underground, Spirit Snake coiled up, deciding to use this time to consume medicine, break through, and consolidate its cultivation. Xiao Cho also intended to meditate, but Spirit Snake threatened him bluntly. "If you disturb me, I will eat you," leaving him only able to stammer for mercy. An hour later, thunder rumbled. Xiao Cho sensed something ominous and asked his boss, but Spirit Snake had already realized this thundercloud was no ordinary phenomenon. In the eye of the storm, the Burning Sun Eagle materialized, its aura soaring to the heavens. Clearly, this was an overpowering technique. Spirit Snake yelled at Xiao Cho to change positions, but the disciple was bewildered. "Boss, what's wrong?" The entire giant thundercloud moved with them. Spirit Snake cursed angrily. "Damn it! What kind of overpowered skill is this? Why don't I have one?" The eagle spun rapidly in the eye of the storm, clearly intending to use one strike to finish them both off, which panicked Xiao Cho. Spirit Snake deduced that this demon beast had disappeared to channel its energy for its ultimate move, and it certainly wouldn't be able to use it again anytime soon. Earth armor. Spirit Snake decided to go all out, tensing its body to tank the attack, declaring that tomorrow they would have roasted Eagle. The eagle roared, "Die!" while Spirit Snake erected an earth shield, and Xiao Chou activated his golden shield talisman for defense. A colossal lightning bolt struck directly from the sky to the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Hovering over the crater, the eagle cackled gleefully, certain that this time, its prey had been reduced to ashes. It landed, questioning the monkeys about Spirit Snake's whereabouts. Feeling it had been painfully tricked, Xiao Chou unexpectedly emerged from the rubble, scoffing that the eagle's move was nothing special, then placed his hand on the ground. Whoosh! A giant earth spike suddenly shot up from the ground, startling the eagle and the monkeys, who quickly dodged. A monkey sneered, taunting the eagle boss. "You said no one below the Golden Core realm could survive, didn't you? Or were you holding back?" Xiao Chou roared, charging straight at the monkeys. "You stupid monkeys! Do you want to die? I'll slaughter you all." The monkeys told their boss to leave the prey to them. But just as the eagle was about to leave, it felt something was wrong. Suddenly, a giant stone golem burst forth from the ground, effortlessly seizing the unsuspecting eagle. Underground, Spirit Snake was indeed channeling its energy, activating a preset ambush technique, gravity technique, golden scales ambush. Spirit Snake secretly thought it was fortunate it had used its tail to shift its position before the lightning strike. A perfect deception, as it knew it couldn't tank that move a second time. It turned out both were safe underground, observing the entire battle through the vision of a scout puppet, exposing the monkey's sneak attack plan. The battle plan was laid out. Spirit Snake roared its command. "Bait! Lure those monkeys in another direction. I'll handle that stupid bird." And Xiao Chou immediately obeyed. The eagle roared, its foundation establishment realm power erupting, shattering the stone puppets, restraining it. Disdaining these mere chi condensation soldiers, it furiously smashed the surrounding rocks, roaring in confusion. "Huh? What the hell is this?" A new army of stone puppets emerged from the ground, infuriating the eagle. "Again? You dare throw rocks at me? That damned snake dares to humiliate me." Thwack! A rock flew straight into the boss's head, leaving it speechless, its face darkening with rage. "You've gone too far, you damned snake," the eagle roared, sweeping its wings to clear away those puny golems, declaring it could crush them as easily as pie. After clearing them out, it hovered over the chasm, grumbling and searching. "Where is that snake?" Suddenly, a hiss echoed from below. Spirit Snake appeared, face to face with the boss. "I'm not interested in humiliating you, but I finally lured you down here." Immediately, countless sharp earth spikes shot out from the cliff walls. The eagle panicked, realizing it had fallen into a death trap. It shrieked, "Is this a trap set by that snake? The direction of these projectiles is forcing me deeper inside." Cornered, it decided to tank it head-on. "There's no dodging anymore. I can only block it. With the toughness of these feathers." Whoosh! A sharp golden spike, none other than Spirit Snake's tail scale, easily pierced through the Burning Sun eagle's feathered defense. "What? My wing?" The Burning Sun eagle shrieked in horror, seeing the golden scale embedded in its wing. Losing balance, the boss staggered and fell. Spirit Snake seized the golden opportunity, roaring. This is when it's weakest. Giving its opponent no time to breathe, Spirit Snake lunged like lightning, coiling its body tightly around the Burning Sun eagle. "Finish it!" Spirit Snake roared, tightening its grip until the boss spurted blood, completely subdued. "Damn it!" The Burning Sun eagle shrieked in despair, as Spirit Snake dragged it through the earth with the Earthwind technique, cursing, "Shameless creature, you're even more brazen than humans." Spirit Snake had completely overwhelmed it, coiling tightly around the boss, leaving it no choice but to silently endure. Realizing this fight was a sure loss, the Burning Sun eagle decided to flee. Intelligent demon beasts don't fight losing battles. I must leave this crevice immediately. Spirit Snake smirked, trying to run, then commanded, "Golems, attack." An entire army of stone puppets leaped down from the cliff, blocking all escape routes. Thud! A colossal stone fist slammed directly into the Burning Sun eagle's face, making it shriek miserably. This fight was officially over. Swarmed by the stone puppets, the Burning Sun eagle cursed bitterly. "Damn it. Is there no end to these things?" Spirit Snake went all out, throwing out a pile of explosive talismans to seal off its retreat. "I'll make sure you have nowhere to run." With golems above and explosive talismans below, the Burning Sun eagle shrieked, caught in a pincer. "Demon Snake, don't push me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The boss realized that while these minions were weak, they overwhelmed with sheer numbers, and it growled, "There's no other way." Boom! Each stone puppet exploded into smithereens under the Burning Sun eagle's attack. It unleashed its trump card, transforming its feathers into a rain of sword chi that swept everything away. But Spirit Snake had anticipated this, raising a golden scale shield from its two special scales, blocking the killing blow. The Burning Sun eagle froze, unable to believe a demon snake could fight with such cunning tactics, like a human cultivator. After unleashing its ultimate move, the boss ran out of mana to fly and frantically bolted on foot, but Spirit Snake blocked its path. Trying to run? Dream on. An earth thorn shot up, but the burning sun eagle dodged it, making Spirit Snake click its tongue in annoyance at its escape. Giving it no time to breathe, Spirit Snake roared and unleashed the fire snake technique, a colossal fire snake lunging after it. The burning sun eagle was hotly pursued by the flames, struggling to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. Spirit Snake transformed into a fire python, roaring assertively. You won't escape. Whoosh! Another earth thorn shot up from the ground, piercing directly into the burning sun eagle's back. Pinned tightly against a tree trunk, the burning sun eagle panted, admitting its opponent had too many tricks. It began its final trash talk, cursing Spirit Snake as a traitor, a monstrous anomaly belonging to no world. Spirit Snake growled back. I have my own family. I don't need anyone's acceptance. You're the one who won't die peacefully. As it finished speaking, countless earthen spikes shot up, impaling the burning sun eagle in the night. Phew, finally done. Spirit Snake sighed in relief, then thought, I need to quickly find that simp. Suddenly, an arrow flew from nowhere and plunged into Spirit Snake's body. Someone was ambushing it. A wave of divine scent swept through the forest, locking onto the sneak attacker. The culprit revealed itself. A colossal white-furred ape man, none other than the White Ape King, leader of the monkey tribe. Spirit Snake was stunned. The demonic arrow didn't vanish, but turned back to attack it again, not one to be trifled with. Spirit Snake lashed its tail, unleashing the golden scale slash to confront it directly. Clang! The spiritual artifact arrow shattered, but the impact force also sent Spirit Snake flying. Spirit Snake roared in pain. Even its hardest golden scales were pierced. Realizing this was a powerful artifact, the White Ape King had vanished without a trace, a truly cunning foe specializing in ambushes and sneak attacks. Wary of the ape's return, Spirit Snake decided to deal with the burning sun eagle's corpse first. It found a secluded spot to heal itself, seething with anger at being dealt such a painful blow by an ape. Its fury flared, and Spirit Snake swore to hunt down the White Ape King and devour it. Meanwhile, the White Ape King had a new plan. If it couldn't kill the snake, it would kill that useless cultivator accompanying it first. Clashing sounds echoed throughout the forest. The battle had begun elsewhere. That simp Xiao Cho was being beaten so badly he couldn't even lift his head. He and the spirit wolf were surrounded by an entire monkey tribe, a truly disadvantageous situation. Xiao Cho mumbled about the spiritual artifact gong, making him dizzy. Otherwise, he would have swept away these petty monkeys already. Beaten to a pulp, Xiao Cho lay on the ground, begging for his life. Desperate, he pulled out a bunch of bananas, betting that no monkey could refuse this treat. The plan succeeded beyond expectations. The entire monkey tribe rushed to snatch the bananas, completely ignoring their enemy. Just as he sighed in relief at escaping danger, a colossal dark shadow loomed behind Xiao Cho. He startled and turned around, seeing the spirit wolf staring intently, then stammered, You want some bananas too? The monkey tribe snatched Xiao Cho's bag. The monkey leader curiously asked, Let me see. What's this? Xiao Cho wailed in despair as his storage bag was emptied, revealing only a few trinkets. No, my bag. Give it back. A monkey held up the red cloth, taunting him, while Xiao Cho roared furiously, channeling his strength. Linger. Give it back to me. The monkey tribe turned the cloth into a game, passing it around to provoke Xiao Cho. One even chimed in. Great. I'll bang the gong for you. Cornered. Xiao Cho slammed the gong artifact, sending out a shockwave that stunned the entire monkey tribe. Despite being stunned by his own attack, Xiao Cho closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the memento's aura. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and snatched the cloth back from a dazed monkey. Here it is. I got it. The monkey leader angrily threw the cloth far away, growling defiantly. I'm giving it back to you. Why don't you come and pick it up? The monkey tribe laughed gleefully, seeing Xiao Cho almost cry over a tattered piece of cloth. Xiao Cho silently picked up the memento, his hand clenching tightly. Killing intent erupted, his eyes glowing with deadly purple light, his voice as cold as ice. You damned monkeys think I'm joking? The monkey tribe was startled, sensing a completely different, overwhelming, and dangerous aura emanating from Xiao Cho. He stomped his foot, and the ground shook violently, sending rocks and pebbles flying. The love goo within him erupted, and Xiao Cho completely lost his reason, his body beginning to turn to stone. From within the stone, a giant flaming golem arose, a puppet fighting only for Linger, roaring, You're asking for death. A terrified monkey screamed at the monkey leader, Boss, fall back, I'll handle it. But it was too late. Xiao Cho's golem unleashed a devastating punch, mercilessly crushing a monkey into the ground. In the distance, Spirit Snake, who was recovering from injuries, also felt the tremor and looked back towards the chaotic forest. Driven by madness, Xiao Cho's golem let out an earth-shattering roar, sentencing the entire monkey tribe that was fleeing headlong to death. With an earth-shattering blow, Xiao Chou's golem wiped out the entire monkey tribe in a single strike. Cornered, the monkey leader roared, deciding to go all out with a berserk fruit. Transforming into a giant demonic wolf, it lunged at Xiao Chou's golem, howling for revenge for its subordinates. "You're the one who must die." But it was still too weak. The moment it touched Xiao Chou's golem, the wolf monkey screamed miserably from the terrifying heat. Xiao Chou's golem gave it no chance, unleashing its sky-reaching giant arm, smashing the wolf monkey to smithereens. From afar, Spirit Snake, who was watching, was also bewildered, not understanding why the entire monkey tribe was wiped out so quickly. It looked at Xiao Chou's golem standing tall on the desolate battlefield and wondered, he just got beaten up. Why did he suddenly go crazy like this? Spirit Snake swept its divine sense across the area, discovering Linger's tattered red cloth, and immediately understood the problem. Spirit Snake recalled Xiao Chou's diary, which recorded how this simp spent 30 spirit stones to buy his crushes, clothes, and secretly sighed. To be this much of a simp, no wonder he beat Hua Yuntian, half dead. Spirit Snake noticed Xiao Chou's golem shrinking, guessing that the simp was running out of power and prepared to go clean up. Suddenly, a bone arrow tore through the air, and Spirit Snake shouted a warning to Xiao Chou's golem about the hidden weapon. But that idiot, Xiao Chou, didn't dodge, instead reaching out to catch the arrow, infuriating. Spirit Snake, how stupid. This arrow is problematic, throw it away. The moment it was touched, Xiao Chou's golem's stone arm began to crumble, proving that this arrow was no ordinary item. The energy from the arrow corroded the golem's arm, causing it to shrivel rapidly. From within the stone, Xiao Chou roared, his eyes burning with hatred, determined not to let the enemy escape. He gathered all his remaining strength and hurled the arrow back at the ambusher with terrifying speed. The arrow shot into the deep forest, startling Spirit Snake. With this counter-gank, Spirit Snake tried to track it with its divine sense, but the distance was too great. It was secretly astonished that the enemy was hit without a sound. To guard against traps, Spirit Snake immediately summoned 2 stone puppets as scouts, ordering them to follow the trail. Then, it slithered over to Xiao Chou, who had now returned to human form and lay collapsed amidst the rubble, completely exhausted. Spirit Snake observed Xiao Chou's withered arm, realizing his spiritual energy was leaking from the wound, and pondered the bone arrow's ability to destroy spiritual energy. Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat, admitting the bone arrow was terrifying. If it hadn't used its tail to block the blow, it would have been finished. Through the stone puppets' vision, Spirit Snake discovered that both the white ape king and the arrow had vanished, leaving only a puddle of blood and some fur. Spirit Snake decided to collect samples for future tracking, but remained vigilant, suspecting the cunning old ape was setting a trap. Since it hadn't fully recovered, Spirit Snake wasn't foolish enough to pursue, instead ordering the 2 stone puppets to dig up the entire patch of ground containing the traces to bring back for study. The scene shifts to a deep cave in Mount Wu, thousands of miles away. Inside the cave, Heavenly Demon was blissfully inhaling yin energy from a skeleton, confident that the day of its return to peak power was not far off. While high, it suddenly remembered its promise to deliver the puppet to Spirit Snake and had the idea to renege on the deal. Heavenly Demon imagined Spirit Snake angrily calling it a swindler, which made its conscience gnaw at it. All right then, it got up irritably, deciding to keep its promise and get the debt over with. Before leaving, the cunning old fellow conveniently grabbed a bone to chew on along the way to keep its mouth busy. Back to Spirit Snake, it was wondering where White Snake had gone and why she still hadn't returned. Seeing Xiao Chou barely breathing with his withered arm, Spirit Snake hesitated over the precious life renewal pill, but ultimately decided that saving a life was more important. Sigh, I never thought it'd get entangled with humans. It sighed, then put the pill into Xiao Chu's mouth. Just then, White Snake suddenly appeared from above, her entire body sparkling with light, astonishing Spirit Snake. Spirit Snake burst into tears, hugging White Snake, who comforted her not to be sad because Spirit Wolf had left. It's not because of that, Spirit Snake sobbed, startling White Snake, who worried. Could something have happened to Spirit Wolf? It turned out, White Snake was chasing Spirit Wolf relentlessly, yelling at it to try the newly refined pill. Spirit Wolf ran, screaming in terror. I'm scared, stop it, we promise to be good sisters forever, and then frantically yelled, Sisters? I'm a straight male. White Snake panted, swearing. This time it's not poisoned. I swear, or it'll be struck by lightning. Boom! A giant bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Spirit Wolf's voice echoed from afar. And you said it wasn't poisoned. White Snake panted, holding out a divine awakening pill to threaten Spirit Wolf. If you don't stop, don't blame me. but the wolf felt like throwing up just looking at it. Spirit Snake appeared, blocking its path, growling, "Just try it." But Spirit Wolf was determined, yelling that this time it absolutely had to venture into the martial world, and no one could stop it. It turned out Spirit Wolf had carried White Snake on its back, and she had shoved a pile of her most precious pills at it, telling it to remember to try them later. Spirit Wolf ran out of sight, leaving White Snake stranded, yelling after it, "You stupid dog. Next time we meet, remember to report the effects of the medicine to me." Far away, Spirit Wolf ran, crying like rain, howling with resentment. "I told you your medicine was poisoned, but you still forced me to drink it." Spirit Snake comforted the sniffling White Snake. "I've lost a friend to test medicine." Spirit Snake immediately pointed to the unconscious Xiao Cho. "Don't be sad. If we need to test medicine, we still have this simp," which left White Snake bewildered. White Snake immediately regained her composure, patting her chest confidently, declaring herself number one in healing. Spirit Snake confidently handed Xiao Cho over, while White Snake firmly promised to restore his arm within 7 days. In a deep, dark cave, water dripped, and a powerful aura was rising. Spirit Snake coiled itself, beginning its secluded cultivation, absorbing the remaining power of the burning sun eagle. It roared with domineering aura, declaring that it would use heaven and earth as its chessboard, and all living beings as its chess pieces. Absorbing the power of a foundation establishment realm, demonic beast, Spirit Snake felt its body becoming tougher, its bones being tempered. A colossal purple energy burst from its body, officially breaking through to the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Spirit Snake stretched, its entire body enveloped in purple spiritual energy, confidently declaring it had reached Sea of Consciousness completion, with more scales growing, and its divine sense strengthening by another level. Looking at the remaining feathers and claws of the eagle, it planned to use them to upgrade its stone puppets, then suddenly wondered how White Snake and Xiao Cho were doing. Bang! A loud noise startled Spirit Snake, making it extremely vigilant. Is another great demonic beast coming? A giant mongoose demon, with glowing yellow eyes, appeared under the moonlight, sniffing everywhere. It muttered. Another Foundation establishment demonic beast, specialized in countering snakes. The mongoose demon cursed angrily. Which bastard tricked me into thinking there were snakes here? Damn it, no snake scent, just a foul, unpleasant smell. Spirit Snake, hidden in the bushes, breathed a sigh of relief for having erased its tracks in time, while the mongoose demon looked into the distance, guessing that the White Ape King had lured it here. Spirit Snake muttered, realizing the White Ape King was the mastermind, luring the mongoose demon here, and decided it had to deal with the ape before it could summon reinforcements. Meanwhile, Xiao Cho's withered arm was regenerating flesh at an astonishing speed under the effects of the spiritual medicine. Spirit Snake's eyes widened in surprise, while White Snake smugly showed off her achievement, though she affirmed it would still take 10 days for complete recovery. Xiao Cho, meanwhile, was delirious, muttering praises about how delicious dog meat was, truly nourishing, leaving Spirit Snake speechless at the fellow who only remembered food and not the beating. Suddenly, the heavenly demon, in its wolf form, burst out of the ground, growling its return, startling both Spirit Snake and White Snake. Spirit Snake questioned why it had finished its seclusion so quickly, but the heavenly demon brushed it off, saying it was here to deliver goods, not that its work was done. It threw a bag towards Spirit Snake, asserting that these were the promised puppets, guaranteed high quality. Seeing the heavenly demon about to slip away, Spirit Snake immediately used its tail to hold the bag, calling out, "Wait." Spirit Snake asked the heavenly demon to use its keen nose to check a jar for any ape scent, guessing it was related to the previous battle. The heavenly demon took a sniff, immediately recognizing it as the fur and blood of an ice-soul demonic bear at late Foundation establishment stage, claiming it had smelled it 30 miles away. The heavenly demon explained that this demonic bear was extremely sensitive to intruders. Anyone who dared to trespass into its territory would be hunted to the ends of the earth. The heavenly demon continued to sniff the jar, its expression thoughtful. The scent emanating from the jar forced it to concentrate intensely for analysis. Finally, it detected another very faint scent, confirming it was that of a snowstorm ape. It affirmed that this ape also had a Foundation establishment realm cultivation, but seemed to be severely injured, which was why its aura was so weak. Spirit Snake immediately asked for its location, but the heavenly demon firmly stated there were no traces within a 100-kilometer radius, making Spirit Snake wonder where the ape had fled. White Snake stood by, observing, secretly thinking that Spirit Snake was becoming more and more human-like, while the heavenly demon was becoming more and more like a real dog. At the same time, elsewhere, the White Ape King was observing a herd of giant mammoths migrating back. It turned out this old ape had once saved a baby mammoth's life, and was given a tusk by the herd's leader as a token. Now, the White Ape King went to meet the mammoth leader, the monster enveloped in flames, to ask for aid, accusing 2 snakes and a human of invading his territory and slaughtering his tribe. The mammoth leader declared that while the elephant tribe doesn't interfere in others' affairs, repaying kindness is an ancestral law, so it would help. It assigned an old mammoth named Gray to follow, reminding him that his fur was messy again. The White Ape King emphasized that the snake knew human cultivation techniques and could defeat Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, so they needed to send someone strong. But the old mammoth retorted, "Are you implying I'm not capable enough?" The mammoth leader lost patience, asked if the journey was long, then decided to go himself to be quicker, and to see if that person was those wretched snake hunters. Meanwhile, in the lair, the heavenly demon was scratching vigorously, while Spirit Snake urged the old dog to think if there were any more questions to settle everything at once. Spirit Snake curiously picked up a broken bone fragment, sensing its ability to disrupt spiritual energy. The heavenly demon sniffed the fragment, realizing it was made from a mammoth tusk. Its owner must be a descendant of the ancient spirit-devouring mammoth, with a cultivation at least at the mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm. The heavenly demon explained that ancient spirit-devouring mammoths used their tusks to absorb spiritual energy, but because of this, they were hunted by humans to the point of near extinction. The old dog clicked its tongue. Mammoth tusks are top-grade materials for crafting magic treasures. With just a little refinement, they possess power comparable to true artifacts. The heavenly demon suddenly bid farewell, saying it was time to go, leaving Spirit Snake and White Snake bewildered. Spirit Snake quickly called out, making White Snake, who was standing nearby eavesdropping, wonder if her boss was trying to hold onto the dog. Spirit Snake roared, questioning what the heavenly demon was doing and where its tusk was, demanding the old dog hand it over immediately. The heavenly demon argued stubbornly, saying it had merely taken it out of habit, then lectured Spirit Snake not to be stingy, as overthinking only brought more trouble. Spirit Snake yelled, cursing the old dog for not abandoning its bad habit of snatching things, while the heavenly demon, not to be outdone, strained its neck to argue that it had gone to great lengths to bring the puppet, so Spirit Snake shouldn't be ungrateful. Suddenly, Xiao Cho, delirious with hunger, mumbled about delicious dog meat and bit down on the heavenly demon's leg. Bitten unexpectedly, the heavenly demon roared and flung Xiao Cho soaring into the darkness. In his dream, Xiao Cho saw a steaming pot of stew, its aroma filling his nostrils. As he clasped his hands in satisfaction before the pot, the image of the heavenly demon's wolf suddenly emerged from within, baring its fangs in anger. Xiao Cho startled awake, screaming in terror from the nightmare of being bitten by a cooked dog. He looked around in confusion, wondering what had happened to his arm, but then just clicked his tongue and dismissed it. Xiao Cho, just waking up, groggily asked, "My thigh hurts so much. Senior, did something just bite me?" While the heavenly demon, in its mechanical puppet form, suppressed a laugh and flatly denied, "No. Are you still half asleep?" Suddenly, a blue light formation activated on the cliff face. The heavenly demon yelled a warning. Enemies. Elsewhere, the giant mongoose demon sensed an extremely powerful surge of spiritual energy, almost at the golden core level, emanating from Spirit Snake's direction. It mistakenly thought the White Ape King had found new reinforcements, muttering to itself that a mere few couldn't handle this prey. The mammoth leader, engulfed in flames, appeared with overwhelming might. The White Ape King eagerly led the way. "That's right. Hurry up, let's finish this quickly." The White Ape King growled confidently, thinking that with a peak Foundation Establishment realm expert here, all tricks would be useless. Standing high above, he rallied the monkey tribe. "Whether you hide underground or in a cave, you will still die. The leader will lead us to flatten everything here." In the cave, Xiao Cho panicked as he saw the enemies approaching again. White Snake was also worried because her wounds hadn't healed, but only Spirit Snake calmly ordered them to observe the situation first. Outside, the mammoth leader hovered in the air, letting out a roar to call out, startling the heavenly demon in its mechanical puppet form. "Is that wild elephant? Why is it here?" The White Ape King smugly thought he had invited powerful reinforcements for revenge. Indeed, having extensive connections made a difference. The mammoth leader, truly a peak Foundation Establishment realm expert, easily recognized the heavenly demon's scouting puppet. With a roar, the mammoth stomped its foot on the ground, a heaven-shaking blow that caused the earth to tremble violently, earning the admiration of the monkey tribe behind it. The White Ape King pointed forward and yelled, "It's right here. Just flatten this entire place, and the stealth formation will break on its own." He continued to encourage his tribe. "My children, we are about to get our revenge. Snake meat, treasures, elixirs. Our tribe will rise to power again." But the mammoth leader spoke in a very polite tone. "Master of this place, please come out to meet us," leaving the White Ape King stunned. The White Ape King broke into a sweat, not understanding what was happening. This attitude was completely different from what he had imagined. He tried to reassure himself, thinking he was just overthinking things. It couldn't be true. The mammoth leader repeated the invitation solemnly. "I hope, young friend, you can come out to meet us," completely ignoring the screaming monkeys behind him. The White Ape King and his monkey tribe were completely dumbfounded, realizing something was amiss, and whispered to each other, "Something's not right, let's run." It turned out that the mammoth leader owed Spirit Snake a life-saving debt, as Spirit Snake had saved its entire herd from danger, and it vowed to repay this kindness with its life. The monkey tribe screamed in panic when they saw their mammoth leader suddenly burst into flames. The mammoth leader roared, "Benefactor, the elephant tribe will forever remember your kindness." Bowing before an invisible force, the White Ape King's face turned pale. He ordered his henchmen to retreat when he saw the mammoth leader respectfully call out, "Benefactor," and ask it to extinguish the flames. Spirit Snake majestically appeared, stating coldly, "No need for thanks. Those snake catchers are my enemies too. It was merely convenient." Seeing the situation escalate, the White Ape King yelled, ordering his monkey tribe, "Children, run, scatter, and flee." The mammoth leader introduced itself as Man-Jin, then asked Spirit Snake's name. Spirit Snake went straight to the point, "I'm Snaky. If you're truly grateful, deal with that old ape." A monkey in the tribe couldn't escape in time, only managing a desperate shriek. With a flash, Spirit Snake lunged and crushed the unfortunate monkey, bluntly declaring, "Then don't meddle in our affairs." Man-Jin etched the name Snaky into its mind, its eyes filled with determination. Elsewhere, the spirit wolf breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it. False alarm. I am exhausted." It couldn't understand why Snaky had kept such overwhelming power a secret. Standing on a pile of monkey corpses, Spirit Wolf muttered to himself that Snaky was no longer the coward he used to be, and that he had worried for nothing. Knowing he couldn't win, White Ape King immediately activated a wind talisman to increase his speed, deciding to run towards the volcanic area to take advantage of the terrain. Spirit Snake also pulled out a talisman, roaring in challenge. "It has talismans too? A speed race? I won't lose." White Ape King activated 3 wind talismans, shooting forward like an arrow, while Spirit Snake, enveloped in flames, pursued closely. Man-Jin flew high above, astonished by Spirit Snake's speed. 500 meters, 200, 100. Snaky's speed is truly incredible. Spirit Snake caught up to the ape, immediately unleashing a thorny earth thorn that shot up from the ground. White Ape King snorted disdainfully, calculating that if he dodged this attack, the distance would be shortened. The ape was extremely cunning, throwing out his netherworld black cauldron magic treasure as a springboard, using the force of the impact to accelerate. White Ape King successfully escaped, leaving Spirit Snake furious and Man-Jin frozen in place, watching him go. Thinking he was out of moves, the White Ape King suddenly threw out a defensive pan, shouting, "Sky Shield Fan!" The pan easily blocked the Earth Spike attack, stunning Spirit Snake, while the ape sneered and fled. Annoyed at being outsmarted, Spirit Snake roared, "Then I'll crush you with brute force," and unleashed a barrage of Earth Spikes in pursuit. The stone spikes, like heat-seeking missiles, launched the White Ape King into the air, making him shriek as his plan backfired. After the impact, the White Ape King coughed up blood, seemingly having sustained severe internal injuries. Spirit Snake narrowed its eyes, determined to go all out. "You're just stalling. Let's see how many times you can block." The ape realized this snake wasn't foolish, thinking that if he kept using its force to escape, he would eventually be caught. Spirit Snake also recalculated, deciding it couldn't rush. The next attack had to be decisive. Out of options, the White Ape King activated his bloodline berserk, his entire body glowing red as he charged forward at terrifying speed. Spirit Snake fired another Earth Spike. The White Ape King sneered, thinking this snake was losing patience. The ape froze, realizing something was wrong. It turned out Spirit Snake's target wasn't him, but the pan. The gravity technique activated, pinning the spiritual artifact to the stone spike. The White Ape King furiously roared, "How dare you trick me, you brat!" Enraged at being played by a young demon beast, he tried to regain control of the pan, but it was useless. Spirit Snake let out a roar, declaring its ownership. "This pan is mine now," then launched a divine sense attack at the ape's brain. A dominant surge of purple soul power enveloped the White Ape King, crushing his defenses. The White Ape King's divine sense was mercilessly overwritten. He let out a tragic scream of extreme pain. Having lost his spiritual artifact and with his divine sense severely damaged, the White Ape King plummeted like a kite with a broken string. He scrambled to his feet after the crushing impact, coughing violently and wondering what that illusion had been. Looking up, he saw Spirit Snake looming before him, its eyes cold. This time, it's real blood, isn't it? Cornered, the White Ape King began to squirm. "Demon Snake, I don't need territory anymore. You set a trap for me, and now you're calling me aggressive? Isn't that ridiculous?" Spirit Snake growled, giving its opponent no chance to turn the tables. "You want peace now?" Too late. It simultaneously unleashed the Golden Scale Storm. The White Ape King was no pushover either. He dodged the attack and retaliated with his soul-devouring arrow. A fiery shower of golden scales clashed with the ape's arrow, creating a dense field of energy. The White Ape King's spiritual artifact arrow cracked and shattered under the relentless assault, leaving him stunned. Spirit Snake sneered, revealing it had seen through its opponent's hand. Just concentrate 12 golden scale attacks on one point, and your trump card becomes scrap metal. Enraged, the White Ape King threw aside his bow and drew a 3-section staff, Heavenly Tribulation Staff. He frantically swung his staff to fend off the shower of golden scales, muttering curses about the persistence of this technique. Realizing defense wasn't the answer, the ape decided to go all out, charging directly to attack Spirit Snake's main body. Spirit Snake calmly commanded, "Go!" A massive golden scale shield appeared, blocking the ape's devastating strike. Immediately after, a colossal stone golem emerged from the ground, seizing the bewildered White Ape King. "Just a puppet!" the White Ape King roared, as the stone golem relentlessly punched him. The golem unleashed a stone projectile punch, activating the explosion art, right in front of the ape. The White Ape King was flung away by the explosion, screaming tragically but stubbornly, "It's not over yet, Demon Snake." Mid-air, he frantically shrieked, demanding to drag Spirit Snake down with him, but the boss coldly replied, "You don't get to decide." The golem used the earth trap art, locking the White Ape King's legs as he landed, turning him into a living sandbag. A brutal beating began, the stone golem continuously raining down devastating blows on the ape's immobilized body. The torture lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, leaving the White Ape King half dead. The golem raised its final fist, declaring this was revenge for that simp. If he could endure it, all grievances would be erased. Before perishing, the White Ape King only managed to see a 4-element combo of stone projectile, windblade, fire snake, and lightning art descend upon him, leaving only hatred in his heart. After the destructive combo, the White Ape King was nothing but a charred, smoking corpse, officially perished. Spirit Snake remained vigilant, telling itself that this ape was too cunning to let its guard down, even if it appeared dead. To be safe, it unleashed another golden scale slash, 2 razor-sharp golden scales from its tail, shooting out like flying daggers, tearing through the air. Slice, the White Ape King's entire body was cut into pieces. Spirit Snake used the gravity technique to gather them all, sighing in relief. Now he's definitely dead. Man Jin, the mammoth leader, appeared and marveled at Spirit Snake's power. While the boss humbly replied that it was still too weak, Man Jin declared that according to ancestral laws, since Spirit Snake had saved the mammoth tribe, he must offer his tusks as a token of gratitude. 2 brilliant energy orbs, 1 ice and 1 fire, emerged from Man Jin's tusks, making Spirit Snake gasp in awe. The 2 orbs merged into a pair of colossal mammoth tusks, one radiating a blue chilling aura, the other blazing with red fire. Manjin explained that these were the tusks of an ice-fire mammoth, an extinct ancient species, possessing incredibly powerful ice and fire spiritual roots. Spirit Snake drooled, realizing these tusks were 10,000 times more precious than the White Ape King's. Their owner must have been at least at peak Foundation establishment. Spirit Snake politely refused because the gift was too valuable, but Manjin insisted, saying it was an ancestral rule. Manjin explained that his elephant tribe was almost wiped out by humans hunting for tusks, so forming alliances with benefactors was the only way to survive. Images of the tusks showed the souls of demon beasts the elephant tribe had helped, including a snake, symbolizing their new alliance. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Spirit Snake accepted, feeling a little guilty for receiving such a large gift for a small favor. In return, Spirit Snake poured out a pile of pills looted from the snake hunters, generously offering to share them with Manjin. Spirit Snake stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Manjin suddenly burst into tears, wailing that he had only ever given tusks his whole life, and this was the first time he had received a return gift. Spirit Snake was speechless, thinking to himself that this big guy was too kind, then teased, "If I recall correctly, didn't that old ape trick you into trying to kill me initially?" Spirit Snake began lecturing, scolding Manjin for being big but brainless, easily tricked into sacrificing his life. If he had encountered a core formation cultivator, his entire tribe would have been wiped out. Manjin puffed out his chest smugly, boasting that the elephant tribe was naturally strong, feared no core formation cultivators, and he could break through at any time, making Spirit Snake shake his head in exasperation. Spirit Snake was speechless at the mammoth's naivety, wondering, is that even the main point? Hearing the mammoth boast that he could form his core at any time, Spirit Snake was startled. "Wait, what did you say? You can form your core whenever you want?" The mammoth explained that forming his core would trigger a heavenly tribulation, severely injuring him, and during that time, humans would seize the opportunity to wipe out his tribe. It turned out that the flames and thunderclouds on the mammoth were a punishment from a failed breakthrough many years ago, an indelible battle scar. Spirit Snake had an idea, throwing a pile of high-grade pills to the mammoth. "Take these essence-nourishing, blood-replenishing, meridian-cleansing, bone-strengthening pills. Remember, they're extremely potent. Only use them when absolutely necessary. The mammoth was so moved that he knelt on the ground, swearing to be a sworn brother from now on, doing whatever he was told, making Spirit Snake panic and shout, "Get up quickly, you'll crush me to death." Spirit Snake decided on a new name. "Don't call me Benefactor anymore, just call me Shuhei." The mammoth obediently complied and invited Shuhei to visit the elephant tribe. Returning to his lair, Spirit Snake began his favorite activity, inventorying the spoils stripped from the White Ape King's corpse. Spirit Snake opened the White Ape King's storage jade slip, gave White Snake a pile of spirit herbs, and tossed the Heavenly Tribulation Staff to Xiao Cho, sneering, "You bootlicker, you don't have a good weapon yet. Take this and use it." Xiao Cho cried profusely, stammering that this was the first precious gift he had ever received, making Spirit Snake warn him, "Don't let any woman trick you out of it." Spirit Snake continued distributing items, upgrading the cooking pot into a Dharma treasure cauldron, declaring, "Only a Dharma treasure cooking utensil is worthy of a big shot." After distributing everything, Spirit Snake ordered his subordinates to guard outside so he could begin secluded cultivation. Opening the loot's goatskin scroll, Spirit Snake discovered it was a detailed map of the entire Mount Wu mountain range. The map marked the locations of formidable bosses. A late-stage Foundation establishment soul-devouring giant bear, a mid-stage Foundation establishment mongoose demon, and even the mammoth tribe's location. Spirit Snake broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the areas marked with black dots. 3-headed wolves, 4-winged birds, all mutated. Core formation demon beasts, the real deal that shouldn't be provoked. He recognized a familiar location, the Spirit Stone Mine, where he had once gone with Heavenly Demon, marked with a large X, indicating the danger of the soul-gnawing ants swarm. Spirit Snake concluded that this map was the key to survival in this boss-filled forest. Then suddenly remembered there was one more item. A key. He tested the key's hardness. His steel-hard golden scales only sparked when scraped against it, leaving no scratch. Its durability surpassed even the ancestors' flying sword. Spirit Snake found a refining furnace, which looked no different from an alchemy furnace. But he remembered Heavenly Demon, once saying that no complex techniques were needed, just sufficient cultivation. Confident in his intelligence, Spirit Snake decided to use his divine sense to activate and reconstruct the furnace, beginning the refining process. Success. Spirit Snake gleefully looked at the result, a wavy short sword radiating an overbearing aura, exactly the shape he desired. With a single swing of the sword, terrifying power erupted, tearing through the surrounding space, proving its high quality. Feeling emboldened, Spirit Snake decided to go big, throwing the Icefire Tusk's loot into the furnace to continue refining. The furnace vibrated violently, its aura even stronger than the soul-devouring tusks. Spirit Snake smugly thought he'd get more good stuff this time. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion blew away a corner of the forest, proving the item was too good, and his cultivation wasn't enough. The alchemy furnace exploded into countless fragments, smoke and dust filling the air. Spirit Snake was thrown back by the aftershock, bitterly admitting that these Icefire Tusks were beyond his current ability. He would have to wait until he reached the Foundation establishment realm to handle them. Oh well, he'd just gnaw on the White Ape King's corpse to vent his frustration. Spirit Snake decided his top priority was to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Half a month later, in an icy cave, covered in white snow, a sound echoed. Xiao Cho woke up, swung his new arm, and found it strange because he felt nothing. He panicked when he tried to cut his arm with a knife, only for sparks to fly. Useless. Even smashing it hard with a rock did nothing. His arm was as hard as steel. He even put his arm into the fire, and it remained unharmed. Truly the real deal. Xiao Cho was loudly boasting about having cultivated the legendary bronze skin and iron bones when Spirit Snake snapped, "You simp, you're too noisy. Don't you know snakes hibernate?" To test his toughness, Xiao Cho turned to White Snake and asked her to bite him, despite her warning that she was venomous. He sneered, acting as if he knew everything about the black yin snake's venom, claiming it was only mild and challenging White Snake to bite him freely. White Snake didn't hold back, sinking her fangs into his arm. Xiao Cho initially boasted, "See? Just a tiny wound," then suddenly stiffened and collapsed to the ground. White Snake sighed, lamenting, "I have to detoxify you again," scolding him for always seeking trouble. She pulled out a giant centipede, intending to fight poison with poison. While Xiao Cho weakly realized she looked quite pleased. Xiao Cho was startled to see centipedes crawling all over his purplish arm, while White Snake calmly said, "Stay still, it's detoxifying you." The centipedes burrowed into his flesh, and Xiao Cho's arm flared with a dark purple energy, making him scream in pain. He roared furiously, "What the hell is this? I'm a righteous cultivator. I'd rather chop off my arm than accept this heretical demonic thing." White Snake casually offered, "How about you try its power first, then I'll help you chop it off later." Finding it reasonable, Xiao Cho channeled his energy and punched the ground, which cracked open as if hit by a bomb. Feeling the overwhelming power, he immediately changed his tune, boasting loudly, "Holy cow, this is the legendary Keelan arm. Who dares to chop off my fated arm?" White Snake teased. "Didn't you say it was ugly? Just leave it, and it'll spread all over your body." But Xiao Cho was now mesmerized by his new arm, slyly claiming that cultivators don't care about appearance. Meanwhile, in his lair, Spirit Snake had just emerged from a long period of secluded cultivation, muttering about his failed breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm. He recalled what Heavenly Demon once said, that a complete Foundation Establishment foundation should be like a multi-tiered staircase, but he had only managed to condense a single brick. A surge of ancient knowledge appeared, revealing that in ancient times, the Qi condensation realm didn't just stop at the 9th layer, but also had the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers. Spirit Snake broke out in a sweat, realizing he might have reached the legendary 10th layer of Qi condensation that Heavenly Demon had once mentioned. He remembered a dream about an ancient dragon, the Cauldron Spirit, which had warned that his cultivation method was flawed. Perhaps that was the reason for his failure. Spirit Snake angrily yelled at the divine demonic cauldron. "You old dragon, come out and explain yourself. Last time you spoke in riddles, I didn't understand a thing." No one answered. Only the stone cauldron remained silent. Spirit Snake gave up in annoyance, deciding to find something to fill his empty stomach after days of cultivation. As soon as he left the cave, he saw Xiao Cho and White Snake preparing to celebrate. Xiao Cho happily announced, "Big brother Snakey, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Today is New Year's Eve. Let's eat demonic beast meat dumplings." Spirit Snake looked confused, not understanding what New Year's Eve was. White Snake had to explain that it was a human festival. Xiao Cho asked if demonic beasts had any festivals. Spirit Snake and White Snake both replied, no, making him lament that both sides were truly pitiful. While wrapping dumplings with his claws, Xiao Cho recounted that it had been 5 years since he had returned home to reunite with his family after joining the Earth Mountain sect. Spirit Snake innocently asked, "Home? Isn't this cave our home?" Forcing Xiao Cho to explain that home is where one is born and raised. Xiao Cho said his home was 10,000 Snakes Valley, but Spirit Snake's expression hardened upon hearing this, as he knew the snake-catching sect was planning to turn it into a slaughterhouse. While eating dumplings, a ting sound rang out, and the detection jade pendant Heavenly Demon had given Spirit Snake lit up. Xiao Cho was startled. Recognizing it as a high-quality item, Spirit Snake checked the map, seeing only a single red dot, and concluded it was just a minor Qi condensation realm cultivator, nothing to worry about. No sooner had he spoken than the entire jade pendant glowed red like a disco light, hundreds of red dots appearing, sounding an alarm that froze Spirit Snake in place. An army of cultivators, as numerous as ants, at least 300 Qi condensation realm cultivators, and several Foundation Establishment realm experts, were flying swiftly through the sky, their aura overwhelming. Xiao Cho broke into a cold sweat, his face pale, asking Big Brother Snakey what to do. But Spirit Snake realized something was amiss. The group of cultivators swept past like a gust of wind, completely ignoring them. Then another wave rushed in right behind. Xiao Cho breathed a sigh of relief, but then tensed up again as he realized that waves of troops kept coming endlessly, totaling tens of thousands of people. Could a great war of the cultivation world be imminent? Spirit Snake, however, saw a golden opportunity. Let them fight their war. While they're busy fighting to the death, well, just focus on leveling up and getting stronger. Xiao Cho worried about his hometown, but then reassured himself that Big Brother Snakey was right. Only by becoming stronger could he protect his loved ones. White Snake spread out the map, announcing that in a few days they would hunt a Foundation Establishment demonic beast to farm for resources, inviting her companions along to share the spoils fairly. White Snake was busy making elixirs and declined, but Xiao Cho eagerly raised his hand to accept the offer immediately, his voice stammering with excitement. "Junior brother will go with Big Brother." Spirit Snake nodded happily, pointing with his tail at a spot on the map, announcing that within a 100-mile radius there was only one early-stage Foundation Establishment demonic beast. The target was set, the Amethyst Thunderlion, a formidable boss. Hunting it was risky, but the rewards were extremely lucrative. Waiting for the cultivator army to disappear, Spirit Snake and Xiao Cho turned invisible and sneaked into the Thunder Lion's lair. This was the perfect time to hunt. Inside the cave was a sparkling amethyst ore mine, formed from the Thunder Lion's own cultivation process. But the boss wasn't home. Spirit Snake decided they would both follow its tracks and sent to find it. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed from afar, and violent demonic beast energy spread everywhere, making Xiao Cho panic. "Big Brother, 2 bosses are fighting to the death." Spirit Snake bared his fangs with interest, ordering, "Let's go see. Who knows, we might get lucky." Both immediately rushed towards the source of the battle. At the scene, the Amethyst Thunder Lion was roaring furiously at a giant pangolin. "You killed my cub. Today I'll make you pay with your life." The The giant pangolin was no pushover. It growled back. I already told you I didn't kill your cub. We pangolins only eat insects. Why would we kill your cub? Xiao Cho was delighted, anticipating profiting from their conflict. But Spirit Snake was more sober, suspecting that life wasn't as simple as it seemed. Spirit Snake analyzed the cub's corpse. The claw marks were indeed from a pangolin, but pangolins don't eat meat. It was clearly a staged act. Xiao Cho suddenly understood, realizing in a panic that someone was manipulating the two bosses to destroy each other to reap the rewards, and Spirit Snake immediately signaled him to be silent. Spirit Snake asserted that only cultivators could pull off such a trick, but found it strange that his detection jade pendant hadn't found anyone within a 100-mile radius. Xiao Cho quickly reminded him, Big brother, we're in the territory of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. This jade pendant can't detect puppets. Spirit Snake guessed the mastermind was probably just a minor Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and decided to stay put and watch the show, as he still had plenty of invisibility talismans. After a fierce battle, both the amethyst thunder lion and the giant pangolin were exhausted, panting heavily. The pangolin roared, chasing the lion out of its territory. The amethyst thunder lion still snarled furiously, demanding revenge, while the pangolin was equally unyielding, ready to fight to the end. Suddenly, a weapon resembling glowing green roots shot up from the ground, attacking both exhausted bosses. The ghostly root-like tendrils rapidly unfurled, tightly coiling around the two giant demonic beasts. The amethyst thunder lion roared in horror, realizing both had fallen into a human trap. The giant pangolin desperately shrieked, urging its cubs to quickly flee. Two figures appeared, introducing themselves as Sun Jian and Qin Shuanger of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, who turned out to be two humanoid puppets. The amethyst thunder lion roared furiously at the male puppet. Did you kill my child? Puppet Sun Jian said little, directly launching a blazing green heavenly wood sword straight at the lion. The flying sword pierced through the amethyst thunder lion's jaw in a flash attack. Meanwhile, the female puppet Qin Shuanger was hunting down the pangolin cubs, coldly declaring them excellent alchemy ingredients. Despite the mother pangolin's desperate cries, witnessing the inhumane slaughter, Spirit Snake truly went berserk, its eyes blazing with fury, startling even Xiao Cho beside it. Unable to sit idly by, Spirit Snake made its move, summoning a giant spirit-shattering sword from thin air. Sensing the terrifying power, Puppet Sun Jian immediately ordered his sword to retreat for defense. Just as he withdrew the heavenly wood sword, Puppet Sun Jian was approached by the opponent's spirit-shattering sword, and he cried out in panic. Who are you? Sun Jian shouted, telling Qin Shuanger to escape first while he stayed behind to block the way. Truly a loyal and righteous puppet. Qin Shuanger hastily retreated while Sun Jian summoned a series of wood shields for defense. From above, Spirit Snake smirked, ordering Xiao Cho to deal with the female puppet, while it would handle the male one. Spirit Snake's puppet unleashed the chaotic forest frenzy dance, creating a forest of vines to attack Sun Jian, who scoffed. You're not even dodging? Planning to fight me to the death? Spirit Snake sneered, ordering the spirit-shattering sword to tear apart the opponent's defenses. Sun Jian snorted coldly, using his wooden sword to block the snake puppet's attack. Within a snow-covered tree, the spiritual body of the true mastermind, Zhao Yiduo, appeared, muttering that the rumors of a demon snake capable of using magic were true. The old man smugly thought this demon snake even knew puppet control techniques, and confidently declared that once his true body arrived, both would be captured. Suddenly, countless golden spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing directly at Zhao Yiduo's hiding spot. Struck by surprise, Zhao Yiduo hastily summoned his divine tortoise shield to block the attack, yelping, "Ah, my butt!" He immediately cast the wood escape technique to flee, while Spirit Snake unleashed the heaven-piercing spikes in pursuit. Spirit Snake's true form finally revealed itself, scoffing that thanks to the high-grade invisibility talisman, it almost couldn't find him. But now there was nowhere left to run. Spirit Snake unleashed the heaven-piercing spikes again, a series of gleaming golden spikes tearing up the ground, startling Zhao Yiduo, who was escaping underground. How can it sense my location? Only then did Zhao Yiduo realize, frantically understanding he had been tricked. The snake fighting my puppet is also a puppet? Spirit Snake roared, unleashing the sandstorm technique, determined to overturn the entire forest to drag Zhao Yiduo out. At the same time, Xiao Cho joined the fray, swinging his blazing heavenly tribulation staff to attack puppet Qin Shuanger. Puppet Sun Jian was still struggling to block attacks from the mechanical snake, golden sword blades constantly clashing and sparking. A colossal sand vortex, the sandstorm art, was unleashed by Spirit Snake, devouring everything in its path. Puppet Sun Jian was swept into the storm, crying out in astonishment. This is a Foundation Establishment realm spell. How can a Spirit Sea realm demon beast use it? The sandstorm ravaged the ground, and Zhao Yiduo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his position had been exposed. From above, Spirit Snake roared, unleashing the golden scale rainstorm, a barrage of gleaming golden scales raining down like arrows. The ground was torn apart, and Zhao Yuduo muttered, "Has gone. What's happening?" He stared blankly at the body, sprawled amidst the rubble, wondering if his own eyes had been deceived. Spirit Snake coiled tightly around its target, realizing this was only puppet Sun Jian, not Zhao Yuduo's true body. It turned out Zhao Yuduo had used a decoy puppet. He sneered from the tree. "Just a beast, so easy to trick you." He channeled his energy, unleashing the heavenly puppet strings to control the puppet from afar. But Spirit Snake was even faster. It immediately used the Earth Escape technique to pursue, catching Zhao Yuduo off guard. Zhao Yuduo panicked as he felt his puppet lose control, the distance too great to intervene. He resorted to using the gravity technique to control the flying sword from afar, trying to salvage the situation. Zhao Yuduo strained, trying to block Spirit Snake's divine sense, but the immense distance made control extremely difficult. He watched bitterly as the puppet and flying sword were captured, resentful that the pangolin had escaped. Spirit Snake roared an order, "Xiao Cho, don't let them escape," and the loyal disciple immediately obeyed. Puppet Qin Shuang'er felt the ground tremble, unleashing her Qilin arm to defend against the overwhelmingly large attack range. The power of the sudden attack surged, and Puppet Qin Shuang'er couldn't resist, being knocked back. A series of colossal earth and rock spikes, the heaven-piercing spikes, erupted from the ground with terrifying might. Zhao Yuduo screamed in despair, "Shuang'er," as his puppet was flung into the sky by the spikes. He rushed forward, embracing the heavily damaged puppet, and looking for an escape route. "Want to run? Not so easy." Xiao Cho directly threw a heavenly stench bomb to block their path. Zhao Yuduo took the full force of the stench bomb, his face turning green. "What the hell is this?" As Xiao Cho charged in for close combat. Xiao Cho unleashed his Qilin fist, punching Zhao Yuduo directly in the face, making him spit blood. While Zhao Yuduo was still cursing furiously. "You brat!" Spirit Snake lunged from behind with terrifying speed, declaring, "I'm here!" Whoosh! With a clean slash of its tail scales, the Sun Jian puppet was sliced in half in an instant. Sun Jian's body fell to the ground in pieces, while the Qin Shuang'er puppet froze, silently staring at the pile of scrap metal. Qin Shuang'er collapsed to her knees, wailing mournfully beside the remains of her brother. Witnessing the tearful scene, Xiao Cho coldly uttered a single sentence. "Ridiculous." An unfamiliar hunter pointed his gun at Spirit Snake, mocking its dramatic act, and was immediately scared out of his wits by a surge of black flame. Xiao Cho looked at the flame, muttering to Spirit Snake with deep empathy, "I suspect they're a pair of heartbroken lovers, just like me." Back in their lair, Heavenly Demon and Xiao Cho's eyes gleamed at the treasure of 2,000 spirit stones. This trip was truly a huge profit. Spirit Snake began to divide the spoils. Spirit herbs for White Snake, demon beast meat distributed evenly, and the rest split 50-50 between Heavenly Demon and Xiao Cho. Spirit Snake generously tossed Xiao Cho a Foundation Establishment pill, and the disciple, overjoyed as if he'd found gold, shouted that he would go break through immediately. Spirit Snake thought to itself, "Idiot, happy about getting 30%? Then it suddenly realized that Heavenly Demon seemed to have pulled the same trick on it before. Checking the Amethyst Thunder Lion storage bag, Spirit Snake pulled out 5 Foundation Establishment pills, enough for it to use freely until it broke through. It found a jade slip filled with wood element cultivation techniques, but since it cultivated the earth element, it decided to put it aside for now. The best find was the second set of jade slips, the second level of puppet art, allowing the creation of Foundation Establishment level puppets with 3 powerful skills. Spirit Snake decided to immediately enter seclusion to break through to Foundation Establishment, beginning to absorb the essence from the Amethyst Thunder Lion's corpse. 2 months later, a colossal pillar of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. A cultivator flying nearby immediately noticed it, and rushed over to investigate the commotion. Spirit Snake was in a critical stage, swallowing the Foundation Establishment pill, but still roaring, feeling that the spiritual energy was insufficient for a breakthrough. It circulated its cultivation art, draining all the energy from the massive pile of spirit stones, making both Heavenly Demon and Xiao Cho break out in a cold sweat just watching. Energy exploded. Spiritual energy surged violently. Spirit Snake let out a roar and officially successfully broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Blue spiritual energy erupted around Spirit Snake's tail. It realized it had reached the legendary perfect Foundation Establishment realm. Its entire body was now covered in shimmering golden scales, and it roared triumphantly. "This is the profound yellow Foundation Establishment that old dog Heavenly Demon spoke of. I have succeeded." The Cauldron Spirit suddenly appeared, coolly stating, "You've only just reached Foundation Establishment. You still lack the reverse scale. Without it, you will forever remain just a snake." The Cauldron Spirit refused to elaborate further, forcing Spirit Snake to comprehend it on its own, which made Spirit Snake bitterly think to itself that this old man was deliberately messing with it. Deciding to temporarily set aside the matter of the reverse scale, Spirit Snake focused on upgrading its combat power first, planning to descend the mountain for answers later if it got stuck. It immediately used an earth element cultivation technique to strengthen its puppets, then set about grinding a pair of colossal mammoth tusks to forge flying swords. Without a forge, Spirit Snake had to use its own golden tail scales to grind the mammoth tusks, a task requiring extreme patience. A week passed, and it finally breathed a sigh of relief upon completing the crafting process. 2 flying swords, one radiating an icy blue aura, the other burning with a fiery glow, were officially born. Spirit Snake tried to control the twin swords, but they were too powerful. It realized it needed to reach late Foundation establishment to fully unleash their strength. Everything was ready. It was brimming with ambition, determined to descend the mountain to seek enlightenment, declaring it would sweep clean the human libraries. Just as it left its cave, Spirit Snake encountered Xiao Cho basking in the sun. The man joyfully exclaimed upon seeing his senior finally emerge from seclusion. Xiao Cho pleaded to follow along to settle his grievances. Spirit Snake agreed and pointed out the first target, the Purple Mist Sect, home to the most incompetent guards. Along the way, Xiao Cho began to recount his tumultuous process of breaking through to Foundation establishment, a journey that almost cost him his life. He bitterly recounted how, at the crucial moment, all the surrounding spiritual energy was suddenly sucked dry, causing his breakthrough to fail without him knowing the culprit. While Spirit Snake listened, blushing crimson, that wasn't all, Xiao Cho continued. His second breakthrough attempt was even more terrifying. An outer realm demon suddenly appeared, scaring him half to death. He still couldn't understand why a mere chi condensation cultivator like himself could summon a boss that only appeared when people broke through to core formation. But the strange thing was that the demon suddenly vanished without a trace, its expression as if it had just seen something utterly terrifying. Spirit Snake curiously asked how he managed to break through. Xiao Cho honestly thanked Senior Bai for refining a Foundation establishment pill for him to test the medicine. Hearing the words "test the medicine," Spirit Snake flinched, quickly asking Xiao Cho if there were any side effects, which made the man's face turn pale as he frantically realized he had forgotten something important and had to rush back to cultivate. Arriving at the Purple Mist Sect, Xiao Cho only saw a pile of desolate ruins, wondering if the Purple Cloud Sect had plundered everything and fled. Heavenly Demon, from inside the bag, immediately came up with a new plan. They must have moved to the snake-catching sect. Let's change course to the Earth Mountain sect. You have a token, after all. Just as they reached the Earth Mountain sect's gate, a guard blocked their way. Xiao Cho immediately told his senior to hide, then stepped forward to be recognized. Xiao Cho held out his inner disciple token, and the guard was utterly shocked, stammering, "Xiao Cho? You're not dead?" The guard explained that after being hunted by Hua Yun Tian and missing for half a year, the sect had officially declared Xiao Cho dead. The man twisted the knife further. "Your cultivation, dwelling, and belongings have already been inherited by your relatives," causing Xiao Cho to roar furiously. "What relatives? My parents are mere mortals." The guard tremblingly revealed that the masterminds were Elder Chiu and a female cultivator from the Purple Mist sect. Xiao Cho's eyes immediately narrowed with killing intent. Inside Xiao Cho's cultivation dwelling, 2 female cultivators were leisurely enjoying tea. One praised the extraordinary spiritual energy of the place, while the other smugly boasted about using a dual cultivation technique to ensnare Elder Chiu and seize this place. The 2 vile women were identified as Xu Mei and Xu Chun of the Purple Mist sect, gleefully discussing their triple cultivation plans with that old man. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion shattered the door, sending Xu Chun and the tables and chairs flying. Xu Mei furiously yelled, "Who's tired of living, daring to barge into my cultivation cave?" While Xiao Cho coldly retorted from outside the door, "You're the intruders." Xiao Cho strode in through the dust, his arm radiating Foundation Establishment Realm spiritual energy, leaving the 2 women stunned. Xu Mei remained arrogant, holding up a contract and sneering, Hey, you ignorant horned fool, open your eyes and look. I've already signed the contract." She continued to insult Xiao Cho, propping her feet on the table in defiance. "But if you're willing to kneel and lick my feet, if I'm happy, perhaps I'll." Before she could finish, Xiao Cho lunged forward with terrifying speed, delivering a devastating punch straight to Xu Mei's shameless face. Crash! Xu Mei was punched, her head embedded in the wall, blood splattering everywhere. She died instantly. Xu Chun shrieked her elder sister's name in horror. Xu Chun went berserk, screaming, "You bootlicker! How dare you hit her!" then charged at Xiao Cho for revenge. Overestimating herself, Xu Chun's attack was easily parried by Xiao Cho, who then delivered a sweeping strike across her body, sending her to reunite with her friend. He coldly declared, "This punch, I've honed for 5 years, but from now on, I'll only tolerate things for 5 breaths." Heavenly Demon crawled out of the bag, nodding in approval. You're looking quite formidable now. Quick and clean, destroy the bodies, and erase all traces." No sooner had he dealt with the two small fries, an old man burst in, roaring and pointing at Xiao Chou. "You bastard Xiao Chou, how dare you kill people?" Xiao Chou showed no deference, growling, "Elder Chu, this is my private territory. According to sect rules, even an elder has no right to barge in." The old man, surnamed Chu, furiously yelled, "Do you want to die?" Then hurled a massive fireball straight at Xiao Chou. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chou stood firm as a rock, his spiritual energy erupting to extinguish the fireball. He looked up and declared, "I'm also in the Foundation establishment realm now. Stop trying to bully me." Elder Chu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe this kid had broken through to Foundation establishment in less than a year. He recalled how Xiao Chou could previously defeat Hua Yuntian, and now his level could not be underestimated. Knowing he couldn't win, the old man surnamed Chu vanished, only leaving behind a threat. "Xiao Chou, just you wait." Xiao Chou immediately left. Heavenly Demon in the bag wondered why he didn't finish off the old man, but Xiao Chou explained that killing him now would only make it harder to escape and ruin their big plan. The master and disciple leaped across rooftops. Heavenly Demon praised Xiao Chou for thinking ahead. They both decided to get what they needed first, then deal with the old man tonight. In a forest, Elder Chu muttered angrily, "That brat Xiao Chou ruined my plan," then pulled out a communication artifact, deciding to use others to do his dirty work. He shot a beam of light into the sky, falsely accusing Xiao Chou of killing an ally of the Four-Sect Alliance, a death sentence, so the Alliance's enforcers would deal with him. Meanwhile, at the main hall of the Dai Mountain sect, Heavenly Demon was perched on the rooftop, eavesdropping, secretly hoping Xiao Chou wouldn't run into trouble. Inside, Xiao Chou faced another elder, Elder Shu, and asked about his master's whereabouts, but was informed that both his master and the sect master had gone to the front lines. Elder Shu lectured that cultivators have no country, only their sect, and explained that the Qin soldiers had advanced to Chu Yang City. Xiao Chou got straight to the point, requesting the Foundation establishment cultivation technique and his promotion reward, but then wondered why his master wasn't there. Elder Shu suddenly pounced on Xiao Chou, acting overly familiar and praising him as the sect's genius for breaking through so quickly. He pulled Xiao Chou along, saying that the normal promotion process was cumbersome, but now everything would be much simpler. A treasure trove appeared before Xiao Chou's eyes. Thousands of spirit stones, 3,000 bottles of nourishing origin pills, countless healing pills, a spirit artifact, and piles of talismans and jade slips. Xiao Chou and Heavenly Demon sat amidst the resources. He explained that Elder Shu allowed him to take everything, with the sole condition that he had to go to the battlefield. Heavenly Demon couldn't understand human affairs, only telling Xiao Chou to be sure of his decision. Xiao Chou firmly stated, "I just want to become stronger." Xiao Chou unrolled the cultivation technique scrolls, telling Heavenly Demon to quickly learn these advanced second-tier techniques as fast as possible, while he stood guard. Heavenly Demon, in Spirit Snake's body, was sweeping through the Dai Mountain sect's cultivation technique treasury. From the Stone Vein Heart scripture to the Dai Mountain accumulating peak art, all were absorbed. Elder Chu bowed low before two black-cloaked figures, respectfully greeting the enforcers and confirming he was the one who reported the crime. Enforcer Baishou and Enforcer Hong Yi, both in the Foundation establishment realm, received orders to personally apprehend Xiao Chou, imprint his soul, and send him to the battlefield as cannon fodder, just as Elder Chu maliciously intended. Under the setting sun, Elder Chu was certain. "You're dead for sure, Xiao Chou." Xiao Chou breathed a sigh of relief, finally having finished learning the new cultivation techniques, while Spirit Snake coiled beside him, watching the blood-red sunset. From afar, an enforcer's voice echoed through the forest, ordering Xiao Chou to surrender immediately if he wished to be spared. Xiao Chou was not only unafraid but visibly excited, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to test out his new power. He firmly stated he had chosen his path. The enforcers and Elder Chu looked around in confusion, not understanding where their target had vanished to, suspecting he used an invisibility talisman to escape. Suddenly, the ground violently shook, and a massive stone spear erupted from the earth, piercing straight through the three unsuspecting individuals. Elder Chu hastily activated his earth shield, while the two enforcers also activated their Vajra shields to defend against the surprise ambush. They split up to search, completely unaware that Spirit Snake was hiding nearby, locking onto their positions with its divine sense. A spirit-shattering sword, condensed from spiritual energy, silently aimed at the weakest member of the enemy team. The sword shot forth. Elder Chu shrieked as he hastily raised his shield to block the deadly sneak attack. With a clean strike, the sword pierced through the old man's paper-thin defense, embedding itself directly into his chest. Elder Chu collapsed dead on the spot. The two enforcers were stunned, roaring in fury. "How audacious! You dare kill an elder right before our eyes!" Xiao Chou suddenly appeared from the shadows, swinging his attack, and charging straight into the combat. First, taste my attack. Enforcer Bai Xiu reacted incredibly fast, pulling out an illusion-breaking mirror to pinpoint the enemy's location. The invisibility talisman was nullified, and Xiao Chou fully revealed himself, charging in alone to take on both, blocking the attacks of the two enforcers. On a tree branch, Spirit Snake also revealed its true form, immediately recognized. It's the Foundation Establishment demonic snake on the wanted list. Xiao Chou's expression remained unchanged. Since he was exposed, he would go all out, ready for a 2-on-2 fight to the death. Xiao Chou rushed forward and tightly embraced Enforcer Hong Yi, shouting, "Senior brother, leave this woman to me," deliberately splitting the battlefield. Spirit Snake summoned a giant poison frog as a decoy, secretly praising Xiao Chou's coordination. Enforcer Bai Xiu, wary of the frog, immediately activated a golden shield talisman and threw out a thunder tribulation pearl for defense. Realizing Spirit Snake was using the gravity technique again, Bai Xiu roared and detonated the 2 lightning orbs from the thunder tribulation pearl. A brilliant purple lightning explosion engulfed the entire forest, and the poison frog instantly perished. Spirit Snake emerged from the rubble, slightly singed but confident. Good thing I dodged quickly. While assessing the opponent as a true mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator with powerful magic artifacts, Bai Xiu was furious to see the snake still alive and well, so he launched a flying sword to attack. The flying sword shot towards Bai Xiu's shield, which he scorned, but he immediately realized something was wrong. Without hesitation, Bai Xiu pulled out his trump card magic treasure, the purple gold sword-swallowing gourd. The gourd emitted a terrifying suction force, aiming to swallow the incoming flying sword. Spirit Snake strained, using the gravity technique, trying to regain control of the flying sword from the gourd's pull. Bai Xiu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe a demonic beast could possess such a formidable gravity technique, and felt something ominous. The spiritual seal on the gourd began to flicker, and Bai Xiu realized in a panic, "It's trying to steal my magic treasure." Spirit Snake used its true chi to counter, creating a vortex of purple energy, making Bai Xiu realize this demonic beast's true chi was extraordinary. Seeing the tense situation, Xiao Chou intended to break through the encirclement to assist, but Spirit Snake was too agile, easily dodging Bai Xiu's attacks. Spirit Snake switched to offense, unleashing the sandstorm technique, knowing full well that the opponent's true chi and gravity technique were inferior to its own. Bai Xiu was swept into the sandstorm, screaming miserably, creating a golden opportunity for Spirit Snake. Seizing the moment, Spirit Snake used the gravity technique to snatch the gourd from Bai Xiu's unguarded hand. Robbed of his treasure, Bai Xiu hastily threw out a wind-stabilizing pearl to disperse the sandstorm, vexed that his opponent had so many trump cards. Both opponents were stunned. Bai Xiu couldn't understand how an early-stage Foundation Establishment demonic beast could suppress him, while Spirit Snake admitted this was the toughest enemy it had ever encountered. Bai Xiu observed the battle, thinking to himself, more importantly, Hong Yi is about to be overwhelmed. This petty thief from the D Mountain sect is quite impressive. Why have I never heard of him before? Suddenly, a giant earth spike erupted from beneath his feet, sending Bai Xiu flying. He roared, "Earth spike technique. Where are you looking? I can't drag this out any longer. I must use my ultimate treasure." Cornered, Bai Xiu unleashed his secret weapon, growling, "Soul-devouring banner, 9 netherworld, no mercy. 10,000 souls, become my soldiers. Yellow springs flow in reverse, heed my command." A ghostly banner unfurled, summoning countless vengeful spirits from all directions. He continued to chant, "I use a blood pact to call your names from the underworld. Boundless lost souls, transform into spirit souls for my banner." Spirit Snake narrowed its eyes, realizing this toy was no ordinary item. What kind of magic treasure is that? It looks extremely dangerous. I can't give him time to chant. Spirit Snake decided to go all out, employing a supreme cultivation method of the D Mountain sect. Only one final move remains. Mountain Storm Seal, a high-grade earth technique. From the ghostly banner, a howling vortex of souls surged directly toward Spirit Snake with the cry, 10,000 ghosts devour souls." Surrounded by the horde of ghosts, Spirit Snake kept a cool head, muttering to itself, "In this situation, I absolutely cannot retreat. Pump in true chi. Condense the mountain body." Bai Xiu laughed maniacally, ordering, "Demonic beast, become food for my soul-devouring banner, tear it apart." Spirit Snake roared, its entire body radiating brilliant golden light, coiling into a giant mountain character shape, unleashing its ultimate technique, Mountain Storm Seal. A colossal illusory mountain appeared from thin air, hurtling straight down towards Bai Xiu, terrifying him. Huh? Mountain Storm Seal? How many in the D Mountain sect even know this move? Why? Seeing the giant mountain about to crush him, Bai Xiu screamed in panic. This range, damn it, it's coming. He hastily unfurled an umbrella magic treasure to resist, but the mountain's weight was beyond imagination, making him shriek in agony. Crash! The illusory mountain crushed everything, grinding Bai Xiu into a messy pulp on the ground. Hearing his comrades scream, Hong Yi turned in alarm and was mocked by Xiao Chou. "Senior brother Bai Xiu? Where are you looking?" Hong Yi immediately counterattacked, swinging her glowing nunchaku, unleashing her move. Heavenly Tribulation Staff, binding technique. Xiao Chou did not dodge, flexing his muscles and throwing a punch straight at her face, Keeling fist. Thwack! Xiao Chu's devastating punch pierced through her defense, embedding directly into the female enforcer's chest. The powerful impact sent Hong Yi flying, causing her to smash into a large rock behind her. Xiao Chou dusted his hands, looked towards Spirit Snake's battlefield, and muttered, "Phew, that's done. It's all thanks to Senior for distracting her." Xiao Chou marveled at Senior's formidable mountain storm seal, praising him as a true genius who learned it instantly. Looking at the gaping crater left by the aftershocks, Xiao Chou bewilderedly searched for Spirit Snake's figure. Underground, Spirit Snake was in a tough spot, screaming as a swarm of green souls pierced through its golden scale defense and burrowed straight into its belly. The ghosts were gnawing at its flesh and blood from within, causing Spirit Snake to panic, but it tried to stay calm and find a way to turn the tables. In a flashback, the heavenly demon, in its puppet form, had shown it a high-grade magic treasure, the Thunderfire Seal. Spirit Snake had a crazy idea. "I've got a plan. Absorb all of them into me." Deciding to go all out, it pulled out the Thunderfire Seal given by the heavenly demon and swallowed it, embarking on a life-or-death gamble. Heaven and earth are the chessboard. All living beings are the pieces. Explode! Spirit Snake activated the magic treasure, and a terrifying explosion erupted from within its body. Surviving the self-detonation, Spirit Snake burped out a plume of black smoke and thought to itself, "Good thing my body is tough enough, or I would have perished." On the ground, Xiao Chou had finished clearing the battlefield, collected the loot from the two enforcers, and called for Spirit Snake to retreat quickly. Spirit Snake emerged, asked about the next plan and praised Xiao Chou for doing well, then teased him about whether he had fallen for the female law enforcer. Xiao Chou denied it, then looked up at the starry sky in contemplation, and seriously said that he had a request for Senior. He wanted to temporarily leave for a while to go to the front lines in Shuyang City. Xiao Chou explained that he was from the Chu Kingdom, and his parents were also in Shuyang City, so he would join the Chu army on the front lines. Spirit Snake snapped, believing that the Qin army was unstoppable, and going there was suicide. And furthermore, it was going against his sect, reminding him that a cultivator must sever ties with the mortal world. Xiao Chou admitted that the principle was correct, but reason could not overcome his heart when he thought of his parents being in danger. He knelt down, kowtowing and pleading with Spirit Snake for permission, promising to repay him 1,000-fold in the future. Seeing his determination, Spirit Snake reluctantly agreed, making Xiao Chou overjoyed. Xiao Chou immediately set off, shouting a promise to return, leaving Spirit Snake alone, to ponder that it had no right to interfere. Spirit Snake narrowed its eyes, wondering if Xiao Chou's choice was an act of defiance. The Cauldron Spirit appeared, bluntly telling Spirit Snake that, despite its foundation, it still lacked a reverse scale. Without it, it would forever remain a mere small snake. Spirit Snake was bewildered, wondering what defiance truly was. It only knew that cultivators must defy heaven to cultivate. Cultivation itself is defiance. Forming a golden core incurs the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Forming a nascent soul faces the 5-9 heavenly tribulation, and surpassing that realm means being hunted by outer realm demons. It suddenly thought of Xiao Chou's actions. Was his act of going against his sect to protect his family a form of defiance? Looking at the pile of jade slips and books that man left behind, Spirit Snake hoped to find an answer to its confusion. A scroll suddenly glowed, attracting its attention with the words, "Defiant Cultivation." Spirit Snake skimmed through it, realizing that the definition of defiance was to resist the cage of heaven and earth, to fight against the obsessions in one's heart, and to break all rules. It realized that Xiao Chou was a typical defiant cultivator, a sect disciple who betrayed for his family, deeply in love with a deceased girl, and a cultivator who broke the rule of severing ties with the mortal world. But it was not Xiao Chou. It had to find its own path of defiance. Spirit Snake decided to descend the mountain and enter the human world to seek that path. Its first stop was Iron Bear Mountain, where it was once king, and also where it was ravaged by a fire. Wondering if this place could be reborn from the ashes, from a tree, it observed the branch of the snake-catching sect. Noticing that the defenses were lax, there were no formations, and the strongest individual was only in the early foundation establishment stage. To be safe, it unleashed its divine sense to sweep the entire area. Its divine sense discovered a familiar face, Chen Daoling, the master who once hunted it, now imprisoned in a dungeon, a shadow of his former self, being gnawed by snakes and centipedes. Spirit Snake was furious, secretly cursing Zhao Wenjuo as a beast for not eradicating the root of the problem and leaving behind a potential disaster, wondering if there was a deep-seated grudge between the two master and disciple. It saw Zhao Wenjuo order his subordinates not to let Chen Daoling die, and wondered if this act of betraying his sect counted as defiance. Although it could wipe out this branch in an instant, Spirit Snake decided not to stir up trouble, as Chen Daoling wouldn't live much longer anyway. Meanwhile, in a place called Snake Village, a Qin army was shouting, demanding the gates be opened. A commander flew into the village, ordering a house-to-house search. The village was engulfed in smoke and fire. Screams echoed everywhere. Villagers cursed the Qin invaders, while others knelt and surrendered. A villager lay dead on the ground, covered in blood, while Spirit Snake hid nearby, not understanding what was happening. Some cowardly villagers knelt and begged for their lives, ready to offer the heads of those who resisted to join the Qin army. The Qin commander laughed gleefully at the traitors' quick thinking, ordering them to be recruited into his ranks. Spirit Snake observed from hiding, secretly thinking that those who chose to survive were the truly wise ones, while a stubborn villager was about to be executed. Suddenly, that villager and his companions rose up to attack, shouting, "Long live the Chu kingdom," and charging at the Qin soldiers like moths to a flame. The Qin commander was enraged at being defied by mere mortals. He roared, "Do you want to die?" Then unleashed a fiery palm strike, wiping out the rebels. The Qin soldiers coldly finished off the remaining people, scoffing that mortals resisting cultivators was no different from suicide. Suddenly, the Qin commander clutched his arm and cried out, realizing that the villagers' weapons had been coated with spirit herb poison. The Qin soldiers hastily formed a defensive formation, reassuring themselves that cultivators were invincible, and this was just a petty trick. In a flashback, the Qin commander had ordered the massacre of the entire village, believing that the price of this resistance was too high. Spirit Snake recalled the house at the edge of the village, where a boy named Wang Xiaoyu once fed it fish. It wondered how the boy was now, and the scene that appeared was him kneeling in his house with a noose hanging precariously. The boy cried, blaming himself for being useless and shouting that he didn't want to be a slave of a lost nation. Spirit Snake only had time to think, "Fool," when it saw the boy put the rope around his neck. With a whoosh, a flash of light streaked past, cutting the rope and sending the boy sprawling onto the floor. The boy was stunned, sensing a familiar aura and stammering out the name Old Black Snake. While invisible, Spirit Snake was extremely surprised that a mortal could see it, but the boy insisted he could sense its presence. Spirit Snake revealed its true form, a giant black shadow with glowing purple eyes, and questioned, "Wang Xiaoyu, why do you want to hang yourself?" The boy asked in return if the immortal knew what was happening in the village, and despairingly said that with the nation lost, what was the point of living? The tragic atmosphere was broken by the boy's rumbling stomach, causing both to fall into silence. Spirit Snake tossed him a huge piece of roasted meat, scoffing, "Look at you, aren't you about to starve to death?" The campfire blazed, preparing for a long night. While devouring the meat, Wang Xiaoyu admitted he was starving, but that wasn't the only reason for his despair. The boy declared loudly that he would rather die than become a slave to the Qin soldiers. Spirit Snake began lecturing on the philosophy of survival, where the strong devouring the weak was the law of nature. Wang Xiaoyu was speechless, thinking that only Mr. Chu was capable enough to answer such a mind-boggling question, which piqued Spirit Snake's curiosity. Suddenly, a squad of Qin soldiers led by a squad leader burst in, discovering someone inside the house, invisible. Spirit Snake whispered and vanished into thin air, leaving Wang Xiaoyu so scared he wet his pants. The Qin soldiers rushed in, shouting. Wang Xiaoyu closed his eyes, awaiting death, still yelling his loyalty to the Chu kingdom. Swish. A cold streak of light flashed by, and the throat of the leading soldier was cut as cleanly as slicing cake. A massacre began. The Qin soldiers perished one after another at the hands of an invisible assassin. Wang Xiaoyu dazedly realized he was still alive, while the Qin squad leader screamed tragically amidst the corpses of his comrades. A surviving soldier ran out for his life, yelling that the house was haunted. A giant, ethereal snakehead appeared in midair, its glowing purple eyes staring at the remaining soldiers. "Monster! Quickly, go call the sage!" A soldier screamed in despair before being dealt with. Everything fell silent. Wang Xiaoyu looked outside, and only saw a pile of weapons and scattered corpses. The Qin commander finally arrived, but the feast was over, with only Spirit Snake leisurely standing amidst a sea of fire. Wang Xiaoyu joyfully ran out and hugged the snake, hailing it like a god, which visibly annoyed Spirit Snake. "Don't hug me." Spirit Snake affixed an invisibility talisman to the boy's forehead and commanded, "Take me to see that old Chu." Along the way, Wang Xiaoyu revealed that Mr. Chu had given him a new name, Wang Ding, meaning to bear heavy responsibilities, a name Spirit Snake found acceptable. The two arrived before a solemn building, and a deep, warm voice echoed from within. "Come in," Wang Ding called out loudly. Inside, an old man with white hair and beard was chugging wine from a gourd, his face flushed red as he invited the boy in for a few drinks. Mr. Chu boasted that it was fine wine gifted by the Qin soldiers, who had invited him to compile their history, leaving Wang Ding stunned upon hearing this. Wang Ding questioned him, but Mr. Chu merely recounted his past as an official, how he had offended the powerful and been exiled to his hometown, expressing his weariness of a miserable life. The boy was about to say something, but Mr. Chu cut him off, calling Wang Ding's name seriously. The old man calmly lectured, "Life isn't easy, just focus on living it well." Disregarding Wang Ding's puzzled expression, Spirit Snake, observing invisibly, nodded in agreement with Mr. Chu's philosophy of survival above all else, while the old man continued to ply his student with wine. After a round of drinking, Mr. Chu stood up and declared that he had to depart for the Qin soldiers' headquarters immediately. The old man walked down the stairs, calling back that he was entrusting the entire house and books to Wang Ding. While the boy lay passed out drunk on the floor, Spirit Snake materialized, told the drunken Wang Ding to wait there, then shot out the window to follow the old man. Mr. Chu did not go to the Qin soldiers' camp but stood alone on the river's edge, where the waves crashed violently. Spirit Snake followed from a distance, muttering, "Just as I thought, this old man was lying. What the hell is he doing at the riverbank?" Under the moonlight, Mr. Chu recited a tragic and heroic poem about a fallen nation. Spirit Snake listened, understanding nothing, only seeing the old man suddenly spread his arms. Whoosh! Mr. Chu plunged straight down into the surging river below the cliff. A loud splash echoed as the old man's body hit the water, creating a column of white spray. Spirit Snake hid behind a rock, completely bewildered. Why did Mr. Chu choose death? Clearly, following the Qin kingdom would lead to a comfortable life, wouldn't it? Returning to the study, Spirit Snake looked at Wang Ding, who was still sound asleep, and decided, perhaps the answer lies in the books he left behind. The snake began flipping through the pages, and golden characters appeared, containing the thoughts and integrity of a gentleman scholar. Spirit Snake finally understood. Mr. Chu would rather die than be a slave to a fallen nation, and before he left, he bequeathed all his possessions to Wang Ding, realizing that while life was precious, some things were even more important. Spirit Snake gently nudged Wang Ding's sleeping cheek with its tail, thinking that the boy was that precious thing to Mr. Chu. After Mr. Chu's death, Spirit Snake finally grasped the truth. To use one's life to protect one's honor. I finally understand what true integrity is. Wang Ding woke up, saw the giant snake hovering beside him, and asked about it. The boy even congratulated Senior Snake on its enlightenment. Spirit Snake thanked Wang Ding and Mr. Chu, declaring that before leaving, it would bestow upon him a fortuitous encounter as repayment. The snake slithered closer and uttered a philosophical statement. Heaven and earth are a chessboard. All living beings are chess pieces. Leaving Wang Ding startled and unsure what was about to happen, Spirit Snake began transmitting its cultivation, and a powerful surge of energy rushed into Wang Ding's body, making him scream in pain. This is a cultivation technique, Spirit Snake explained, simultaneously transmitting a stream of pure true qi to the inexperienced boy who lacked a foundation. After bestowing the starter pack, Spirit Snake vanished, leaving a message. Walk your own path forward. I hope we meet again. With its task complete, Spirit Snake recalled the snake-catching sect's plan, and decided to return to 10,000 Snakes Valley to realize its own integrity. In 10,000 Snakes Valley, two snake-catching sect cultivators were discussing their master's plan, intending to use millions of snakes to break through to a new realm. The goatee senior brother grandly declared that a new era had arrived, where only the strong had the right to speak and dominate all. The nearby disciple chimed in, believing that if their master broke through by sacrificing millions of snakes, they would also benefit. The leader ordered his subordinates to sprinkle more snake-luring powder, his tone cruel. For cultivation, even sacrificing mortals is acceptable, let alone mere snakes. Suddenly, a young cultivator appeared, looking at the scene of millions of snakes with a sneer. Not bad. Truly a grand spectacle. The white-haired old man accompanying him was introduced as Kui Yuan, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, and the young man was his junior brother. The junior brother flattered him, saying that with this great blood sacrifice ritual, senior brother Kui Yuan would surely break through to core formation and extend his lifespan. A pitch-black orb hovered above the 10,000 Snake Valley, signaling the imminent start of the brutal ritual. Kui Yuan and his junior brother stood in the center of a giant formation, its crimson energy beginning to activate, ready for the great slaughter. Activate the great blood sacrifice formation. The formation erupted, blood-red energy sweeping through the entire valley. Millions of snakes trapped in the valley fell into extreme panic, screaming tragically as death descended upon them. The junior brother, wearing a black mask, stood before a sacrificial cauldron, formed a hand seal, and shouted, 10,000 snake cauldron, sacrifice. The masked junior brother roared, activating the 10,000 snake cauldron seal, submerging the entire valley in blood sacrifice energy. Kui Yuan stood in the center of the formation, declaring that 3 million ordinary snakes and 400 demon snakes were enough for him to break through to mid-core formation. Millions of ordinary snakes were drained of their blood and bile, and then even their flesh and bones were crushed into pure energy. The snake-catching sect's lackeys gleefully connected to the great formation, ready to absorb the residual energy to break through. Trapped within the formation, Snowy realized the precarious situation, but still believed that Spirit Snake would come. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Snowy decided she had to act herself before reinforcements arrived. She pulled out an upgraded self-made poison pill, deciding to throw a suicide bomb into the center of the great formation. Whoosh! The poison pill flew straight into a snake-catching sect disciple who was engrossed in the spectacle. The disciple, having just swallowed the pill, vomited violently, yellow-brown poisonous gas spewing out thickly. The disciple's face began to melt like wax, and another person standing nearby screamed in horror. The crowd panicked, and the squad leader shouted, ordering everyone to use their true chi to resist the spreading deadly poisonous gas. The potent poison gas was so powerful that it eroded even the energy of the 10,000 snake cauldron, causing the formation to tremble. Kui Yuan turned back coldly and ordered his junior brother, "Leave it to me." He unleashed a 5 elements poison transformation palm, a giant golden energy hand grasping down at the cloud of poison gas. The golden hand tightened its grip, completely sealing Snowy's poison bomb. Cui Yuan used another palm to absorb and analyze the pill, praising it repeatedly. "Good stuff, 7/10." Snowy was stunned, realizing that a core formation cultivator's level was completely different, secretly hoping Spirit Snake wouldn't come and throw his life away. Not wanting to die, she burrowed her head into the ground, trying to use an earth evasion technique to penetrate the barrier. Trying to run? A cold voice echoed, and Spirit Snake appeared with an overwhelming aura. Boom! Spirit Snake burst out of the ground in a whirlwind of blue energy, capturing Snowy on the spot. Cui Yuan hovered in the air, looking down contemptuously at Spirit Snake's blue energy. A demon snake. Not even at Foundation establishment. What achievements do you have to be so arrogant? The old man admitted that Spirit Snake had courage, but daring to kill a disciple right before him was unforgivable. With a roar, Kui Yuan unleashed the soul-piercing spear, an energy spear shooting straight at Spirit Snake. The spear plunged straight into the rock where Spirit Snake had just vanished, creating an explosion of blue energy. Ignoring the insignificant snake, Kui Yuan ordered the blood sacrifice to begin, instructing all disciples to connect with the 10,000 snake cauldron. Kui Yuan's junior brother and the lackeys immediately responded, circulating their cultivation to activate the great formation. Giant snake skeletons emerged from the sea of blood, dark energy swirling in the air. All the blood sacrifice energy converged into a blazing red orb above the 10,000 snake cauldron. The junior brother felt the surging power, screaming in delight and hailing his master. Snowy watched the scene of genocide in horror, muttering that this was not a natural law, but a slaughter. At that moment, Kui Yuan's junior brother braced himself, preparing to break through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Suddenly, a blinding white flying sword tore through space and shot towards them. Whoosh! The flying sword pierced through an excited disciple, embedding itself directly into the 10,000 snake cauldron. Cui Yuan immediately recognized this as an attack from the hidden assailant, praising their intelligence for targeting the cauldron. Kui Yuan shouted a warning to his junior brother to be careful, realizing that this flying sword was extraordinary and could pierce through even protective true chi. Snowy immediately recognized the familiar aura. It's Spirit Snake. Kui Yuan was undaunted, unleashing his locking heaven and earth magic treasure with its blazing golden chains. The old man growled, not expecting the enemy to be a great Foundation establishment demon, and ordered it to reveal itself. Locked down, Spirit Snake was forced to reveal its true form from underground, letting out an angry roar. Kui Yuan faced the giant python, immediately recognizing it as the one who had destroyed his wooden puppet clone earlier. "You've come at just the right time." Spirit Snake roared at Kui Yuan. "Get your filthy hands off me, you stone-faced bastard." Cui Yuan growled. "Annoying." He used a gravity technique to pull Spirit Snake directly towards the 10,000 snakes cauldron. Spirit Snake realized the odds were too stacked. A Foundation establishment cultivator stood no chance against an old man about to reach core formation. But in this predicament, it still had the trump card left by the Black Emperor. The heavenly demon once instructed it to only open it when facing life or death. The treasure inside could turn any battle around. A bronze mirror belonging to the Black Emperor, its quality unknown, floated in midair. Cui Yuan froze, immediately recognizing it as the heavenly demon mirror of the Violet Cloud Pavilion that the Black Emperor once tried to steal. The old man muttered, "The Violet Cloud sect obtained this mirror hundreds of years ago, but no one knew how to activate it. I can't believe a demon snake managed to do it." The mirror suddenly swelled, seemingly locking onto Kui Yuan's form. An illusion of Cui Yuan appeared in the mirror, but the old man merely sneered, thinking it was just a parlor trick. Without further ado, Kuei Yuan unleashed a destructive Heaven-Earth Chaos Palm, aiming directly at the mirror. Unexpectedly, the illusion in the mirror also unleashed an identical move, and the two streams of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Spirit Snake cackled with delight. The gravity technique was broken. It was free. Kuei Yuan was repelled by his own power, the old man unable to hide his astonishment. His hands trembled, the aftershocks of the collision still lingering. The old man glared at the mirror, vexed. Unable to comprehend what kind of monstrous magic treasure this was, the two snake-catching sect disciples watched with gaping mouths, unable to believe that the shadow in the mirror could fight their senior brother to a standstill. Inside the mirror, Kuei Yuan's clone revealed blood-red eyes filled with malevolent energy, looking extremely dangerous. A blood-red energy orb began to condense within the mirror's surface. Kuei Yuan was stunned as the shadow in the mirror gradually materialized and stepped out. Kuei Yuan muttered, realizing the mirror's weakness. It's powerful indeed, but it can only replicate my own skills. The old man sneered at the malevolent energy, thinking this mirror was merely an evil magic treasure. What's so great about something that kills its own user? He decided to go all out, summoning his magic treasure, the Soaring Dragon Sword, a gigantic blue light sword that shot forth. Immediately, the clone in the mirror also summoned an identical sword, but it glowed red, leaving Kuei Yuan dumbfounded. The two swords clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The old man was pushed back, deeply shocked that it could even copy magic treasures. Kuei Yuan realized that to win, he had to destroy the root cause. He aimed directly at the bronze mirror. The old man lunged like an arrow, determined to smash the monstrous mirror and end the battle. He channeled his energy, a surge of blue lightning gathering in his palm, preparing to unleash a heaven-shaking strike. But the clone had fully stepped out, its eyes blood red, easily blocking his attack, which further terrified Kuei Yuan. Both roared, Wind Thunder Palm. Two terrifying streams of lightning energy crashed into each other. A blinding explosion engulfed both, their powers absolutely equal. Kuei Yuan realized he was in a stalemate. Whether he attacked the clone or the mirror, the result would be the same. It would retaliate with the exact same move. Vexed, the old man decided to change targets. If I can't break this mirror, I'll deal with its master first. Kuei Yuan's junior brother appeared, forming hand seals, channeling wood elemental power. Majestic mountains heed my will. Ancient trees obey my command. A multitude of surrounding trees transformed into sharp wooden clones, erupting from the ground with overwhelming momentum. The junior brother commanded the clones, "Kill that snake for me." Spirit Snake recognized these wooden figures, thinking, I can't believe this guy can create so many of them. The heavenly demon, in its wolf form, holding the mirror, shouted, instructing Spirit Snake, "It's the key. If the enemy attacks, you must use the exact same move to block it, and protect it with your life." The heavenly demon roared, activating the divine mirror's power, amplifying the full strength of the copied wood clone technique. The power-buffed wooden clones fiercely clashed with the enemy's wooden figures, creating a terrifying explosion. The junior brother's wooden clones were torn to shreds by the mirror's divine replicas. The junior brother was vexed, realizing his clones couldn't touch the snake, because every attack triggered the mirror's protective instinct, making it retaliate even stronger. Spirit Snake was astonished by the mirror's power. The Black Emperor's clones are even more numerous than that guy's, and stronger too. Seizing the moment while the enemy was held back, Spirit Snake rushed to White Snake's side, using a trident of light to block an attack for her. The junior brother roared, unleashing a gigantic palm of light towards the mirror. The snake-catching sect disciples were chased relentlessly by the divine mirror's clones, screaming in terror due to the vast power disparity. The junior brother realized he was trapped in a stalemate and decided he needed someone else to deal with the snake. The junior brother unleashed a gigantic fireball to buy time against his own clone. Then, "Let me hold you back for a moment." Kuei Yuan personally intervened, straining to block the mirror's power and shouting, "Junior brother, quickly lead your men to kill that snake. Leave no one alive." The goatee senior brother watched from the sidelines, sweating profusely. He couldn't believe the mirror could hold his junior brother to such an extent, and immediately blamed the demon snake for everything. Kuei Yuan ordered all his disciples, "Everyone, listen up. Stop the blood sacrifice. Focus all your power on attacking. Kill that demon snake for me." Kuei Yuan's junior brother circulated his energy, let out a roar, then swept away the remaining wood clones of the divine mirror. White Snake rejoiced upon seeing Spirit Snake arrive, but Spirit Snake coldly replied, "Talk less. Healing is the top priority. There's still a tough battle ahead." White Snake immediately circulated her energy, using the heavenly demon demonic art combined with various medicinal pills to recover rapidly. The snake-catcher cultivators found their targets and simultaneously soared towards the two snakes. "Everyone, attack, kill." Spirit Snake instructed White Snake, "I'm going ahead. Protect yourself well, then charge straight into the enemy's formation." The snake catcher cultivators unleashed a storm of techniques, from fire talismans and wind spears to lightning talismans, raining down like a tempest. A disciple cried out in panic when he saw all attacks miss their target. "This demon beast is too fast, we can't hit it." Spirit Snake unexpectedly emerged from the ground, summoning giant earth spikes to pierce through the enemy formation. It unleashed the Fire Snake art, a giant fire snake sweeping across the battlefield, incinerating the cultivators amidst their desperate screams. While Spirit Snake was slaughtering outside, White Snake remained behind, deciding to use a poison pill to corrode the damned Grand Array. The poison pill collided with the barrier, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Success. Crack. The crimson barrier shattered into pieces like glass. White Snake shouted loudly, signaling to the trapped normal snakes. "Run as fast as you can." Spirit Snake ordered White Snake to blow away the poisonous smoke. She immediately activated a swift wind talisman and shouted, "Wind, rise." A giant whirlwind was created, blowing all the green poisonous smoke towards the snake catcher cultivators. The low-level disciples were poisoned, screaming desperately and falling to the ground. A commander had to yell, "All low-level disciples, retreat." A goatee senior brother ordered his subordinates to block the escape route of the snakes, while he and the inner disciples would deal with the two leading snakes. His ponytail junior brother growled, bitterly demanding to deal with Spirit Snake. The senior brother quickly intervened. "Junior brother, don't be rash." Ignoring the advice, the junior brother charged straight towards Spirit Snake, yelling, "The grudge from last time you tricked us, we'll settle it all today." Then he rambled on about the philosophy of water. He unleashed the water prison technique, creating a giant water sphere to trap Spirit Snake. Spirit Snake easily shattered the water prison, sneering, "Bestow grace upon all beings? Nonsense. If so, why not bestow grace upon me instead of imprisoning me?" Whoosh! Spirit Snake whipped its tail with immense force. The attack pierced through the defenses, striking the junior brother directly, causing him to cough up blood even though his protective jade pendant had activated. The goatee senior brother had to rush forward to catch the severely injured junior brother, reminding him, "Your old wounds have just healed. It's not your turn to charge yet." Spirit Snake thought to itself, that was close. Luckily, his protective jade pendant shattered to save his life, but the next strike will definitely send him on his way. The goatee senior brother realized that this snake was not only cunning but also extremely formidable, defeating his junior brother with just one strike. He wondered how many more trump cards it had hidden up its sleeve. He decided to change tactics, ordering 3 other experts, Liu Fei, Su Bei, Wang Ping. "The 3 of you go first. Coordinate with each other." Su Bei immediately made his move, casting the Sky Vine Spirit Lock Array. Countless verdant vines emerged from the ground, tightly coiling around Spirit Snake. Immediately after, Liu Fei followed up with the Skynet Profound Fire Web, a giant fire net descending from the sky, determined to burn the target alive. Spirit Snake remained calm, summoning a stone puppet and erecting a protective water sphere, ready to face the enemy's combined attack. The stone puppet tensed its body, shouting, "Break the array for me," then tore apart the fire net and the vines. Su Bei was furious to see the stone puppet immune to fire. He growled, "This time, I'll crush it." The cultivator named Su cast the Earth Evasion art, intending to drag the puppet underground, but it was useless. The ground beneath his feet cracked open instead. The giant stone puppet emerged from the ground, seizing the bewildered Su Bei. Spirit Snake coiled up, observing with disdain the small fry who were making things difficult for themselves. Liu Fei was enraged, cursing her teammates as idiots before charging forward, unleashing a blazing fire orb towards Spirit Snake. The female cultivator shouted loudly, "Heaven-piercing profound fire, kill!" The fire orb flared fiercely, determined to burn the snake alive. Spirit Snake didn't bother to dodge. It opened its mouth and unleashed the Fire Snake art, a giant fire python charging out to meet the attack. The 2 fire techniques collided. Spirit Snake's Fire Snake easily devoured Liu Fei's flames, leaving her unable to believe her eyes. Liu Fei was sent flying by her own flames and her opponents, screaming desperately in the sea of fire. The goatee senior brother ordered Liu Fei to retreat and treat her injuries, then turned to call Wang Ping. "Wang Ping, it's your turn." Wang Ping immediately obeyed, charging straight towards Spirit Snake with surging killing intent, determined to avenge her teammates. Spirit Snake unleashed the Raging Dragon Tail Whip, its giant tail sweeping across the battlefield with a surge of purple power. White Snake frantically called out Spirit Snake's name as 3 giant swords unexpectedly appeared in the sky, signaling a new attack. Spirit Snake panted, telling itself it couldn't fight a prolonged battle when the ultimate boss hadn't made a move yet. It quickly swallowed a recovery pill. A terrifying surge of blue true chi erupted from Spirit Snake's body, astonishing even Cui Yuan in the distance. The snake catcher cultivators looked up at the sky, heavily shocked to see a giant mountain-shaped seal forming. Wang Ping knelt on the ground, her face drained of color, frantically screaming, "Senior brother, save me!" Cui Yuan, the Grand Elder, finally had to personally intervene, unleashing a dazzling sword chi named Profound Yang Heaven Prison Sword. Kui Yuan's domineering sword chi plunged straight down, colliding fiercely with Spirit Snake's Mountain Quake Seal. After a world-shattering collision, Spirit Snake was sent flying, while the enemy secretly acknowledged its power was 10 times stronger than those enforcers. White Snake anxiously cried out Spirit Snake's name, her entire body erupting with fierce red killing intent. 2 snake catcher cultivators blocked White Snake's path, sneering. "You can't even save yourself, yet you want to be a savior?" Without another word, White Snake spat out a poison-devouring pill, warning the small fry that this poison was no joke. Before Elder Lu could understand what was happening, the ground beneath her feet exploded in a cloud of green toxic smoke, leaving even White Snake bewildered. From underground, the cultivator Subei emerged, letting out a gasp and shouting joyfully, "Finally free! Those troublesome earth puppets were a pain." Subei looked at the toxic smoke on his hand in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The goatee senior brother paid no mind, channeling his energy to unleash the 5 elements poison transformation palm, a giant, fiery hand shattering the toxic mist. The goatee senior brother ordered his injured junior brother. "I owe you one. Its poison source is blocked, kill it." Cornered, Spirit Snake decided to go all out, summoning a gigantic icy greatsword. Arctic Frost Sword. Appear. Grand Elder Kui Yuan was startled, recognizing the ancient spiritual energy, muttering, "Is that the ancient Icefire Tusk?" So this demon snake was still hiding its true power. Kui Yuan was no pushover either. He summoned the green, profound Yang Heaven Punishing Sword, declaring it had reached the perfected realm. Spirit Snake recognized this as the sword that had shattered its mountain storm seal. It roared, ordering the ice sword to pierce the enemy to death. The profound Yang Sword and the Frost Sword, 2 heavy-duty magic treasures, clashed in an earth-shattering confrontation. Crack! Kui Yuan's face changed color as his rank 3 sword shattered before the might of the ice sword. The cold energy from the explosion spread, freezing Kui Yuan in place, who realized in horror that he couldn't move. Spirit Snake hissed, ordering the finishing blow. But the frozen target was the ponytail junior brother, who frantically cried out for his martial uncle's help. Cui Yuan roared, "Gravity Art, break!" The ground beneath the junior brother's feet exploded, shattering the ice. His power made others wonder if he was about to break through to core formation. Cui Yuan unleashed a terrifying gravity strike towards Spirit Snake, sending it flying and screaming miserably. The goatee senior brother rushed to support the junior brother, who had just escaped death, urging him to quickly take a recovery pill. The goatee senior brother saw the situation was dire and shouted, "Marshal Uncle has made his move." He immediately cast the Earth Evasion Art to assist. A pillar of earth and rock rose, shattering the gravity art that was pinning Spirit Snake, temporarily freeing it from the suppression. In the sky, Kui Yuan began to gather power. Dark clouds rolled in. Thunder rumbled as if the apocalypse was nigh, as he prepared to unleash his true ultimate technique. The disciples below were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, exclaiming, "Martial Uncle is so powerful. Even without reaching core formation, his skill is already on par." Kui Yuan roared, unleashing a colossal bolt of heavenly lightning that illuminated the entire sky. Spirit Snake could only let out a tragic hiss before being engulfed by the lightning bolt. The disciples gloated. "That black demon snake is finished." The goatee senior brother suddenly realized, "Damn it, I was so focused on Martial Uncle that the white snake got away." He then declared he would hunt it down himself. Elsewhere, White Snake was heavily injured, painfully looking at Spirit Snake's fading soul orb, desperately calling out, "Shuhei, don't die." Spirit Snake lay motionless amidst the rubble, its body charred black, electric sparks still crackling. It thought, "Is this the end?" Through its dying eyes, it saw Kui Yuan's figure hovering above, bitterly accepting the harsh truth. "They are the hunters, and I am the prey." In the hazy spiritual realm, a voice both strange and familiar echoed. Spirit Snake recognized it as similar to a dragon senior's voice, but also its own. Its soul faced a colossal purple dragon, the spirit of the divine demon cauldron, which questioned, "Shuhei, why didn't you run?" Spirit Snake asked itself in a daze. "Yes, why didn't I run like always, even rushing headlong into this death trap?" Memories of the Snake Village villagers who preferred death to submission resurfaced, along with their resolute oath. "If we go, we won't return." The image of a villager screaming for his comrades to decapitate him to lure the Qin soldiers flooded back, their sacrifice deeply etched into its mind. The divine demon cauldron spirit repeated the question, its voice full of authority. "Why didn't you run?" Spirit Snake roared with indignation. "This is my home. Why should I run? They killed my family, massacred my kind. If I don't risk my life, who will?" The colossal purple dragon looked directly at it, asking one last question. "Do you regret it?" Spirit Snake's soul burst into brilliant light. It shouted, Even if I die 9 times, I will have no regrets. And then a resounding voice echoed, "Excellent." The reverse scale awakens. The entire spiritual space shattered into millions of mirror fragments, reflecting countless images, signaling an earth-shattering transformation about to occur. In the spiritual realm, Spirit Snake let out a roar, confirming that the heaven-defying power of the reverse scale had officially been activated. Outside, Spirit Snake's almost shattered body suddenly erupted with a colossal purple spiritual energy, making even the nearby cultivators feel immense pressure. Cui Yuan flinched. He had never seen spiritual energy of such a strange and overbearing color. A colossal energy vortex formed in the sky, sucking everything into its center. The old man Kuei Yuan was still bewildered, not understanding what this reverse was. Boom! A bolt of deep purple heavenly lightning struck directly from the sky, its power shaking heaven and earth. Kuei Yuan's face turned pale, realizing this was his own heavenly thunder heart art, while the goatee senior brother frantically shouted, "This is the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, something that only appears when forming a core." Amidst the lightning storm, Spirit Snake raised its head high, its entire body enveloped in purple lightning. The reverse scale had fully awakened. The goatee senior brother roared, ordering the disciples, "Absolutely do not let it successfully undergo tribulation. Kill it." The junior brothers were frustrated, having been chased ragged by the shadows from the divine mirror, unable to break through to attack the snake. Kui Yuan decided to act himself, channeling his heavenly thunder heart art, intending to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to finish off the snake, but realized in horror that his own technique was completely absorbed by the lightning tribulation. Cui Yuan's junior brother summoned a gigantic energy sword and roared, "Heaven Origin Sword, all disciples, attack with me." Spirit Snake was still pinned down by the lightning tribulation, bracing itself to endure the full might of the heavenly tribulation. The minor cultivators below simultaneously unleashed their attacks. Metal, fire, earth, wood, water, all converging on the motionless snake. The finishing blow, the Heaven Origin Extreme Realm Slash, descended directly from the gigantic sword, determined to crush the snake into dust. Locked down by the heavenly tribulation and unable to move, Spirit Snake could only watch helplessly as countless destructive attacks rained down, a situation hanging by a thread. Boom! A purple energy explosion, even more terrifying than before, swallowed all the attacks. Kui Yuan stared in horror. His Heaven Origin sword was blocked by the lightning tribulation, and the heavenly tribulation was actually helping it counterattack. Kui Yuan's junior brother turned pale and shouted, "This is bad. The heavenly tribulation is targeting us. Defend quickly." All the cultivators hastily erected various magical shields, from golden pagodas to thick earth walls. But it was all futile. The purple lightning tribulation descended like a torrent, piercing through every layer of defense. The cultivators only had time for a desperate scream before they were wiped out. Cui Yuan's junior brother shrieked upon seeing the lightning tribulation rebound. "Attacking it now is just inviting the heavenly tribulation upon ourselves, handsome senior brother. This method won't work." Kui Yuan remained stubborn, waving him off. "Surround it. Even if it successfully passes the tribulation, it'll just be a dying snake. What is there to fear? Hiding far away, white snake, heavily injured, could only pray. This is big trouble. I hope Shuhei can survive this. I'm almost crippled and can't help much." Spirit Snake's spiritual energy suddenly turned pitch black, merging with the purple lightning. Kui Yuan froze. Its spiritual energy turned black? I've never heard of this. Could it be a demonic cultivator? Spirit Snake realized a powerful truth. This heavenly tribulation isn't harming me, it's helping me counterattack. My job is just to focus on breaking through. In its mind, the cauldron spirit's soul appeared as a purple dragon, instructing, "This cultivation method is inherited from the ancient ancestral dragon, the only path for a snake to transform into a dragon. The 9 transformations of the true dragon." The dragon spirit continued to impart the steps of transformation, forging dragon bones, tempering meridians, creating dragon blood, growing claws, condensing the dragon body, and igniting the dragon soul. Each transformation not only changes the physical body, but also the soul. The process of completing the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the true dragon officially begins. Spirit Snake recalled past battles, from being tormented by Hiluohua to confronting the spirit wolf, finally realizing, now it's clear. The reason my scales weakened is because I am perfecting my Tao. Without a reverse scale, a snake will forever be a snake, never becoming a true dragon. Only dragons possess a reverse scale. A dazzling golden scale burst with energy, shattering all shackles, marking a complete transformation. Kui Yuan sensed a completely different spiritual energy, his expression changing. This spiritual energy. Could that demonic snake have successfully passed its tribulation? Spirit Snake roared. Dragon might, radiating in all directions. a golden dragon illusion appearing behind it. Today you invaded my home, touched my reverse scale. None of you will leave alive. Boom. Power erupted. Violent purple lightning enveloped its transforming body. An absolutely overwhelming aura. Spirit Snake's form became more ferocious and dragon-like. It roared once more, its purple eyes glowing with killing intent. Don't expect anyone to survive. The heavenly tribulation dissipated, leaving behind a desolate battlefield. Spirit Snake held its head high, lightning still swirling around its body, preparing for the slaughter. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Kuei Yuan decided to go all out, unleashing a destructive lightning spell. I summon you to subdue demons and eradicate devils. Obey the laws of heaven. Kill it now. Whoosh! Spirit Snake shot forward with unimaginable speed, narrowly dodging the attack. Kuei Yuan was horrified. This speed is 100 times faster than before. In a flash, the snake was already closing in on Xuan Yangzi's disciples. Cui Yuan shrieked. Hua Yuntian, junior nephews, run! Suddenly, a mysterious snake catcher branch leader in black appeared, unleashing a water spell to block Spirit Snake's path. Water, formless and shapeless. The black-cloaked swordsman unleashed a powerful swirling water slash, but the enemy's voice rang out mockingly. Too slow. You're just a joke. Crack. The swordsman's treasured sword shattered upon impact. He couldn't believe his eyes. My treasured sword broke? The swordsman's eyes blurred. He felt his vision being affected by the opponent's power. A purple energy user in white rushed forward, coldly declaring before delivering the finishing blow. You dare look directly at me without a protective jade? Die. Xiao Chou, I have avenged you. Scene change. Two snake catcher cultivators hastily erected a vine shield and thick earth armor to block the approaching Spirit Snake. Whoosh. Spirit Snake fired a purple energy beam that pierced through the earth armor with ease, making the goatee senior brother's face drain of all color. The energy beam penetrated all layers of defense, striking the ponytail junior brother amidst desperate screams, flames erupting and incinerating him. The goatee senior brother could only watch helplessly as his junior brother was wiped out, howling in despair, and vowing that his master would avenge them. Kuei Yuan loudly ordered the remaining disciples to retreat, while Spirit Snake vigilantly wondered what trick the old white-haired man was up to now. Instead of fleeing, Kuei Yuan immediately set up a massive formation called the Four Symbols Snake Confinement Array to trap the monster. Trapped within the barrier, Spirit Snake roared defiantly, violent purple lightning enveloping its increasingly dragon-like form. Don't dream of trapping me. Kuei Yuan channeled his cultivation to its limit, his hands emitting five-colored light, and shouted, with spirit banners as guides, and heaven and earth as a prison, seal. Energy chains from the formation tightened around Spirit Snake, attempting to restrain its power. The snake struggled fiercely, causing Kuei Yuan to exclaim in astonishment. This demonic snake truly possesses monstrous strength. The four seals of Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise materialized, creating terrifying pressure that crushed Spirit Snake from all sides. At this critical moment, the pair of golden scales on Spirit Snake's tail shone brightly, merging into a sharp spear. Crash! Spirit Snake used its newly awakened reverse scale tail to stab directly into the barrier, causing it to crack into pieces. Seeing the formation about to break, Kuei Yuan and his junior brother decided to go all out, summoning another magic treasure. It cannot be allowed to strike again. Flowing Light Pagoda, a mini golden pagoda descended from the sky, pressing directly onto Spirit Snake with terrifying weight. Suppressed by the pagoda, Spirit Snake's body creaked, its speed and strength significantly reduced. It realized it needed to find another way to break the formation. Cornered, Spirit Snake realized they intended to gang up with a skill combo. Profound Heaven Fire Net, Wind Blade Art. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the snake's position. Cui Yuan looked down from above, wondering, is it dead yet? But no, the monster remained unfazed, only its scales slightly scorched. Spirit Snake activated Absolute Defense Mode, a series of shields appearing. Stone Armor. Earth Shield. Golden Light Barrier. It muttered calculations, its true chi almost depleted. Even if it could block once, it couldn't hold out 10 times. It had to break this stalemate immediately. The goatee senior brother observed from afar, deeply shocked. Earth shields? I've seen at most 8. How does it have 16? This is a top-tier Tier 2 spell, far exceeding its cultivation level. Cui Yuan ordered his junior brother. Junior brother, this snake is no ordinary opponent. Quickly invite senior brother Nan here to be safe. Spirit Snake saw them planning to call for backup, and roared in its mind. Damn it, they're calling for reinforcements. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Out of options, it decided to gamble its life, swallowing the medicinal pill Shubai had given it. All in on Shubai's recovery pill. If I die, I die. I just hope it doesn't kill me instantly. The pill's power erupted. Spirit Snake's meridians felt like they would burst. The divine demonic cauldron roared, beginning to frantically refine the enormous energy surge. Seeing its prey undergoing a change, Kui Yuan hastily shouted, "Everyone charge! Attack continuously until it's completely dead." Spirit Snake raised its head, dark purple energy exploding into the form of a gigantic demonic python. My turn. Top tier. Tier 2 spells aren't enough? Then try the peak of Tier 2. An ancient scroll unfurled. Spirit Snake began chanting, summoning an earth-shattering spell. By the stars as my covenant, and the night as my witness, let the Milky Way's waterfall become the punishment of the 9 heavens. Kui Yuan felt the destructive power and strained himself, shouting, "This is my home, I cannot lose." The sky blazed, countless fiery meteorites plummeted like the end of days. Kui Yuan only had time to let out a terrified scream. Meteorites are falling. Boom, boom, boom. The meteorite shower ravaged the ground, and the 10,000 snake den confinement array shattered like glass. Cui Yuan frantically yelled a warning to the stunned disciples below. "Junior disciples, be careful." The goatee senior brother reacted extremely quickly, unfurling a green magic treasure umbrella. Spatial protection umbrella. Defend. Boom. The umbrella only covered the goatee senior brother, while the ponytail junior brother next to him was too slow, incinerated by a meteorite amidst his tragic screams. Cui Yuan was enduring the full force of the attack, his beard and hair singed, screaming in despair. The power of this spell is almost at the core formation realm. I can't withstand it. The battlefield was devastated after the meteorite shower. Trees burned to cinders, ashes fluttering everywhere. Crack. The last formation flag of that trashy trap also shattered under Spirit Snake's power. Spirit Snake stood tall amidst the ruins, roaring. This tattered formation is finally broken. Offense truly is the best defense. Giving its opponents no time to breathe, Spirit Snake immediately channeled true chi into its tail, controlling 2 flying swords to shoot straight towards Kui Yuan. Break. The 2 flying swords, one of ice and one of soul, circled once and returned at Spirit Snake's command. The goatee senior brother screamed tragically, his magic treasure umbrella cracking under the pressure of the meteorites. Knowing he couldn't hold on, the goatee senior brother gritted his teeth and used the blood sacrifice art, offering fresh blood to boost the umbrella's power. Void protection umbrella. Useless. The umbrella glowed red, then exploded. The goatee senior brother spat blood as he was sent flying, deeply shocked. Even a blood-sacrificed magic treasure couldn't withstand it. The goatee senior brother and Kui Yuan's junior, having just escaped death, looked up in horror as a new danger approached. A flying sword tore through the air, heading straight for them. The goatee senior brother only had time to shout a warning. "Junior brother, be careful." The junior brother couldn't react in time, pierced through by the flying sword, screaming in pain and disbelief. It just used its ultimate move, and it still has enough mana to control flying swords? The junior brother collapsed, urging his senior brother to flee, but Spirit Snake appeared, blocking their path. Running? Dream on. Spirit Snake wasted no words, controlling the spirit-shattering sword, to fly straight towards the goatee senior brother, determined to finish him quickly. At that critical moment, Kui Yuan rushed forward to block the attack, activating profound yang body protection to shield his junior disciple. Spirit Snake sneered, realizing the old man was exhausted. "Go ahead and block it. Let's see if your spiritual power runs out first, or if my sword dulls first." Kui Yuan knew he was doomed. He decided to fight to the death, roaring, "My spiritual power is almost depleted. I don't need these hands anyway. Burn essence blood. Blood explosion art." Kui Yuan's hands exploded into a mist of blood, clinging tightly to the 2 flying swords. He roared, "Demonic Snake! This old man gives you these hands." Spirit Snake was startled to see the spirit-shattering sword destroyed. It immediately swallowed a blood recovery pill to recover. Kui Yuan, battered and missing both hands, turned to look at his junior disciple. "Junior disciple, quickly flee. I'm out of oil. There's no future left for me." The old man screamed, his eyes filled with determination. "You are the only remaining sprout of our branch. You cannot die. Get out of here." Spirit Snake roared, filled with killing intent. "I already said it. Not a single one of you will escape today." Then it summoned the gigantic Arctic Frost Sword. The ice sword shot forth with terrifying speed, its chilling chi freezing everything in its path. Cui Yuan braced himself for the attack, his entire body erupting in crimson flames, activating his ultimate move. Heavenly Mandate returned to origin to protect his junior disciple. The old man let out a crazed roar, his eyes bloodshot, determined to go all in. Soul-burning art. He burned his very soul, creating a terrifying energy explosion to counter. Boom! The old man's self-detonating energy collided head-on, and Spirit Snake's frost sword shattered into pieces. The destructive explosion swept across the battlefield. The power of a peak core formation realm cultivator, fighting to the death, was truly no joke. Junior disciple Wu Mocho saw his martial uncle sacrifice his life for him and fled desperately, vowing in his heart to survive. Spirit Snake was also exhausted after that last attack, its bones feeling shattered, but it was determined not to let its prey escape. It mustered its remaining strength, used gravity art to create a small snake puppet, and shot it forth. He must die. Wu Mocho was running when he saw a strange object flying towards him. He turned back in surprise, wondering what it was. Seeing it was just a tiny snake, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just a small fry. I thought it was something formidable, but it was a trap. Spirit Snake used the Earth Golem swap art to switch positions, unexpectedly appearing right behind its prey, leaving him stunned. It roared with satisfaction. I said I wouldn't spare a single life, and I keep my word. Then, it lunged to finish off the last enemy. At the same time, in another location, Xuan Yangzi appeared, roaring furiously upon seeing his disciples wiped out. No, senior brother, disciples, he unleashed the Xuanyang fist, a giant fiery punch that shot towards his enemy, but his own fist cracked open. His opponent was none other than another manifestation of himself, burning with blood essence, who growled, "I will kill you." The burning manifestation sneered, its eyes filled with defiance and malevolence. Xuan Yangzi realized his enemy was an entity that emerged from his own spiritual artifact. He asked in horror, You have your own consciousness? Who exactly are you?" The entity coldly replied, "Humph, I am your heart demon," leaving Xuan Yangzi frozen in disbelief. Xuan Yangzi sat amidst surging demonic energy, realizing that his heart demon was a type of outer realm demon that had invaded him when he was forming his golden core. The heart demon roared defiantly, unleashing the spirit snake palm with a barrage of purple energy snakeheads charging straight towards the original body. Xuan Yangzi remained unfazed, circulating his cultivation to unleash the Xuanyang protective aura, creating a sturdy defensive shield that blocked the attack. The two manifestations clashed, one with the blue lightning of the wind thunder palm, the other with the fiery red of the heaven and earth primordial palm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Xuan Yangzi grudgingly admitted he was being held back, having been ambushed and forced into a completely passive position. Meanwhile, Spirit Snake lay gasping on the ground, covered in blood, telling itself that it was exhausted and couldn't intervene in this golden core level battle. Xuan Yangzi decided to go all out, summoning a giant primordial cauldron and roaring, "Primordial cauldron, capture it," hoping to trap his heart demon. Suddenly, a brilliant golden sword energy shot out from nowhere, shattering the cauldron to the heart demon's utter astonishment. Xuan Yangzi breathed a sigh of relief as reinforcements arrived, while Spirit Snake gaped in horror. Damn it. Another golden core stage cultivator? A wandering cultivator named Han Te appeared, radiating an imposing aura, carrying a golden sword, and taunting, "Yo, Xuan Yangzi, in big trouble are we?" Han Te glanced at the ravaged battlefield, wondering what had happened, while Spirit Snake realized this was the person Old Man Kui Wen had called. Xuan Yangzi ordered Han Te, "Don't ask so many questions. Help me kill that snake first," pointing towards the dying Spirit Snake. Han Te sneered, tossing back a money pouch. "I can help, but the price must be fair. For that dying Foundation establishment beast, one finger is enough." Han Te showed his displeasure at Xuan Yangzi's commanding tone. Your attitude earns you 0 points from me." The mercenary held out the money pouch, stating bluntly, "Did you misunderstand? This price is only to save you. If you want me to kill that snake, you'll have to pay more." Han Te pointed towards the battle between Xuan Yangzi's two manifestations. "Of course, if you want me to help you deal with that reflection in the mirror, that's a different price altogether." Xuan Yangzi angrily threw the money pouch back, snapping, "That's all I have. If it weren't for your speed, I wouldn't have hired you." Han Te caught the money pouch, sneering, "Fellow Taoist is truly generous." Then he swung his golden sword, unleashing a brilliant golden sword energy straight at Spirit Snake. Just as the attack was about to hit its target, the heart demon suddenly lunged to block it, shouting, "Stop!" Han Te froze, not understanding why the heart demon would save the snake, while Xuan Yangzi also rushed to intervene, creating a chaotic situation. Just as Spirit Snake was despairing before the mercenary's sword energy, a brilliant orb of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It wondered, could it be that heaven truly wishes to destroy me? The orb of light exploded into a giant firestorm, leaving Spirit Snake stunned. Both Han Te and Xuan Yangzi were heavily shocked by this sudden appearance, as a red object was blown out from the center of the explosion. A giant mammoth engulfed in flames roared from the explosion, blowing Xuan Yangzi away. Spirit Snake recognized the reinforcements. A golden core stage demonic beast. "My benefactor. Man Jin is here." An entire herd of mammoths arrived ferociously, their leader roaring, "Benefactor, the mammoth tribe is here. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on my benefactor." Spirit Snake, exhausted, lay on the back of a mammoth, weakly murmuring, "Man Jin? You successfully formed your golden core? That's great. I can finally get some sleep." Then it passed out. The mammoth leader, engulfed in flames, declared with an imposing aura, "Indeed. Thanks to your medicinal pill, I have overcome the 4 to 9 heavenly tribulation. With my tribe here, even a golden core stage cultivator wouldn't dare touch a single hair on you." Hante broke into a sweat, turning to Xuan Yangzi. "This, fellow Taoist, this is no longer a matter of money." The mercenary Hante immediately changed his tune, leaving behind a flattering remark. "A wise man knows when to adapt to circumstances. Fellow Taoist, farewell, we shall meet again." Then he fled, leaving Xuan Yangzi to roar in fury. "Hante, you bastard." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Xuan Yangzi also decided to make a hasty retreat, his body flaring with blood energy. Continuing to fight will only lead to loss. Blood escape. The heart demon was no fool to stay either. It roared, "Humph! Xuan Yangzi, you think you can escape?" Then it also used the blood escape art to vanish. The mammoth leader roared in pursuit. "Stop! You injured my benefactor and now you want to run?" But it was helpless due to its inferior speed. "Damn it! My speed is too slow, I can't catch up." The ravaged battlefield was littered with the corpses of the disciples. Wu Mocho, Liu Fei, Hua Yuntian, Su Bei, and Wang Ping were all wiped out. The battle at Myriad Snakes Valley concluded with heavy losses. The snake-catching sect lost 100 Qi condensation disciples, Xuan Yangzi lost 5 disciples, and the snake-catching sect's grand elder Kui Yuan also perished. Tens of thousands of snakes and the herd of mammoths simultaneously bowed before Spirit Snake. The mammoth leader said, "Benefactor, look, they are all submitting to you. They recognize you as the new Snake King." Spirit Snake passed out, exhausted but content, thinking of the old Snake King. "Old Snake King, the legacy you spoke of. Perhaps I have achieved it now." Dawn broke over the quiet forest. The mammoth leader nudged and called, "Benefactor? Benefactor? Benefactor, wake up quickly." Elsewhere, Hante stood on his golden sword, muttering irritably, And he still managed to escape. The mercenary was looking into a mirror-shaped spiritual artifact, which showed a heavily injured Xuan Yangzi. A voice echoed, "But Xuan Yangzi is also severely wounded, and has gone into hiding. For now, he won't cause any more trouble for Master." The mirror flew away, and the mysterious voice concluded, "Ha! Let's go," leaving Hante alone in midair. ID. Spirit Snake was sound asleep when a mirror flew past, waking it up. "Huh. Is this the heavenly demon mirror?" It looked at itself in the mirror, realizing the item had lost its spiritual energy, even having a crack. It was truly a disposable item. ID. Mammoth leader saw this and flared up, roaring, "What? How could you let a strange object fly in here? What if it attacked?" The mammoth flew around, reporting that ID. Spirit Snake had been sleeping for 3 days, and asked if the mirror had tried to harm it. But ID. Spirit Snake simply replied, "It's fine. My magic treasure just returned." Seeing its benefactor awaken, the mammoth was moved to tears. "Benefactor, you've helped me eliminate so many enemies and even given me elixirs. But ID. Spirit Snake, cut it off. All right, stop being so sentimental." ID. Spirit Snake quickly asked about ID. White Snake. The mammoth replied that she had woken up and gone to the mountains to find herbs for its elixirs. Just then, ID. White Snake returned, calling out, "Spirit Snake." ID. White Snake landed, her eyes welling up, face flushed with joy and worry. The two entwined. ID. White Snake sighed in relief. "You're awake. We both survived. That's wonderful." ID. Spirit Snake affirmed, "Yes, this tribulation has passed." ID. White Snake proudly showed off her achievement. "Spirit Snake, I've just concocted a new recovery elixir. Its effects are much stronger than before." With that, ID. White Snake immediately shoved the new elixir into ID. Spirit Snake's mouth, making it frantically refuse while she snapped, "How dare you dislike my medicine?" ID. Mammoth leader muttered from outside, "This Miss ID. White Snake is truly fierce." Meanwhile, ID. White Snake interrogated, "Did you give away the elixir I gave you?" ID. Spirit Snake quickly explained, "Without your medicine, I couldn't have lasted until the end of that battle. But its medicinal power is too strong." It continued to describe its battered body, with damaged meridians and bones, unable to absorb this potent medicine any further, and suggested going into seclusion to recover first. ID. White Snake nodded upon hearing this. Oh, so my medicine is too strong. She then left the elixirs for ID. Spirit Snake to decide when to use them. ID. Mammoth Leader stood guard outside the cave, declaring grandly, "With us here, Benefactor can rest assured in seclusion." ID. Spirit Snake also decided to utilize the spiritual energy here to consolidate its cultivation. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The entire valley remained peaceful under the moonlight. ID. Spirit Snake slithered out of the cave. Tens of thousands of snakes were prostrating on the ground. It spoke like a big boss. "Everyone, rise. There's no need for such formality in the future." 10,000 snakes worshipped it. Even though these underlings hadn't yet opened their spiritual intellect, they had fully recognized it as the new Snake King of the entire region. ID. Spirit Snake flicked its tail, ordering them to disperse. "Go. Don't delay my main business." It didn't want to waste time with these small fry. As soon as it emerged from seclusion, ID. Mammoth Leader flew over to congratulate it. ID. Spirit Snake asked about the snake-catching sect cultivators. It replied, "No, perhaps because all the cultivators here died. The news didn't leak out." ID. Spirit Snake muttered, realizing that the Chu state had truly fallen to the Qin army, and the various sects were now busy dividing territories. It ordered the mammoth, "Man Jin, I'm going for a stroll. You guard the home for me." Then it set off to inspect its territory. Upon arriving at Snake Village, a scene of desolation appeared. It wondered how ID. Wang Ding was doing now. Recalling the scene of the indomitable mortals fighting, it used its tail to carve the 4 characters immortal slaying platform onto a stone tablet to show its respect. It then remembered the integrity of ID. Mr. Chu, a true scholar official who would rather die than surrender. In remembrance, ID. Spirit Snake carved a colossal statue of ID. Mr. Chu directly into the cliff face, asserting, "Dynasties may fall, but righteousness endures forever." Thinking of Xiao Cho, a disciple of the Earth Mountain sect, it assumed the fellow had also perished and decided to go up the mountain to erect a monument for him. ID. Spirit Snake used its tail as a pen, beginning to carve. ID. Xiao Cho's glorious life based on the fellow's own sappy diary. The tombstone was completed with extremely painful content. "I was beaten by young Master Hua. Yinling told me to scram, proving that I am in her heart." ID. Spirit Snake smugly thought that ID. Xiao Chu soul would be greatly comforted. At the same time, ID. Xiao Cho was bound, covered in blood, as a soldier reported to ID. Qin commander that this was the one who had killed 5 of their foundation establishment cultivators. Grand Elder ID. Shi Longzi of the Earth Mountain sect hurriedly rushed out to explain, taking the blame and saying that his disciple only wanted to protect his clan. ID. Qin commander gestured coldly. "No need to fear. I called you out not to interrogate you, but to discuss something." Suddenly, Puppet King ID. Qin Xuanji appeared, sitting high above, and ordering, "Hand that brat over to me." The old Grand Elder ID. Shi Longzi turned pale with fear, quickly agreeing. But ID. Qin commander calmly replied, "Very well, I won't take it from you for free." With a whoosh, ID. Qin commander threw another disciple of the Earth Mountain sect, trapped in an energy sphere, to ID. Shi Longzi, as if it were an exchange. ID. Qin commander ordered ID. Shi Longzi to take ID. Xiao Chu back and erase the Xiao family from the map, then muttered with great interest about the fellow's reverse cultivation technique. As soon as ID. Spirit Snake arrived at the entrance of 10,000 Snakes Valley, it sensed trouble. Its face went blank. What in the world is happening? It sensed 2 extremely powerful core formation level auras in the valley. One belonged to ID. Mammoth Leader, while the other was completely unfamiliar. A colossal ID. Amethyst Thunder Lion was growling at the fiery mammoth, declaring, "Man Jin, no need to deceive me. I'll wait for him here."